All right. Yo, ladies and gents. What up, what up, what up, what up? Just gonna make sure that, mm, uh-huh. Just gonna make sure that everything is working and everything is set up. It's first face first. I know it hurts. Yes, sir. Work, 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 work. All right. It seems like it should be working. Do the test message as usual, just to make sure that we can see everything. And we can actually we can see everything. What the? Yes, sir. I wonder if there's a place where I could put chat so that, for one, the chat is visible. I can probably make some changes so that it adds a little bit of a background layer, even though it's like somewhat transparent, but it's still so that it separates the chat out better. But also, I wonder what's the best location for the chat to be on the screen, so that it's like, not blocking, generally speaking, stuff that we want to see in the gameplay. So, anyways, we are gonna. I want to try this basically build. This is not gonna be a perfect stab that I'm crafting right now. But the goal is that to get a craft that is like kind of reasonable to get within the first few days to a week. That's not like tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, But basically get like a very good fracture in a few attempts. And then get like basically prefixes in a very solid place. So yeah, that is kind of basically the goal. Increased stun duration. Wait, do I have... Yeah, I don't have an elemented thing. $138. Alright, alright. How much are Omens of Light? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, if here I will not get the desired, like a decent mod, then I might actually do the removal. Yeah, like I didn't get attack speed, nor... Oh, that's right. Wait, we kinda have to try and get level to all spell skills, right? Or rather to melee. So we probably should aim at least for +4. Eventually, we're gonna get to +5, because from the next patch, it's gonna be lower, right? Yeah. Only have 2. All right. Whatever. Is it just better to drop this now? Wonder if it's better like post desecration or pre desecration. I feel like desecration has to be last because it gives like more options. You're more likely to find, even if it's one less mod, you're still more likely to find it. Whereas with this one, it's just like one shot at any kind of mod, right? Bro, there's some build-ups. Hello. Alright. Hmm. Yeah, we're just not finding it. Hmm. Hmm. The ancients are a conspiracy. Yes, sir. You're on 100%, 100%. But hey, we have to try. We have to try, actually, so that we can maybe, just maybe be lucky. This one time, you know? But can I get at least like attack speed or plus to all skills, even if it's like a low level tier or a low tier mod? I don't mind as long as it's like somewhat useful. 3 times I got this causes increased stun buildup in a row. Hello? Can we get like a different mod? Alright. And this literally 3 times did not give me, like, this is the first time that I see useful. Hmm. Wait, how bad it... Because this has +4, okay? So even though the other mods are like way better, let's see how much is gonna change. Wait. Even without +4, even though this has +4, this is a way bigger damage increase? Oh, wait a minute. That is not something that I would have expected, because I legit thought that like love, you know, plus to all spell skills or whatever is the shit.
Can I help?
Actually, now that makes me think to all. Mm, bruh, I should have used this. You are actually right, dude. What the fuck am I doing?
Can I help?
Yeah, you're actually right. And I even think that I... Wait, let's see. I'll have to reorganize this a little bit, but... Yeah, okay. So I do have... Dude, you are actually poggers, whereas I am not poggers.
For you.
Okay, dude. So, and this is very good because we're using this for testing purposes, right? So we don't need to get +6 or +7 because next patch, it's not even going to be possible to do that. I mean, without sanctification, probably to get to +6, right? Or without like valing. So the highest that's going to be naturally accessible is going to be +5. So using this right now would like make the most sense even. Yeah, you're actually 100% right. Yep. And I'm like, I'm not gonna further craft because, like, yeah, preferably we would have like tier 2s, tier 1s in terms of mods, but like, I just cannot expect to get it, especially early on. After throwing a bunch of currency at it, then yeah, sure.
All right. Your order is registered.
Now I'm gonna remove it. So right now, perfect. I have to use. No. If I do this, the perfect essence of battle is gonna. It's gonna remove from suffix, right? Like if I remember correctly, if I use the Omen of Adectral Crystallization, perfect or corrupted essence will remove only suffix modifiers. Yeah, exactly. Nice. So the essence is nerfed 2 next league, but I think it's by 1 level. Yeah, actually, I think that could be the case. I don't remember exactly the patch notes, but I think you're right. And if that's the case, yeah, if that's the case, then honestly, like it's even not too bad. Like if it's gonna be +4 instead of +5, that's actually pretty good. Like, yeah, it's not gonna be BIS, but it's still like a very strong mod considering, right? Like, it's still gonna give a loads of value. Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. That's actually really good for us. For us, I mean, monk enjoyers, right? Okay, so now I just want to hit something useful. And that's about it. I don't want to overspend just to make sure that I can upgrade these 2 pieces of gear. Because gloves are basically the ones that I want to try and use. Like, yeah, this is gonna be it. Right. So we're looking for attack speed, or at worst, it's gonna be critical. Nah, but these are like useless, and this is... I don't even know like how much spirit I'm gonna be using. Might as well not have. Hmm.
Can I help?
Wait, actually... What are the good suffixes anyways? I mean, in this case, it would be attack speed, which is pretty good. Wait. Ah, but this upgrades, yeah? Wait. Oh, but these two? Oh, wait. There is a theory that Belton just shared, like just a couple of hours ago, when talking about the crafting, that not every single mod from Essence is gonna be considered as crafted mod, and thus be limited to only one. In his understanding, there are a bunch of mods. For example, the battle, right? The perfect essence of battle is +5, but that mod naturally exists on the item itself, which means that even though you use perfect essence of battle to put that mod on, it doesn't count as crafted because it's not like a essence specific. So his assumption is that there's a chance that some of the mods, even though you're gonna use essences to put on the items, they're not gonna be all crafted by default because not all of them necessarily exist only with the help of essences, if that makes sense. So for example, onslaught, you could put onslaught on, which is, yeah, it exists only because of that. but for example, essence of battle, according to him, should probably will potentially not be marked as crafted mod. So wait. Which one do you refer to? Do you mean the +5? Wait, let's pull this up for a second. I press Alt on the staff, yeah. Wait, I'll remove this. Oh wait, what the fuck? That's wrong staff. It doesn't show. At least here it doesn't show. But okay, if I go... That's augments, okay. Name of the essence. Oh, never mind. These are melee skills and that was attack skills. Okay, it's a different. It's a different EAM. These are two different mods. Yeah, these are of attack skills. Never mind, never mind. So even if his theory stands true, well, that doesn't, you know, apply to this one because it's actually a different mod. I don't know why I thought that they're the same. Okay, so but that's pretty good. I'm not gonna on purpose make this staff as perfect as possible. I'll keep it like somewhat like this. This is still gonna be considered like really good staff for a long time. Um, but even then, you know, we are not trying to get the item to the perfect state because like who knows how long we're not gonna be able to acquire it. So I want to like kind of keep it below the highest power level to sort of understand how it's gonna function for, you know, for quite a long time. But that's pretty good. What do you think? What kind of runes would you prefer putting on the staff like this? Or a whirlwind build that basically does elemental damage and uses attack skills for the most part. How are the thingies called? Were martial weapon, yeah? This one should be good, no? This should be actually like really good because we scale so much afterwards. Like we scale elementals and shit like that. Ooh. So we probably put one of this. Or maybe wait. Other physical damage. Nah, we don't have a lot of physical damage. Increase skill speed. That's 8%. It's kind of hard to quantify, especially. Okay, it seems like this is really good. Wait, do I understand that this rune, this particular rune, Takwal Rune of the Sky, that it gives 5% of fire, 5% of lightning, and 5% of cold. So in total, it's like 15%. I wonder if I read it correctly right now. Because if that's the case, you gain 15% of damage as, you know, those three, like in total as those three sources. And we're gonna utilize elemental stuff. Like fire will be least valuable because we might not have as big of the scalars in our tree because we don't have like increased fire and that kind of stuff. But we have like increased lightning, a little bit probably increased cold, and then increased attack, increased elemental, and and those other things. Unless this unless this multiplier is legitimately the last step of the damage equation. Okay, let's try this. And since we cannot use two at the same time. Also, by the way, I have no idea how bonded works. I know that bonded stuff exists. So this is just gonna be a weaker version of this. Okay. Oh. Where is it?
Yes.
Marshall. Okay. That's pretty good. And we can always use at least one Val Infuser because it looks like it never corrupts on 21%. So that's like by default, you know, a good thing to do. To see the bonded mods, you need to be a shaman. So, but like, can you get bonded stuff? as a different character, like as a monk martial artist, can you get the bonded benefit? Or oh, so if you're not a shaman class, you're not gonna benefit from that. Okay, okay, okay. Power charge. Ooh, there's a power charge generation thingy. Dude, if the build is gonna, if we're gonna like make a build at the end that's gonna like depend on a lot of power charges, if that's gonna be the case, then this could be like a probably decent consideration, because like it's like, you know, basically you increase the generation by 1.5 times. Endurance charges, frenzy charges. Okay, okay. Critical damage bonus. 5% attack speed. But there is this thingy that gives... Wait. What? Dude. What? Look. This particular rune gives 8% increased skill speed, which helps with literally every single skill in the game. Whereas... wait, where was it? Whereas this one increases 5% and only attack speed. It's not skill speed. What? So why this over... You never do that, right? You do this. Wait, increase attack damage against rares or uniques? I feel like this is probably gonna be one of the better outcomes for us. Yeah, okay, so definitely we're not gonna be looking to use graders. Like, our value as monks is gonna be mainly in these runes and even like these ones potentially. Like the greater runes are just gonna be too weak for us. Well, eventually, you know, a little bit later into the game. Okay, but look at how much the damage is gonna change now. Ooh, triple the damage. And this is 55%. This is 80%. Oof. Okay. I'm gonna send this. All right. Okay. So, yeah, we're definitely gonna... I just wonder if this is actually the best base. Is Bolden Quarterstaff the thing that we want to... No, no, no. You know what happened today? You know what happened today? And this is gonna be a little bit of sad tears. I was like, I found this staff for like 50 divs or something. I was like, what the fuck? It goes for 50 divs? Like, someone obviously mispriced it. well, obviously, I would say that they mispriced it, even though it's standard league. It's like, bruh, this is gonna be like, you know, 3 sockets, so people will want to run some tests. The people that have money to see like how good they can get. I'm assuming. So I'm like, okay, it's 50 divs. It's like, it's almost nothing. So I picked it up, and I got 2 really good mods. One was attack speed, and one was lightning damage flat, and both were tier 1 mods. And I was like, okay, I had a random 3rd mod, and I fractured, and I landed on that fucking mod. Holy. And I also from somewhere have this. Yeah, what can you do though? Yeah, really not much. Alright. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Allocate kite runner. We can figure out like which passive node we want that we can actually put on the thingy. Or wait, can you not adjust the sanctified? Can you actually change the allocation on sanctified and corrupted items or no? Because I feel like corruption and sanctify doesn't change the allocation whatsoever, right? I mean, the mod in itself. So I think it would make sense that you would be able to, you know, swap one for another, because there is like no chance for this thing to be altered. Never tried. Yeah, I'll actually try it just to see. Okay. And if we pick. What am I do? Dude, what the Ignore? Wait, amulet. Do we have an amulet somewhere? Why the fuck did I think that I can do that? Boom. Yeah, it looks like we cannot be instilled. Well, all right. So you have to decide beforehand what you're gonna use before using grubs and sanctifications. So like you specifically have to know, you know, what is the item that you have, what's gonna be the end result, and what builds are gonna be the which instills are gonna be the most optimal for those builds, and then only instill. Just fair. But yeah, that's good to know. Alright, we've learned a bunch of stuff today. Yeah, these are kind of decent boots, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have so much cold res. Yeah, okay. Where are the crystals? Oh, that's right. It's sanctified. Whatever. Alright. All right, all right. Our brain is warming up. It's gonna take a little bit, but our brain is gonna warm up. So we want a little bit of gold, right? Since we want a little bit of gold, we're gonna. So one of the ways that we want to make some, I'm thinking of going SSF next league. Do you usually like play or enjoy SSF stuff, or how do you feel just playing about the SSF in general?
Let's see
Really?
if there are any takers.
That is the ratio?
We need to collect more if you must.
Okay. So wait, I don't trade that much anyways? I mean, that's fair. Yeah, like if you play, like if most of stuff that you do is like self-sustained, then I can definitely see, you know. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, you just sell a bunch of stuff. And then you just, oh, okay. This was low. I sold this for 50k? What the fuck? Okay. So, okay, the amounts of monies. Oh, also keep unique rings next league? Why that is the case? What's gonna be special about like unique rings specifically? Okay. They added an item that to get it in POE 1 you needed to sell a full inventory of unique rings. Not sure it's gonna be the same way to get it, but maybe. Wait, they added an item to get it in POE 1. Needed to sell a full inventory of unique rings. Wait, what item are you talking about? Can you tell me the name? I have no knowledge of such a thing. Lore weave. Alright, let's see. Lore weave. I don't want to flashbang you. Oh. Wait, rings? For this? So wait, would you vendor and it would be like a secret recipe? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's one of those like special vendor recipes. Okay, okay, okay. But do we... I don't... Do we have vendor recipes in this game? As in, not just, you know, sell and disenchant. Do we, like, actually legitimately have vendor recipes in POE 2? Because I never use them. Like, can you, like, go to shop, like... They require 60 breaching. Oh, so maybe they will not have, like, vendor recipes per se, but maybe there's gonna be like a special mechanic that, you know, like a separate NPC to which like maybe you feed a bunch of stuff and, you know, then it basically, you know, spits something out. Because like, you know, on PoE 2 you just sell like one item at a time, right? So it's not like you can like it's not like you can just submit a lot of items and sell at once and sort of like trade the recipe. So I guess they would have to add like a separate system.
All right, your order is registered.
Yes, they mentioned you could put breach rings on the tree for a special reward, and I think is the reward for 60 breach rings. Oh, on the Genesis. Dude, I really want to run rituals and breaches. I really want to see the potential rewards. How you know how profitable it's gonna be, what's new to them for rituals. Are the you know, is it gonna be worth fighting Queen of the Mist and submitting tributes for the audience of the King thing to find King of the Mist and basically do all that stuff at the very end? And like in terms of uniques, is it gonna be like even worth it? Or as always, 99.9999% of the time, like you're basically getting nothing from the uniques because they're worthless. Or maybe for sure the Queen will have some special rewards. That what I would also
Choose what you need.
assume, but like we we don't know until we know, I guess. But yeah, that would be my guess as well.
I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
But yeah, I don't know. That's pretty cool. I really want to, and I really want to do a bunch of breaches because I really like. In POE want to play the league where they put in the Genesis tree. So I played that league. I really like the Genesis tree. Although in POE 1 context, when it started giving like 6 link bodies to people, almost like kind of, there were like there was like very little friction, so it was kind of easy to get that. So it kind of made it so that 6 links were not that special anymore. So in that sense, it trivialized like some of the, I guess, things that you could go for. But in in R, like in PoE 2, there's gonna be like special item types, special bases, and they might be like very strong for some builds. That's why I think this kind of version of PoE 2 Genesis tree is way better than the other one. Yeah, you didn't play much of that new Breach League. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Like it definitely made it a little bit easier, I would say. I don't know, like relatively speaking, how much of an impact it made, but the tree itself was like, yeah, you do a bunch of breaches, and then you're like, just having constant attempts at getting hunters, at getting currencies, and at getting like 6 link bodies, basically. And sometimes you would also like use some of the boon gifts or whatever they're called to get maybe like wands or something, depending on the build, right? But in this case, in PoE 2, because of the special base types and unique stuff that you can get, that's not like the Genesis tree. It's not gonna be like, oh, you're gonna get the same stuff, but at a better rate and with way on average higher level modifiers. But rather, it's gonna be like probably a little bit of that, but also it's like there's these new item types that you may want, and they might turn out to be like the best or one of the best choices as base types for example, I don't know, for X build, for Y build, for Z build, and you want those specific base types, build stuff with them. And if that's gonna be the case, then that's gonna be awesome, because then Genesis tree becomes this thing where you're like, okay, there's something to target farm. It's not like a generic boost to any kind of job, but rather it's like you have a chance to get something specific that's gonna be really valuable. Yeah, that is part of why I want to play SSF, because as a SSF, I will have to interact with all those systems way more to get things I want. That is true as well. That is true as well. Yeah, I can definitely see an argument for like wanting to play SSF and really choosing to play SSF, if you feel like 100%, like 100%. Yeah, if you feel like playing SSF, yeah, it only makes sense. I personally wouldn't do that because I'm less of a, oh, do it everything yourself, or like put some restrictions on yourself, and more of a, I want to interact with trade, with market, and try to acquire as much wealth as possible to then create an insane character with all the currencies that I have and everything, and or just have a lot of currency and be like, oh yeah, I was able to acquire a lot of currency. I don't know why, but that's just like in a video game that's just satisfying for me, and I like that. So, which is kind of weird because in life I feel completely different. In real life, I don't care about stuff like money. In a sense that I'm not like obsessed with money. I don't try to make decisions in my life that will result in me getting more money. But in the video games, I'm like, yeah, let's grind. Let's get like, what's the highest earnings, how to, maximize the earnings and that kind of stuff. Which is, I don't know, feels kind of weird that it works like that, but for whatever reason, it is that way for me. Okay, so we have gloves. We have probably too good of gloves for the first 1 or 2 weeks of POE. Probably we're not gonna have something like this like really fast because it's 4 tier 1 mods. Yeah, it's tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, and exactly what we need, which is not gonna be easy. Obviously, Headhunter is gonna depend on how fast we're gonna be able to farm the currencies. Imagine those ghosts with the Fist of Stone node. Dude, I wish I would know what that would turn into. And also, there's an important question now that I think about it. Do corrupt items and sanctified items transform in a glove slot? My assumption is that they should, because like, why wouldn't it? But just as a fail-safe question, it's like, do they? You know? So that you don't like always, stay with like regular non-corrupted, non-sanctified items. You're like farming up to the best one, like all tier 1s, tier 1s, tier 1s, and you're like, yeah, these are the type of gloves that I want to see or use with a node. This is like a very good combo. And then once you have it, you're like, fuck it, I'm a sanctified. You sanctify it, and it's like, whatever the result, oh, it's great gloves, whatever. And then you put them on and it doesn't work with the node. So to avoid that kind of moment, yeah, we'll have to test that early on, basically. It works on uniques. I mean, technically speaking, it is entirely possible to make the different systems in terms of like uniques and unique mods can have a different functioning system to them than, let's say, corrupted and sanctified and that kind of stuff. So for example, on unique amulets, if I'm not mistaken, or rings, for example, you can put catalysts, you can put instills and that kind of stuff, right? But you cannot do that on corrupted and sanctified ones. They're just like, that's it. This is what you have. So it's like, it's just that, like, I would assume that it will work. I would assume that these gloves would, then transform with the node. But as you say, I also, see no reason, like, why wouldn't it work? But it's better to ask that question and test it out ASAP to avoid potential, fuck-ups. Yeah, just to make sure, I mean, people are gonna figure that out like in the first 1 or 2 days, and they're gonna like share if that's gonna be the case, But yeah, it's better to keep that in mind and actually test it at some point to make sure. I wonder what type of body to use. Yeah, so one fire rune will fix this. And then 1 lightning, so 14 plus 40 something. So I'll go lightning chaos and probably deflect. I think for the next patch, one of our best defenses is gonna be like almost fully speccing to evasion, or like hybriding with evasion. But I'm probably leaning towards actually just trying to get as much evasion as possible with deflection, and then only leftovers will be used for like life or energy shield. But basically, I wouldn't spend resources on those defensive layers for the most part. if possible, which is not necessarily going to be possible to 100%. You know, to do that basically to that extent, but you know, still. All right, so body, let's do chaos res. I'm just gonna build like, you know, whatever character. Lightning res, this is gonna be 41. Chaos res, deflection rating. And an evasion. So evasion is gonna be, is this a fair number? 150? Don't remember. Or evasion can be around 2k. This is pretty solid. This has it probably, oh, and it used increased. I mean, that's fair. I can see why. It's probably more efficient to use increased here, increased evasion here, and then if needed, fix resistances via jewels, via other item slots, like defensive slots such as, you know, here via suffixes here, or okay, not an amulet. Never mind. Amulet is gonna be crit damage and crit chance for us most of the time. Let's say right here and right here, just fix it via. Okay, so that makes sense that we would want to put this increased stuff. Do one for something. And this is the high deflection rating, it seems. Like, again, I don't need anything perfect. I just need stuff that's pretty good. Oh, it's from 24 to 27. Yeah, and this was... Yeah, the hybrid. Yeah. So, most likely I'm gonna buy this, because, like, whatever. But I'm just gonna check just in case. Oh shit, this is way better. Then again, this one is 15. This is gonna be 300, but are we gonna use anything? Check one without the runes? I mean, every single one of them has rune. And this goes into 1000 range, which is like way too much for me. Or what do you mean by checking one without the runes? Because like all of them have the increased stuff. And miss, I think you can choose no runes or something. Oh yeah, but then I would have to adjust those, you know, these also, these mods as well. Because you see, with already these values and 1.5k evasion, we only get 14 results, and literally all of them have, you know, runes. So if I would click no runes, then it would literally not show me a single result. Then I would have to lower my standards or whatever. So and since in this case, like, I want to, you know, basically fix the holes of chaos resistance and lightning res, or at least to some degree, just so that I could comfortably do that in this. Yeah, fuck it.
Sure thing.
I'll just do this.
Good.
Lower the evasion a bit. I mean, yeah, I can do that. 350. Yeah, with this combo of resistances, like, there's just not many results. Yeah. And for me, yeah, and right now the resistances are decent. Yeah, I see what you mean, 100%. Like, that part makes sense. You can do the, as you said, like, without Yeah, but even at 1.2k, I mean, yeah, even at 1.2k, like every single thing has. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Like I would probably find a decent amount of like no runes postings if I would like take away one of these, one of these mods. But since I'm being very specific with the mods, because I want to get specifically lightning res and specifically chaos to make the defenses better. And also since I have like no deflect elsewhere, like lightning res. Yeah, and I'm gonna upgrade this as well. Yeah, that's fair. So I'm gonna be fully, what do you call it? I'm gonna be fully res fixed, lightning.
Oh, it's you.
I'm gonna be fully res capped. It's gonna take maybe a little bit, more time, but I'm gonna be res capped.
All right.
Um,
Your order is registered.
so I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna lower my yes, because I'm gonna do that later. Fire. I don't know if defensively it's actually gonna make sense for now, but I'm just gonna like keep fully upped resistances, and evasion is gonna be whatever it is. It's still like pretty good evasion actually. Now that you look at it, it's like it's still pushing close to 2k, and with solid ass evasion or deflect there, yeah, it's almost the highest values on everywhere that's relevant. Highest value, almost highest value on this is on the higher end or like in the very middle. This is basically the highest value, and this is almost the highest value, and this rolls are pretty good. So yeah, the last thing what I'm gonna do is get the helm, and this will matter a lot as well. The fire res gonna suffer. Okay, but we can have, so this is pretty cool. I'm just gonna do it this way. Helm. And we're gonna increase critical chance, right? That's what it has. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna use fire res. And the rest of it is gonna be whatever. Let's see, 25. Increase critical hit chance. Nice. What is the crit chance that's possible? I don't remember. I'm just gonna check from somebody else's. Is it like 18%? It's 5 points per tier, or 5 different values per tier. So it's gonna be 34. Okay, so it's basically 30. That's pretty good. What about the deflection? 21. Okay. So 400 evasion. Alright. 500. 700. Ah, but this uses the thingy. Mana, this, and accuracy rating. Keep in mind, what's also might be important to consider is that in this particular build, I'm not doing a single increased rarity stat. So far now, I'm like fully combat-wise equipped. When I'm like actually gonna build, depending on which direction I'm gonna decide, if I'm gonna go like breaches, for example. Wait a minute. Actually, with the stuff that I'm gonna want to do, I might not even need any rarity at all. Because I don't think with playing monk, I'm gonna want to do negative rarity until my weapon is gonna be crazy, until my gloves are gonna be crazy, and you know, like very good jewels and stuff like that. Because I would rather, you know, not lose like my offensive stats from the rings. But there is a chance that like after like a couple of weeks or like from 1 to 2 weeks in that range, maybe even a little bit further, that's when I'm gonna start doing negative rarity farming if exceptional farming will prove to be like a solid system with their new passive atlas tree and everything. Because first we will want to unlock every single point for the atlas passive tree, right? So we'll want to be as strong as possible to go through all this content to unlock everything, to allocate all the points and whatnot. And then we'll want to like improve our gear and everything so that we can handle better and better content. And when it gets to the point where we're gonna become like stronger and stronger than that content to the point that it's like not even really challenging anymore, that's when I might even decide to transition to rings that give me negative rarity if exceptional farming is gonna be good. Because for rituals, if I do ritual thing, like it's not gonna matter for me because ritual is separate mechanic which is unaffected by rarity, and breaches, boom gifts, they're not affected by rarity as far as I understand, and getting high blood points, right? So the only thing that rarity affects is the ground loot or the loot that's gonna come directly from the mobs. And if I'm gonna do breach and I'm gonna get drops from mobs, I'm gonna go for negative rarity if exceptional items farming will be like a solid way to do the farming. Like if you know their system is gonna be like the same as previous or even better, even more enhanced. So yeah, the stuff that I'm gonna do, if exceptional rarity is gonna prove to be like a good thing, I will genuinely like not need any rarity at some point, and I will be able to just go into negative. So that literally saves me a bunch of modifier slots that I can invest into other stuff. So like better defenses, for example, you know, yeah, fix a bunch of defenses, and which means then I can allocate more jewel slots for offensive stuff. Like instead of, oh, defensive layer, you know, a little bit resistance, a little bit this, a little bit that. Instead I can slot like, oh, spirit, oh, additional, you know, damage percentages or whatever. Which is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I feel like the plan is coming together like really, really well. Like genuinely really well. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this. I think. $598, but this is with a little bit of quality. Okay, whatever.
Sure thing. All the best.
Nice. Yeah. Dude, yeah, this is a really good plan. Now within the next 2 days, like today and the next 2 days, we will have to practice campaign a little bit, and once we figure out our build, like whether it functions pretty good at this level with whirling assault, then figure out other skills as well what to use, because I literally have only quote unquote optimized or semi-optimized only whirling assault. I literally did not focus on a single other skill so far. This you can ignore because it comes from the previous, you know, attempts or from the previous farming. I've only worked on whirling assault and scaling this. Then we'll have to include probably like 1 or 2 heralds. We have also like free, you know, our assumption will have to be that will have at least additional 60 spirit, because right now we have like free 120 spirit, but close to 60 comes from the amulet, so we might not have that in the future. It really depends on how much the spirit stuff is gonna be beneficial for us. Yeah, oh my god, that everything is actually coming together beautifully. And it's even not the, like the perfect state, you know, it still can get better and better. It's it has to be infuser, right? You know what I realized? I literally I haven't done stuff with cultivation orbs and with siphoners. Like I haven't. Yeah, I haven't used these two, I don't think. And there's some crazy stuff that other people can hit. Like swapping a negative unique, for example, negative unique mod with like some pretty good positive, you know, mod that they can get. And I haven't really ever used Orb of Extraction. So I don't. It seems like I don't have Bell infusers. It's whatever. Wait, isn't there such a thing where we could store catalysts and expedition stuff, as in like a stash tab? Because I think I was looking into it and I didn't find it. But it's just so weird for me. Don't they actually have stash tabs just for dedicated for those affinities? Because it would be like really nice to have like this stuff dedicated just for them. And have like tons of space, you know, for them. Because having your, you know, stash tabs filled just with those things, like for example, catalyst, is like, you know. What the fuck is this? Oh, ancestral. And we're definitely gonna do some gambles. Like if we're gonna do the end game ooh. Ah, but it's a level 80. Okay. We're definitely gonna do like some gambles. Basically, if we're gonna get like some, you know, from nothing X, Y, and Z, we're definitely gonna like AD them and do that kind of stuff. I really want to have like not just like be the most efficient, but sometimes, you know, do a little bit of a gamble frenzy. Let's make you popular? No, let's get you banned, rather. Although this is a bot account and it's not gonna matter. This is a bot account. And they're gonna continue doing the same thing time and time again. But it is what it is. Yeah, there's definitely consideration for amulets, right? The amulets can have like up to even 5 prefixes or suffixes based on the yeah, I want to see actually how many amulet mods will we realistically need of like prefix and suffix. Spirit potentially. This wouldn't hurt. But realistically, Bruh, from prefixes, we don't really need anything. Like, it's not... We must have it. So, like, Spirit will most likely be useful for us. Because it's one of those where we can enable, like, additional skill that might be beneficial for us. But the rest of it is, like, irrelevant. For our league plan, this might not even be needed. Rarity. Accuracy is whatever. Most likely. Increase maximum energy shield and evasion. It's helpful, but it's like... It might not be, you know, a must. So literally all those things are not like a must. They can be helpful. The defense is never hurt. But it's not like, you know, we have to have them. At least on an amulet. So which means... There is potential for us to literally just go -2 prefix +2 suffix amulet type. Then go melee, crit chance, crit damage bonus. And then, for example, add the attribute, like to all attributes, for example. Because, yeah, look, instead of like 31, 33 of one singular, we literally can get a bunch of all types of attributes. Well, potentially, right? So, crit chance, crit damage, +2 skill levels, all attributes, and then some resistance. Yo, so this, or, okay, no, there's also desecrated mods. We have to consider that as well. Increase deflection rating. Oh, okay, so deflection rating can go on the prefix. So even having -1 prefix and +1 suffix is also like quite a good idea. This also, yeah, so deflection, evasion. Yeah, so there's a couple of good prefix desecrations, it looks like. And global defenses, I guess, is pretty good. Yeah, so there's definitely like we could take use of like either 1 or 2 prefix slots, but most likely not 3. Unless we would slap this and then work on that spirit and desecration. Okay, so we definitely have options. We definitely have options. But they're like a little bit more limited. Whereas like with suffixes, we for sure want 3 of them. Which is melee skills, crit chance, crit bonus. These we want 100%. Increase skill effect duration. Does that actually increase the amount of time, like how long I get to spin per 1 click? Because, I mean, it doesn't have the duration tag, right? But it does have, like, attack time. I guess it's not considered as duration time. +1 to level of all skills. If you play like some sick hybrid with like all kinds of skills, I can see it being nice. Yeah, but it looks like prefix desecrations are way better on amulet than suffix for us. Cause I don't think the stuff that we can get, yeah, the stuff that we can get here is something that we desperately want. This can be fixed with jewels, so we don't have to have it here. 3 to 5 quality? I don't know. 3 skill speed, maybe. That one, maybe. Increase reservation efficiency of aerial skills. Or maybe that one, if we're gonna be able to squeeze like 2 or 3 of them. But then, if you want to squeeze, let's say 3 of them, then we kind of want to do this, for example, right? But then we'd have to spend This one node gives in 120 increased damage in total. The only problem is that we don't scale equally. Lightning most likely is going to be the most effective for us, and cold is going to be secondary. The fire damage increase, even though the values are higher, we will not necessarily seek for fire damage. We'd rather have cold damage. If there, we will have to make trade-offs. We'd rather have cold damage for additional potential freeze and stuff like that, especially against bosses. Whereas fire damage is the least helpful. Unless we would have a way to do the conversions. But wait, conversions. Do they come before the increased calculation, or do they go after the increased calculation? That's a good question, actually, I think. Yeah, we'll also want to look into allocated, unallocated, and so basically, more or less every single one of them can be allocated. That's crazy. How many of the emotions do they have so that every single big node can be? Damn. Good girl. Yeah, we're definitely have to look into all the notables to see like which one we will want to. Holy shit, that's actually pretty cool. How high is the crit chance? Basically almost 90%. Good girl. Peach Papa. So this is lightning one. Papa. The problem is we are affected by... I want to actually try it without this. Just to see how strong we are without the... Because we're not going to play this. We're going to play something different. And we won't know exactly like how well it translates, you know. 1-to-1, not 1-to-1, whatever, whatever. Okay, so first one. Gonna be this. A car. One thing that I'm spotting for myself is that there might be some mana issues, so we'll have to fix it either with like moving around some of the passive points on tree, or adding jewels with like recover mana on kill. Yeah. So for Whirling Assault specifically, because like also I could just use Better Flask. But still, like one cast literally uses like half of my mana. $47, $41, $64. And that's decent.
This is all we have. I will make you. Time is of the essence.
Dude, this this like way of us like, just like making the build like this and just like trying to come up with stuff. It's quite interesting because it's literally the first time that I'm doing this, and I can see like how there's like a lot of stuff to think about. Actually, it like, you know, it's not that easy. Yeah, but this is kind of realistic representation of like what we can potentially get without having to have like best in slot. Because +5, if they're not gonna change the levels of the tiers, like it's gonna be achievable. It may not be the easiest, but it's gonna be like achievable. This tier 1, we would probably aim to like fracture it at 4.9 or something, and then do this. This is like also quite doable. Yeah. And I'm not gonna try to divine for like perfect values anyways right now. So yeah, this is gonna be somewhat reasonable. You might even do something weird like wolf or bear, martial artist. Hey, come on, baby. But like, wait, so you would actually do attacks in those forms? You wouldn't be using like the usual monk spells? Damn, okay, okay. Or both, maybe. Interesting what you might be able to cook up with this stuff. Like how good it might be. Because that, I mean, in theory, that sounds interesting. There is a movement speed rune, right? That gives 5%. Nice. So this one is going to be desired basically all the time. Fair.
Yes.
Hmm.
Go.
Damn. Wait. It's less than 3 days of time, right? Yep, it's less than 3 days of time. Oh my god. Wait, so it's gonna be in it's gonna be 2 days, 22 hours. So it's basically in 8 minutes it's gonna be exactly then. So it's gonna be 11 p.m. for me when the thing is gonna be released. Okay, so I think it's good that I'm having the schedule that I'm having right now, because it would not be a good time for me. But now I can literally start from the first hour and play for the first, I don't know, maybe full day or something. I don't know if I'm gonna go past 24 hours of playtime without stopping, but at least for the first, you know, more than half a day, I'll for sure be online grinding. Take the notes that give combo. Hit as beer or wolf, build combo, drop the bell with combo, skill use combo, spending supports on skills, and so on. Would you say that combo stuff is like powerful in empowering your character, like as a monk, generally speaking? Because I have not dived into stuff like, you know, charges, into combos and stuff like that yet. Oh man, this it's nice that they do this these kind of things. It can be. Okay.
I need mana.
Bruh, this one is. Nah, some people are. Wait, by the way, where do people get adorns? I know that there's like supposed to be a farm or something. A POE adorned. And last one, Reduce chaos damage. So it looks like he spent the mirror and he got like a few mirrors back. Crazy. What drops the adorn? The trial master. Wait, so you can do trial of chaos? Right? There's the trial of chaos. And you can potentially get adorns. The trial master uses tribal mask. Looks like ass. Okay. Hate Forge. Ooh, Hate Forge gloves. I'm really oh, I remember the shield, Omen Crest shield that you can get from the trial. So basically what I'm looking at, I just closed it. GG. Wait, PO2 adorned. Trilu Master. Yeah. So yeah, I remember this was like a meta, like for mages especially, if I remember correctly. Get a bunch of energy shield and put a bunch of like, get like 3 socketed or whatever, or maybe even 4 socketed stuff, and then just do the thing. So adorned. Okay, so the adorned. Wait. But I know that some people despise trial of chaos farming, because I think like, wait, does this mean that you can no longer, if there is a red mod, does that mean that you cannot twice corrupt it and get another mod? Because there's definitely like I see a person doing this gamble, and they're listing these with the red mods. Can they not like use Val, like the whichever mod? I don't understand actually how it works. Wait, but they always come corrupted, no? Yeah, they always come corrupted. Why are these mods red? They come from Val stuff, right? But if it comes from Val stuff, shouldn't it be like, since Adorn is already corrupted, shouldn't it be like twice corrupted then? Because it already comes in corrupted state. Or am I missing something? For combo stuff like this, combo finisher. Wait, let me see. Sorry for the flashbang. Or maybe I'm not sorry. Okay. So you basically empower stuff. There are a bunch of... I see. So you might decide to like empower something with this. And then sort of like build it up, and then use like this one big thing that just smacks crazy amounts of damage. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I don't understand this part about the adorns. Not gonna lie. Negative rarity. Yeah, ritualist with 3 rings. I remember this. Bella. We even went to some apps together at some point. Alright, so I have basically everything sorted to a very high-end game state, but not like min-maxed. But it's still like decent amount of tier 1 mods, a lot of relevant mods. No, it's not like I'll ever get an Adorn, so not worth it thinking about it. What if you do Trial of Chaos and you get it? Hmm? I wonder how like Trial of Chaos farming works, because it's like past stages, right? So it's not like you pick Temporalis and you skip through them everything and you're like insanely fast. There's a lot of, you have to defend for X amount of time. You have to move the pillar from one place to another, so by following it. So there's like a lot of stuff that it's like, yeah, I would say like, yeah, movement speed is definitely like relevant, but at the same time it's like there's a lot of zones where you can't just like zoom through. There's a lot of like, you know, those where you have to defend for a minute and a half and like survive. You have to wait, what was the other one? Move the pillar, for example, and you literally can't go fast. You have to like slowly walk with it. Maybe there's a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so let's do first test. We're not gonna use anything. We are only gonna use one skill. We're gonna pick 16 map with. Okay, I'm not even gonna look at mods. I'm just gonna go going like this. I'm just gonna throw myself into the water, just for the fuck of it. Alto. Creek. I don't remember Creek. Raised fields. This one is kind of open if I recall correctly. And let's pick a bunch of maps. These tabs are before I had maps, map stash tabs. Yo, be right back. Yep. Yes sir, yes sir. Oh, but there's a lot of the, yeah, maps are there. You see, like I had them separated. Yeah, because I didn't have stash tabs by then. Now I do have. Nice. Yeah. I don't remember what you actually have to do in the game in order to be able to have like rare tablets. Can I not like, you must defeat the Arbiter of Ash and the Burning Monolith to use the item on Precursor Tablet. Oh yeah, we also will be able to, you know, further do our build and then wait, what? But I already have it. 40 out of 40. What does that even mean? I don't understand. I guess it just says like how many I have unlocked. 2, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Okay. Ah, I see. Yeah, we're gonna juice it up for sure. Okay, whatever. So, yeah, this is approximately gonna be it. So what we don't have is like good movement skill for now. I was like,
Not yet.
bro, what the hell? I'm in level 81 zone. 6 mods. Like I wasn't keeping the build weak or anything. Or rather, I wasn't keeping like minimum mods or something. I just tried to put as much stuff into it to make sure that, you know, it's quite challenging. Okay, I see. Mana is a bit of an issue. Okay, but I have not used my jewel slots yet. Yeah, so doing recover mana on kill. Okay, I will try that. We'll have to get a couple of jewels and put the recover mana on kill on both of them. But that's kind of good to know. So like mana fix is gonna be relevant because the spell is costly and it just doesn't regen as fast. So like that additional gain from killing the mobs is gonna be like really helpful. Yeah, but the clear in itself is like pretty good. Even right now at the state that we have, and it's not like fully min-maxed, I don't use a single jewel even though I have 3 jewel slots. And you can consider, you know, those 3 jewel slots potentially at some point turning even into more with voices. Like what? That is actually insane. Yeah, so mana is definitely a thing. Okay. Good to know. Okay, let's see. Ooh, so something actually kills me. What killed me? I have no idea. Cover mana on kill. It's 2 max or 3 max? It's 2 max. Okay, let's look at the jewels a little bit and see what might be the relevant stats for us. Wait, I don't want to flashbang y'all. O2DB. Yeah, we're just gonna look into regular ones. Not the unique ones. And later we're gonna like potentially look into some unique jewels. But we want to take it like one step at a time, right? Rubies we're most likely not gonna need, right? I'm assuming. Let's see. Presents we're not gonna have. Banners, don't think so. Incision, I don't know what even incision is. Is there incision somewhere on the... Incision is the debuff which causes the affected target to gain increased chance to be inflicted with bleeding. Oh yeah, so our ability is not gonna be related to bleeding, or at least I don't think so. Yo, Yaron, what are you doing right now? Are you perhaps also like theory crafting, looking into some stuff? So yeah, so far like 1/3 of mods are not relevant, sorta. So what is it that you're doing right now? Increase defense from this, increase global physical. Yeah, so basic ruby jewels are not gonna be relevant for us, it looks like. Unless there's gonna be like specific good desecrations that are like out of this world. Exposure effect, I don't know, maybe? Increase in amount of damage and increase magnitude of ailments you inflict. But is that specific to? Oh, no, no, no. So desecrations are the same for all type. You made your hideout? Nice, 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 nice. That is really good. You know, you have to structure everything, organize, feng shui, so that everything is perfect. Yeah, okay, so since desecrated mods are the same for everything, yeah, for all types of like ruby, emerald, or sapphire, so we don't have to look into it right now, because it's gonna be the same. We just have to find the base of which the value is the highest for us. So yeah, rubies are out. Or if you this one is potential because we might be shooting projectiles, but it's conditional. So maybe there's gonna be one that's not conditional. But 20%, because if I'm not mistaken, are we gonna be able to do so? Okay, Yaron, maybe you'll know this. When playing Whirling Assault, right? There will be ways to trigger the stuff shooting, you know, from the spell itself. Just like it shows in this preview video, right? Like right now. Yeah, it's about to happen in a few seconds. Right, you see? The stuff that's shooting, you know, in all directions when they're doing the Whirling Assault. So I assume you can probably like trigger a bunch of stuff, right? So that it's shooting in different directions. So if I understand correctly, they will be considered projectile attacks. They're gonna be attacks with a projectile. Because like I'm halfway done with Whirling Assault so far. I really like the setup. It's strong. I don't know if it's necessarily the best, but it's strong. So soon I will move on to the other skills to build them, potentially. I will try to keep it as simple as possible so that we hopefully only need to use 2, maybe 3 active spells. So for clearing, you know, like Whirling Assault, maybe, I don't know, some buff, maybe charge staff or something, and that's it. If we're gonna use charges and have charge generation. Then swap, you know, for the boss, and do something like that. Yo, Ascended Alpha, good morning. Wait, it's not good morning, man. It is for you. It's 6 p.m. if I remember correctly, and for me it's 1 a.m. Yes, sir. But yeah, to be fair, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Okay, so it's 8-hour difference between us. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's 8-hour difference. Okay. Yeah, I woke up like 2 or 3 hours ago, so for me, like, relatively speaking, it's good morning. But yeah, so Ascended, I'm continuing to like basically I'm iterating further on my build, and so far I'm quite happy with the result. I want to show you. Okay, this shit looks sick when you're walking around, especially with better graphics. Love it. But okay, look, I'm gonna go, where is actual maps tab? Reduced extra damage from critical hits. Even this, like, we don't want to reduce, you know, critical, because we're gonna basically crit very much. I managed to push like a critical chance very high, so that's like pretty cool. Yeah, I will show you how the build currently functions in clearing the map, but keep in mind that there's gonna be some issues that I'm still like continuing to iterate on and trying to resolve. So let's choose Steaming Springs, whatever. It's kind of an open layout. I don't mind. Okay. So I just went for one map and I managed to die at some point once. I'm not sure exactly what killed me, but my layers, like my resistances are capped. I will have like a probably okayish amount of evasion and deflection rating, but this might not be enough of defensive layering, just in case, you know, the hits actually go through. Or maybe it was Ignite that I died. Yeah, so one issue that I'm kind of facing is that one cast costs half of my mana. Admittedly, I have level 29 gem, which I will not have for like 2 weeks, I'm assuming. Like 1 to 2 weeks. You know, that high of a level? But yeah, it costs half of my mana for one cast. So I already have one fix in mind, which I'm gonna do in like next 15 to 20 minutes. But yeah, so the clear in itself is pretty good considering I'm literally using only one spell and I don't have a single thing that triggers. I'm literally using only Whirling Assault and I have only Herald of Thunder active with one support. This is the extent of my build in terms of skill gems. Like the rest of it is basically non-functional. I don't even have the Ascendancy picked up. So that's without Ascendancy. It's only one skill. There's no additional trigger, this, do that. There's no charges, there's no power, there's no consuming. It's literally just you spin and you have a little bit of a bonus from Herald of Thunder. So that's what the build is currently doing. And it's already in tier... I mean, preferably I wouldn't die like this. Okay, so that was like, yeah, if basically I sprint and I'm knocked down, I'm dead. So I will have to figure out one thing. I will want to figure out my movement. Then I will have to figure out my mana stuff. So either recover mana and kill or do something like that. So these are two things that I will have to solve. And preferably, if possible, improve my defenses even further just to be safe in case something fails, you know? Something comes from off screen or there's like a bunch of ignite on the ground and sometimes I might not be able to avoid it or whatever, like just to be safe. So these three things that I want to solve and also add a bunch of skills to make sure that I, you know, deal more damage. So one of the key things that I will want to do is to add stuff to Whirling Assault and cast on critical so that I trigger a bunch of stuff and use my spirit. I'm not sure if I'm gonna aim to have 150 total spirit, but at least 90 spirit or like 120 I think is a fair assumption that I will have. So yeah. Okay, you need to use Staggering Palm to get the buff, and then you will shoot the projectiles from Whirling Assault. Staggering Palm. It is a skill gem, yeah? Skill gem. Stagger. Do I have this? Okay, I don't. So, okay. This, yeah? Defensively, your evasion you want as high as possible. 95% cap, minimum 80 if you're going full evasion. Damage looked solid. What's it like? Look like boss wise. Mana can be solved by mana and kill. To solve it simply with a minimal investment. Investment you can solve it in other ways, of course. Yeah, so I want to take it like one step at a time. Try to fix like one thing, then test it on the map again. Then fix another thing, test it on the map. Then add this and that and so on. So for now. Evasion rating is like, yeah, I have only 50% evasion. My evasion is not the highest because not everything is min-maxed at this point. Like basically the way that I put the build together right now is with the assumption that I'm gonna be able to achieve this build within 1 to 2 weeks. I'm guessing. Maybe I'm not gonna be as efficient and maybe this league is not gonna be as easy as possible, like as it was like previous leagues. But yeah, because for example, look at this staff, right? Tier 1 and elemental damage, tier 2 lightning, tier 4 cold, tier 1 crit, and +5 to level of all attack skills, and let's say sixth relevant mod. This is not gonna be like a staff that you get right away, you know? So yeah, it's gonna take some time. Yeah, and Headhunter, like that's what I'm saying, why I'm talking about like, you know, like 2 weeks period or something, because It's gonna take time to farm this up and slowly like upgrade. This is not gonna be like quick build. But Headhunter is also doable. If I'll know what I'm doing, it's gonna, you know, I should be able. So yeah. Yeah. So I'm not expecting to have them both. I just put I just put them on together for now because I can, and it's gonna be possible to have this. So basically, I'm gonna, let's say, pop like +4 to level of all attack skills, because next week it's gonna be weaker, right? And then maybe get attack speed mod or something. Like it's still gonna be possible to have like 3 useful types of mods. It may not necessarily be as high capped, but it's still like, I just wanted to approximate what kind of build I can have that's not like best in slot tier 1 mods, but something that's quite achievable within like 1 to 2, maybe 3 weeks, you know, time. When you play properly and you farm properly and you like quote unquote abuse the market well, right? So that is my goal. That's why I'm not like looking to tier 1 mods everywhere. So for example, this helm is like quite solid mod, right? It's not perfect. It has like the maximum life, and it has like a hybrid mod. Instead of increased evasion percentage and that kind of stuff, it probably can have higher evasion rating, but it's something that you can reasonably expect to have because there's a bunch of like semi good mods or semi good tiers, you know. So yeah, that's why I'm like keeping it like 50-50. It's on the high end, but it's still like 50-50. It's not perfect. So yeah, I want to solve this. Okay. Oh, Yaron. So we're gonna palm strike. Yes. Wait. You said staggering form. So I use this. What will I do with this? Will I have to have specific? Will I have to have specific? Will I have to have specific supports on it so that it would trigger with whirling assault? Dash to an enemy and strike them instantly, heavily subbing. No. Skill grants you above that causes recorded also fire projectiles. Yeah, so this part. Heavy stunning an enemy with this skill. So I want to use whirling assault, and I want stuff to shoot out while doing whirling assault. If I do this separately, will this be triggered by whirling assault? Wouldn't it have to be then with like cast on crit or something? Wait, really? But it, okay, from what I'm reading, right? It says heavy stunning an enemy with this skill grants you above that causes your quarter staff attacks to also fire projectiles for a short duration. The buff is not for long, and you have to heavy stun someone with this skill. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, because like you still have to kind of use it intermittently, and the buff does not stay for long, right? It's like a couple or a few seconds or something. Yeah, so I wonder, what if I would... It's useful for the movement tech. Am I retarded? Like, there has to be mobs, right? For me to see it, like how it moves. 7.5 seconds. Oh, 7.5 seconds is actually quite a lot, considering. Is it possible to do cast on crit? Palm to dash to the back, whirling assault to kill the back. Oh. Okay, wait. Okay. Then if I palm to dash to a pack, can I build the stuff in a way that I basically trigger instant heavy stun? Stun 2, ricochet 2, so basically I increase the chances of basically heavy stunning the target that I'm gonna cast it on, basically to 100. Cast on crit support spells? Okay. But there's probably still something useful that I'm gonna be able to put on cast on crit, right? Because my crit chance is gonna be amazingly high, and I'm gonna hit multiple targets with this spell in terms of like farming AoE. So I'm assuming there's probably gonna be like spell or something that is related to crit, or I don't know, maybe some other type of mechanism to trigger stuff. Because basically my goal is use Whirling Assault as much as possible, minimize the active usage of the other things, and try to tie as much of everything as possible to Whirling Assault so that it triggers stuff, it activates stuff, it consumes stuff, it releases stuff, it whatever is possible. I don't know what is possible. That's where I need to do the research and help in, if you know way better like what you can do with Whirling Assault. But that's in my head, that's the goal. That's what I want to try and achieve. Okay, you're on. You gave those. You gave those support gems. All right. You can cast on crit any spell and use Oisin's Oath for mana leech to solve mana issues. Oh, the thing is, you'd probably be focused into too many places because cast on crit cast spells and you'd have no spell scaling. So, say I don't focus on spells in terms of damage. Is there an angle for cast on crit for like stunning enemies, for freezing enemies, for basically to apply the exposures, the further reduction, you know, of elementals that happens after Rakiatas, right? Like maybe it's not even gonna be like efficient. Maybe we're not gonna use cast on crit in the first place. I'm just throwing the ideas out, and maybe you guys know better what is like possible and you know what we can do, because it's entirely possible that what I'm coming up with right now is just completely useless and it has no like you know, no benefit like in terms of, you know, trying to min-max the build. Wait, I'm gonna first put these mods in, and then I'm gonna read up on them just real quick. Multi-shot, armor break. It's really good that these are like regular and not, and they're not, yeah, they're like regular and they're not like lineage supports that cost like, you know, 32 livers. Okay, so what will I do with them? So I dash to the pack, I do boom boom boom, and then immediately use Whirling Assault. So I have to use, I'll put it like on a more convenient button. Maybe it's gonna be E for me. We'll see. So what's it gonna do? More stun buildup. Okay, that immediately makes sense to me. Projectiles from supported skills have 50% to chain and... Okay, I see what you're cooking. So this ricochet effect, it relates to that part of that causes your quarter attacks to also fire projectiles. So it's specifically buffing this part. And since we use this skill not for its initial use, but its post effect of like shooting projectiles out, so we are focusing on buffing that part basically. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Supported skills deal less damage, but fires to additional projectiles. And supported skills have less skill speed, which makes sense because we don't care about the skill speed. We just cast it once to jump to the back and that's it. And we're not like consistently using it. So the downside is not like as bad. At least from what I understand, right? Break armor equal to 20% of physical damage dealt by supported skill. Okay, what is the scalar of this? It's attack damage and 369, right? So it's not just physical damage, it's also gonna deal... The physical damage part is gonna be low. So I don't know, is it gonna be useful to actually have armor break from me? Or is it more about endurance charges? I mean, I don't have like a engine for stuff. It's just more utility. Because what I'm thinking is that my physical damage is gonna be low. It's literally like the lowest of all the damage types that I'm gonna deal. So it's just like, I guess, tiny bonus rather than like a big impact, right? Supported skills blind enemies. Yeah, so less accuracy, less evasion. Dude, that's so cool actually. Wow, okay. I'm just so far from the theoretical point of view. These 4 gems make a lot of sense. Armor break makes sense. It's just that I'm thinking about how impactful it's gonna be because my physical damage is very low. If you have extra spirit, the charges can be nice with charge regulation. So, okay. Right now, I'm assuming that my build should work well with Herald of Thunder, right? Because if I remember correctly, killing shocked enemies with a non-herald attack, which is Whirling Assault or sometimes Staggering Palm, will cause subsequent attacks hits to release lightning bolts, which deals attack damage. So we're gonna have some spirit anyways, right? My lightning damage... Oh, and apparently cold. But yeah, basically, my lightning damage is my highest damage source. I have like lightning damage from all the elementals the most. So Herald is kind of used, like it will have, you know, that the amount of damage that it can deal. So if I'm not mistaken, this Herald to use is gonna be pretty good for me. If you guys have any objections, or if you think it's dog shit or something, or I should rather look into something different, please let me know. But so far my thinking is, you know, like this. Because I have like a bunch of, you know, lightning damage, fly damage, and then it's skills and everything. Even though I'm not pure lightning damage specialist, but it's still like a big chunk of my damage output. It should still decently scale with Herald. So I don't know. If y'all think this is not as useful or there could be better options to utilize the spirit, let me know. Yeah. So for now I have 152 spirit, but the problem is 52 spirit comes from this thingy. So let's assume it's 50 spirit, not 52. But yeah, so right now I have 100 spirit naturally, I think, because 100 spirit is like a natural cap, right? Without any other bonuses. It's either 90 or 100 because I don't think I missed anything on the campaign. So yeah, so my thinking was, when I'm gonna choose to make an amulet, will I need the spirit from it? Because I don't know how much value does the spirit give to monk. Do monks want a lot of like spirit skills? Just telling my boy his eyes shut, eyes spotless. Nice. So, okay, if you guys have built like monks, or maybe have seen monk builds, do monks want to use more spirit? Do they aim to get spirit from amulet, from jewels, from, I don't know, maybe some other sources? Is it something that it's like it's impactful, and it's a really solid, you know, scaling thing for monks. Or monks are not that concerned about getting as much spirit as possible. Because what I'm thinking is, would I rather have an amulet where I grab spirit, or would I rather, let's say, have an amulet that says -2 prefixes, but +2 suffixes, and get that one mod, let's say, evasion rating from equipped armor, and then the rest is just suffixes. It really depends on the build. In most builds, it's pretty nice to have on the amulet. They don't necessarily need the helm enchant, but the spirit is, spirit on Ami is nice. Yo, Marley, what up, what up, what up? How are you doing? Did you sleep well last night? That's probably the most important question. They don't necessarily need the helm enchant. Helm enchant. Wait, what is a helm enchant in this case? But the spirit Ami is nice. So, like a baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's so nice. You can get spirit on the helm too. I assume it's gonna be desecration, right? It's not gonna be a natural spirit thing. So let's say we focus on maximizing dex. Desecrated efficiency. Oh, you mean like corruption? Oh, you probably mean corruption, right? Just listening to tunes and blasting. Fuck yeah, man. I think I significantly upgraded the gear so far. A lot of them use Wind Dancer too. Wind Dancer, I'm assuming, is a notable thingy that you allocate on amulet. Nah, it's typically corrupt. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. Oh, when oh wait, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. Is the one Wind Dancer? Isn't it Ghost Dance? Wind Dancer, actually. Okay. Oh, when it triggers, you get Gale Force, which essentially like gives you like, it pushes back the enemies and it gives you. Okay, so this could help with survivability, this part. I see. So basically, if they manage to go past my defenses and damage me a bunch, then it's just gonna trigger and basically give me another layer of defense to make sure that I'm not dead. Essentially, maybe not the exact mechanic how it works, but the idea of it. Like, what's the point of them, of the spirit, right? So okay, Herald of Thunder, Wind Dancer, and it might be worth looking into Herald of Ice, right? Herald of Ice. These are gonna be maybes. Holy shit, guys. I think y'all are cooking something. Y'all are in the kitchen right now, and y'all are cooking. And I'm just here to witness the excellence. Rise as if it's Phoenix from the ashes. Yeah, I think you guys actually are onto something. How is Herald of Ice that much more damage? Like, what am I missing? It gets +5. Attack persistent? Where? Oh, I know. Dude, shh. Nobody say anything, okay? Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So also you're getting some currency right now before working on monk. Spend too much on your witch, dude. I've been spending a little bit of currency as well on my character. Weirdly enough, I found on my character a bunch of homogenizing exaltations. I mean the omens, right? So I sold like a few of them to get like 700 or 800 divines, and then apparently omens of corruption are going for a decent amount right now. I guess people are want to stack up on them because it's gonna be legacy. So yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that you can like actually like sell off right now that goes out for decent. Okay, but y'all are crazy, guys. I mean, yo, by the way, if you want these shoes, I can just give it to you. Like if you're gonna make a build where this would be helpful for you, just let me know. I'll just drop it off for you, instead of you having to, you know, craft or spend spend money buying stuff, because these are like tier 1 cold, tier 1 fire, deflection rating, and 35 movement speed with like decent evasion stuff. So yeah, just let me know if you need this. I don't mind. Like I generally don't care about like having stuff. If it's gonna be useful for you guys, just let me know, and I'm down to share. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, it's the public one where I was selling stuff in the past before the async.
What is it? These are our supplies, as expected.
Or like...
Go.
Can I help?
Okay, okay. Let's say whatever.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
So, okay, I will have to solve the jewels thingy.
Quickly, I will make use of this. Of course.
Okay. What is this? Oh, it's for the regals? It does exist. I was not even aware of this. Okay, let's look into jewels. Let's do a quick recap. Quick checkup, recap for the jewels. So what are the mods and which ones? Do we need sapphires? Do we need emeralds? So... magnitude of ailments. Would this be useful for freeze and for shock? Or do they not work like that? Increased attack damage feels nice. But also I might actually choose increased damage with it against rare and uniques, because I think I'm gonna get to the point where I'm gonna like blast through the white and blue mod packs, and what's gonna give me more issue is rares and uniques. So having like a higher percentage of damage versus them, that might be even better. And hero skill deals increased damage. I don't think I need that, because like my main damage source is still gonna be whirling assault, and then the other skills for single target damage. Increase damage with quarter stuff. So how much does it give? 16. Okay. This... okay, quarter staffs. And this looks decent. Potentially magnitude of ailments. Or even this, because I'm gonna aim to have like a very high crit chance, right? So this might even be like very, very good. I think, at least. I don't know, like 100%, but I think so. Elemental damage? Nah, I'd rather just have attack or quarter staff increase. If we need defensives, I could also get some evasion rating. So there's definitely like a lot of prefixes that are useful for me. So emeralds are definitely the shit. I wonder if sapphires are... Oh, wait. Anna? Oh no, this doesn't have recover. Oh, okay, so mana is gonna come from here. Ah, I see. Okay, so if I use this... Oh, increased chance to shock. Or freeze buildup even. If I feel like my freeze buildup is not as good, I might use this. And one more. Yeah, one of those do sound solid. Increased chance to inflict ailments. Oh, so it's like lower percentage, but it applies to everything. And since I'm using both shock and freeze, this might be better than just getting a few more percentages, but only for one. Right? Or is my thinking wrong here? Crit damage bonus, actually. Increased critical hit chance. Oh. Wait. Okay. Increased. Wait, I can actually... Wait, will this work as I think it's gonna work? Let's try. How the fuck does it have 3 suffixes? Nah, they're cheating. Okay, whatever. I'll just do it like this. I want to check one thing. Yeah, this is kind of... I want to see how much... Oh yeah, I consume corpses on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. There's... Bro, will I have to craft my own jewels right now? I mean, we could spend a little bit of time to craft my own jewels. Like, I have to spend this much for this nonsense. Whereas I could... This. Wait, what's the filter for pseudo? Is it like pseudo mods? Pseudo modifiers like 3? Yeah, 3 modifiers. Yeah, literally 10x for this. No, actually, wait. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. This is better. Because it's better to fracture this. Because it has a wider range of interval. Whereas a recover maximum mana is just either 1 or 2%. So there's only 2 values. It's easier to divine after. Guys, am I like pogging right now? Am I like OP? Am I like 5-heading? I mean, or do that, I guess. And since it's increased presence area of effect, I can target this with a desecration. I can just target with desecration to free out the slot and have another chance at like a different mod. I don't have presence, right? My build is not gonna use auras. Bro, but that's like, what the fuck? There's this. El Fracturas. Crit chance? Nope. Okay.
Hello.
Go on.
Bye.
What you need. Of course.
Yeah, but that was kind of nice actually. So I just, where the fuck is it here? No, it's like rituals. Perfect. This and essence of abyss. Essence of abyss, yeah. Where the fuck did I put that? Ooh, okay. Moves a random modifier. While this item is active in your inventory, your next perfect essence will remove only. Whoops. X. Wait, can't I use it? This is a rare item, though. Item has the wrong base type. Really? Wait. Can't we do this? Rare item. What? It doesn't apply to jewels? Okay, anyways, what I wanted to check, I'm gonna figure that out a little bit later, is 87%. So how much will this increase? Because we're gonna put like 15%. How much 15% is gonna result in? In +4. Ooh. So that's like actually a decent upgrade, because we can have like let's say 1 or 2 jewels like this, and we push another like close to 10%, essentially. That's pretty good. But okay. Guys, isn't there like a moment where I can remove the prefix? Like, wait, actually, am I not supposed to be able to do this? Alhamdulillah.
I'll do you proud.
Yes, sir. I just want to use 2 of them, like recover 2%. So that I recover 4 in total and see if that's gonna be enough. This. Hmm.
Go on. These are our supplies. Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
I'll do you proud.
All right. Okay. Now it makes sense. It says like it's only for equipment. Dude, what the fuck? Whatever. Okay. Now it makes sense. Yeah, these are expensivos.
All the best.
Okay. Gonna craft our jewels. Yeah, we'll not be able. For a chance, yeah. It's not for jewel. I was asking why that is the case. No, not that it's. Thank you, kind, kind sir. I was. You'd need textural annulment omen. Yeah, which unless it's like insane values and it's that much worth it, I wouldn't do that most likely. Like it would be hard to imagine that we'd want to use textural annulment on stuff like rare jewels. Like what would have to be the end result that we would go for that we would want to do that, you know? Like it's hard to imagine that, but oh maybe. Okay, will my fractures work today? Okay. Okay, so I have 1 fracture. That's good.
Go.
I'm not even gonna. What do you think? Would you roll Chaos Orb with 2 of these? And wait until you hit 2 desired mods? Like recover mana plus something else? Or would you only reroll 1 and go through the Exalt route? It's probably the best to just spam Chaoses, right? Because like other options are like more complicated and then require annuls and stuff like that. I see. Thanks. Yeah. This person is trying to help me, but like my question was, or my intent or goal is different than what he's suggesting. But yeah, like the person is trying to help, you know? You cannot say thank you for the person who's cannot not say thank you, that is. Hey, when the 05 come, what can we keep from 0.4? Christoph, what do you mean by that? As in, what can we keep? As in where? Like in the standard league or like what do you mean by that specifically? I'm not sure I understand like where, what, like how or where you want to keep. Not sure really, just try stuff. I wonder how I would calculate this. Like what is the better one? Because it's easier to hit one that you that you want. And once you hit that desired suffix, then for prefix, per click, there's a 50% chance that you will remove the desired one. So for me, that it's not about like the simulation, but rather understanding the percentages. Because if I'm not mistaken, okay, I might be wrong. I barely have used Craft of Exile ever, but does it show the chances or like what are the percentages and stuff like that? Because like if it's just like in this particular scenario for simulation purposes, then it doesn't really matter, because I can just simulate, you know, in one place and the other, but it's not gonna actually tell me what are the stats, what are the percentages, right? So unless it does, unless it says like, oh, when you do this, there's this percent, you know, this amount of chance. Okay, that person's learning some also something. It's all good. Okay. But this is a really good experience with these jewels. We already know a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it's, especially with these omens. Maximum life. And we don't want damage penetration because it applies after. Whoa, wait. For this is freaking. Isn't this like really good? We wouldn't have what we want to have. Like, I started playing in 04 and I want to know that if I start a new character in 05 or with nothing, or my stash item is gonna... Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So every new league, if you choose to play in the league, like the new league is gonna be called Return of the Ancients. The last league on 0.4 that we played was called Fate of the Val. If you choose to play in the league, the stuff that is currently migrated and moved to the standard league, meaning like the stuff that we have right now, right? Everything is in the standard league. If you will create a character in the 0.5 league, you will not have the stuff. You will start with a fresh character with a fresh bank, or rather stash tab, that has the stuff only of the 0.5 league. So think of it like two separate stash tabs. There's a stash tab for 0.5 league that all your characters will share, you know, like unless they're like SSF or something. And there's a stash tab for the standard league, and these two are separated right now. Dude, look at this. This is actually really strong. What the fuck? Okay. Like if you land on something like this, hello. The question is, yeah. So basically, stash tabs work based on the leagues. Since it's gonna be a new league, Return of the Ancients, it will have its own stash tab, so to speak. So yeah, everything that I have right now here that you see, everything like, you know, like all these tabs and everything, all this wealth, everything is in a standard league. And the wealth is moved to standard league from every other leagues after the end. So this stash tab of standard league is a total of 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Since all of them have ended, everything was migrated to the standard league. And standard league is almost like a league where you test your characters, you test a bunch of, you know, stuff, you try various builds, you collect stuff. It's almost like a museum, you know, where you just collect a bunch of stuff and you keep it there if you want to. Like maybe you did an amazing craft and you want to remember it, so you just keep that item for yourself or something. Yeah. So standard league is more like that, whereas more competitive and more like actively played usually are the seasonal leagues, like 0.1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And now it's gonna be 0.5. Yeah. Okay. Cranium.
Have an order?
In POB 1, I have items that don't drop anymore. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. There's a bunch of items that I also have like on a couple of other characters. They're not amazing by any means, but they're like definitely items that no longer exist because you cannot get them. You know, the game was changed or patched in a way that it's no longer possible to get certain modifiers or certain intervals or certain tiers of mods, or even items themselves no longer drop. So for example, there is this omen. While this item is active in your inventory, your next exalted orb will add a modifier of the same type as an existing modifier on the item. Basically, it was a super strong omen that you could use for crafting other items. And it was, I think, available for 0.3. And for 0.4, it was no longer available. So right now, you cannot drop it anywhere. So the amount of these omens that exist in the game on all the characters is the maximum that's ever gonna exist, and with every single currency of these used, they will just go lower and lower and lower and lower in the amount, because you cannot acquire it anymore, which is, I don't know, for some people who want to collect stuff, is actually pretty cool, I guess.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Yeah, by the way, Christoph, how do you like PoE so far? Like, you said like you played only 0.4, if I understand correctly. Oh yeah, you started playing in 0.4, right? How do you like the game so far? What's your experience like? I'm gonna do something. Like, yeah, at worst, it's gonna stay like it is right now, and I'm not gonna alter it anymore. Yes, it landed a great chance. So if I want to, I'll be able to try and manipulate this. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Useless, useless, useless. That's not too bad, I guess. Imagine it just decided to keep her item one thing. It was like, you know what? I actually like this one. I'm gonna keep it. I don't even know if it would be worth like removing with maximum energy shield, I guess. Okay, I might do cast on crit stuff, so I'll choose this. I might do cast on crit just to give it a try. I'll just keep it, whatever. Okay. Crit damage and elemental damage. I want to roll on the higher end. Crit damage towards like higher than 15, and elemental damage higher than 10. 10, 15. 11 and 20. That's pretty solid. I wonder for how much would this one go. Like, it's not like it matters, but... And sure. Sure. Bunch of divs. Okay. So this is like a DPS thing. Wait, let me see. Critical hit chance 87. So it's gonna be 91 to something. And then when it oh yeah, Jesus. Add yet another one. It's gonna be like 95 point something. No? Why not? Okay, so it adds a little bit less than 4%. Okay. One time for POE 1 for April Fools, they renamed Cats on Crit to Cats on Crit. And you would throw cats every time you could. Wait, really? Wait, did they actually do that? Oh, wow. I mean, they definitely messed around. Ooh. I can... Dude, I literally got everything that I need. What? And it's almost the highest values everywhere. Look, increased magnitude of ailments you inflict. Elemental damage. And I have a lot of elemental damage. And recover mana and kill and critical. We are cooking. We are cooking. What the fuck? Nice. Here's a vid. Wait, no way. Wait, no way, no way, no way. Let's see. Ugh, a little bit of a flashbang. Are these supposedly cats? Wait. These ones? Like the quality is a little bit bad, but I guess that's it, right? Oh, walking around. Wait. I was paying attention to the skill projectiles. Oh yeah. I see. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's funny. I don't know. I started playing with my friends, so it makes it easier to like the game, but I have only 82 hours in the game, so I'm really noob in this game. It's all good, man. I legitimately, so to think of it, POE as a thing existed for what, over 10 years now? 10, 15, whatever, however long. So imagine how long the game existed, like especially POE 1. And I, for example, also like started relatively recently, like what, almost 2 years ago when POE 2 came out, essentially. So I'm also like, quite recently I was like kind of a noob, you know? Yeah, and Yaren is actually right. Everyone is a noob compared to them. So like, you know, just bow down to his excellence and, you know, hope that he doesn't select you for his fun time. Yeah. All right. So we have 2 jewels. This is just purely DPS. And this is DPS, magnitude, DPS, and recover mana. Let's see if 2% is actually enough of recovery of mana and kill. Because it might not be enough.
And shatter they shall.
I still have like 4 to 5 slots that I might replace in terms of skills. Alright, Gramps, I know to respect my elders. Yes sir, yes sir. Yo, dude. Marley, I don't know if you saw, but I just managed to craft like these kinds of jewels, which if you use cast on crit, maybe with some curses, all of these mods then would be useful. Otherwise, like 3 mods are useful. And then this one as well. Recover mana, crit, elemental damage, and magnitude of ailments. Yeah, so that's pretty good. And I've managed to get my crit for now with the help of these two jewels to 95%, I think. Yeah, 95%. So at this point, it's like my crit is basically fully there, almost. Like if I want to, I can minimax and bring it up to the highest value. 2% here, I guess. But that's not bad. I don't know. So yeah, especially if you get like this, like staff, and you divine it to very close to 5%, I think this would be like almost like close to max, right? They put out a video 30 minutes ago. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Rune shapes.
Okay, we're gonna look into video. But first, this song, which sadly only you can hear on Twitch. You cannot hear on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go. Dude, what a banger the song is. Holy shit. Could have been so, it couldn't have been a G. Oh my god, this song is so good. Okay. We have to settle down a little bit. We have to watch the video. Yesterday, I tried to buy new gear for my monk because of the chaos inoculation, but I ended up spending all my money and losing a bunch of my resistances. So I think in which class I want to start in 05. So, despite how it ended up, you know, for you, like trying to purchase a bunch of stuff and trying to make some gear and other things, is there like, are there classes or skills that you find interesting to try and to, you know, to play? Because like even, you know, like it didn't work out what you just did, you know, with like buying new gear and trying to upgrade things, and maybe you messed up a little bit. Despite that, would you still want to play the monk as an idea? Do you like, you know, do you like the monk? Do you like, you know, how it looks? Do you like what you can see it do when other people play it, or do you have maybe some other ideas what you'd prefer doing? So yeah, I think there's definitely like a question that you can answer for yourself, and I think it can be answered like despite, you know, whether how it just went for you just now with your, you know, last attempt to upgrade. Because the upgrading part, the, you know, improving your character and everything, that all of that can be fixed with enough, you know, research, with enough knowledge, with enough understanding, and, you know, even with help of other people. Like everything can be fixed. So, or at least I think that everything can be fixed.
These are my life's work. The more I studied, the more I began to see similar shapes in the stars above. It was then that I dedicated myself to becoming a rune seeker.
Nice.
As Pharaoh so kindly explained, runes are very powerful and ancient inscriptions, and they can be socketed into your items to grant them more power. During the League, inscribing symbols into remnants will let you choose between a bunch of different crafting runes that you can use to enhance your items. When you come across a remnant,
Wait.
crafting rune, during the League, inscribing symbols into remnants will let you...
So this is a remnant, right? This is a remnant. You put a bunch of shit in it.
You choose between a bunch of different crafting runes that you can use to enhance your items.
That you can use to enhance your items. So you just use those runes to put inside
when you come
this
across
thing.
a remnant, it has a number...
Oh, no. So it has... Wait. What the fuck does this mean? So... Okay, wait. I don't know. Should I... Yeah, I'll disable the visibility of the chat for 1 second. So look, there are a couple of rune looking things, right? But these are not actual runes that you put in, right? Instead, these are sort of like recipes that you somehow find or figure out as you play, as you defeat mobs, as like how is it explained how the whole mechanism of like getting the better and better recipes work? Or
Number of slots ranging from 2 to 7. The more slots, the more
Yeah, for
powerful the
example.
remnant encounter, but the more options you'll have to choose between.
yeah, so
At the start of the game, you might find yourself crafting simple damage or resistance runes that are available at a lower level than you would normally be able to get them, giving you a decent power boost. But things quickly get more interesting. There are 22 runes for adding or modifying Runic Ward, a new resource that can protect you from death. Using these runes, you can add an extra defensive layer, or turn your Runic Ward into an offensive weapon using Kalguran runic skills.
wow.
There are also 13 runes that add powers specific to weapon types, like this one which gives a chance for grenades to explode a second time.
okay, okay.
Or this one which gives you a new buff called Druid.
I can.
Prowess when heavy stunning enemies.
Damn. That seems strong, especially if
In
you're
addition,
doing like boss
there are
content.
22 runes designed to give you power at low levels, like this one which gives you a bunch of elemental resistances, or this one which gives you a ton of spirit. These runes are designed to be powerful, but drop off in value as you level up.
That's actually, dude, this idea, it's like you get a bunch of power right now, so in case you're struggling to find like a meaningful upgrade in terms of like the gear piece or something, literally have things that give you a boost of power, and you are not afraid to slam because eventually you're gonna swap out the gear. So even though they become weaker as the time goes, you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I no longer use the gear, and also the room became weaker. So it's like I'm more actually discard them and do whatever else. So this is actually so
They're
good.
great for power leveling a second character in the league. We also have 6 runes that can be used to expand.
Boots can roll chronomancy modifiers. God. Marksman modifiers. Dude. No way. So we will basically have a bunch of runes that can roll some interesting modifiers that we may want. And if they're not gonna be like permanent runes, but you can put one in, and if it fails, put another in instead of it, and just cycle back and forth until you get the desired thing that you want. Dude, that's so fucking awesome. It's gonna be even more variety and more choices. And if they're not gonna be permanent, like once you put that in, that's it for the rune socket. That's actually so cool. But it says socket bound. I'm not sure if the socket bound actually does mean that particular thing that I was referring to right now. The bound PO2. Permanently altered is the gear. Oh, okay, so these are gonna be permanent. These are gonna be permanent. Yeah, so socket bound means that that's it. They permanently
and the pool
alter.
of modifiers used when doing high-level crafting. So for example, you can socket Catler's Gloom into some gloves, and it will enable the crafting of a bunch of new decay modifiers that can be used.
Dude, what the fuck? So you slot that in? Oh my god, dude. Do you understand that you can put this shit on gloves? And then you will roll them and get, for example, a decay modifier. It will have to transform somehow when you put that into a glove slot if you're playing martial artist. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? The amount of stuff that they're adding that we'll have. I don't know what to do. Is there a way to just like skip time for a couple of days and end up on the league start?
Used for damage over time builds. After socketing one of this type of rune, use regular exalts or chaos orbs to try and craft the new mods.
Crazy. Wow. What? So we're basically gonna sacrifice this thing. But okay, you know what's cool? So there are probably some gear pieces that don't get insane value from the rune socket, but the stuff that putting these runes in the kind of modifiers that it's gonna enable might be way more impactful than having a rune effect like, oh, adds damage or attack speed or whatever. There's probably gonna be some gear pieces where you'll want to add this type of rune so that you enable some modifiers way more. You know what's gonna be interesting? Oh, dude! Wait. Dude. What if there's gonna be... What if some of these modifiers are gonna be this modifiers? What I mean by that is, what if some of those modifiers are gonna be like, for example, if you build a bow, right? So, +2 level skill, 5% crit chance, flat physical damage roll, highest increased physical damage. Like, let's assume these are like BIS modifiers for one build. What if there are gonna be modifiers who will be on par with those BIS things, or even maybe even some like more impactful? What you'll want to do is literally take a wide base, put the rune in, do some transmutes and augments, annul aug, for example, until you get the tier 1 that you want, and then you fracture it. And then you start building from that, because there's a chance that some of these modifiers might be the ones that you actually want to have. It may not, but there might be. And if there's gonna be, it's gonna be worth it to just go into PODB and quickly look into them and figure out like maybe they're build enabling stuff or like highly empowering build stuff, to the point that it's like you want to start from this and you want to have this and you want to have this fractured, and only then do you move, you know, forward.
There are also several
Holy
runes that
shit.
have one-off powerful effects on items, but are bound forever.
What? So the cap of items power is actually... Okay, to be fair, I don't know if... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if rune is way more impactful or mod. My assumption is that usually mods are multiple times stronger than the runes. Rune is like kind of like a tiny bonus, right? So putting this kind of rune in to be able to get an additional mod, for example, we go monk build, right? So we add +1 prefix modifier allowed, and we go flat lightning, flat cold, flat fire, and then plus elemental damage increase. Dude, what are we talking about? Oh my god. Yeah, and monk has the rune sockets, the extra ones. Dude, what the fuck is this league gonna be like? Do you understand how hard it's gonna be to actually have like items with tier 1 sockets, especially those with like 7 modifiers? Oh my god, I can already see Belton, you know, rubbing his palms right now. and be like, I'm gonna craft like 10 different mirror tier items, and I'm gonna be the first one to make the mirror tier item, you know, with 7 mods. Holy shit. What
into
the
the
fuck
socket,
are we talking
like
about?
this one, which allows any item to gain another suffix.
Okay, that was suffix. Is it only with suffixes? Or is it gonna have prefixes as
Or
well?
this one, which allows you to create a dual socket.
Dual socket, that's pretty cool. Wait, are there not gonna be prefix thingies? Only suffix? I mean, we don't know. Maybe they just showcase this. Maybe they don't show that there's gonna be prefix and there's gonna be one. But holy shit. That is actually dude. And there's no way that one singular mod or one regular singular rune. Okay, no, I'll put it differently. There's no way that current runes are stronger than the impact of the new runes. Getting additional modifier, even if it's suffix, or being able to slot additional jewel. Wait, can you slot in voices jewel in here? Can you slide in a voices jewel here? if it's gonna be possible to slot voices jewel in the gear as well, I can already imagine POE millionaires walking with gears where every single socket is a jewel. Is a voices jewel +4. I mean, if that's gonna be enabled. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The question is, like, which sockets will be able to transform with these things? And whether those sockets will accept voices. Because they might actually limit voices only to passive tree. Maybe they're gonna have like a special line that it only can be allocated in the passive tree, for example. I don't know, you know? Because they might have seen that, okay, this might be a possibility, and then everyone is gonna be like Super Saiyans. But if it's gonna be possible, dude, voices is limited to 1. What do you mean by 1? Only 1 voices item per character? Oh. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair because voices is incredibly powerful. So then, okay, that's fair. That's good. I think it's good. It's not like it's bad, right? It's completely fine. It's just I thought, what if? Then, you know, gonna go crazy. What about HOTV? I legit don't even know what that is. So you'll have to, you know, entertain me and explain a little bit to me what the fuck is with HOTV. Wait, when socketed transforms all fire and lightning modifiers to equivalent cold modifiers. Oh shit, so you can do elementals.
Any elemental mod from one element to another.
Dude, what
There's
the
even
fuck? The customization. Heart of the Well? So you mean like make as many dual sockets on your gear and then use Heart of the Well on each of them, right? Dude, that's actually... Oh my god, if that's... No. Also limited to... No, you're... Dude, We can use multiple Heart of the Well in right now. Wait, what do you mean? Am I tripping? We can use multiple on our gear. Like, at least as of this moment. No. You right now you can for sure equip multiple of them. At least in passive tree. You for sure can equip multiple. I had also like 2 or 3 of them. So unless it's changed for the new patch. I mean, maybe it's changed for the new patch. Wait, where do you see that it says that it's limited to 1? Is it like in patch notes or something? Where can I find it? Oh, when you open PODB. I see it now as well, actually. Look at it in the market, but here it is not. Okay, look. Okay. Let's do an experiment. I'm gonna spend a few annuls just for you, man. Oh, wait, wait, you're right. Wait, how the fuck did I miss that? So it must be a new patch. It must be a new patch, because I think I remember myself using more than one of this. Unless I'm tripping, but I think I legit used multiple, and I think I saw builds. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think yeah, okay. Yeah, I see now. It's most likely a change because of the new patch. I guess what is that since now we will be able to slot jewels into our sockets on the weapons or on the gear. They immediately thought of like various jewels that can scale like incredibly. So they didn't want someone to just spam like, 15 of those jewels. You see, even Adorn there's only 1. So those like either unique jewels, maybe all the unique jewels or something, so that you don't stack on one that's gonna like exponentially crazily like scale your character. But instead you can use like one of this, one of this, one of this, one of this, and that's it. Which is fair enough. Because duels can be like really strong, and if they give actually more jewel slots that you can choose whenever you want to have on your gear, it's only fair, I think, that they do this. But dude, the amount of stuff that's gonna come out just because of these runes. And do you realize that we're like, at least, okay, I'm sitting right now scratching my head, and I'm like amazed by the amount of stuff that the runes are gonna bring. And it's just the runes. It's literally, I'm feeling this way right now about the runes, not including the rest of the content.
A rune that can upgrade any other rune, allowing you to upgrade them beyond the normal limit.
We're gonna eat good for the next couple of weeks or a few weeks.
Legacy, a special rune that can
Socket it into a unique Goran or Azamite item. Oh, so there's gonna be the item to create a rune imbued with that item's power. Oh shit, so there's gonna be like a bunch of Kalguran and Azamite thingies that you're gonna create runes out of it by extracting a
be socketed into any Kalguran or Azamite unique to destroy it, but create a new rune that takes some of the properties of that unique. So for example, use this on a Trample Toe to create a Legacy of Trample Toe rune. Socket into any boots and, just like the unique it came from, you'll deal 10% of overkill damage to all enemies in a 2-meter radius. Or how about the Legacy of Twisted Empyrean? Destroy a Twisted Empyrean and you can add cold damage based on your maximum mana to any weapon.
Dude, I wonder if if this rune is selected on those items to give you like specific mod, or it can give you literally any from the whole list. Let's say there's a few mods on the item. Can you extract only one of them, like specific one that they like pre-programmed, or can it like any of them?
With Aldur's Legacy, you can create another 100 or so runes with all sorts of unique effects. At this point, you might be thinking, that's a lot of new runes. And you'd be right. This is the runes of Aldur after all. But we didn't want the old runes to be left behind either. A significant number of the old runes that were not being used have been buffed as well, making this crafting system
Wait, you saw cold resistance is 18 now. Tripping? So instead of 14, it's gonna give it 18% now. It's gonna be easier to cap resistance. It's even early on before you want to move on to the more powerful.
buffed as well, making this crafting system significantly better. Explore everything runes have to offer in the Return of the Ancients update on May 29th. See you there.
See ya, Johnny. I mean, flashbang, flashbang, flashbang. You get a rune, you get a rune, and you also get a rune. Everyone gets a rune. Oh. God. Let's go. No, but literally, what the fuck is going on, man? Like, how insane? What? Huh? We are eating. There's gonna be so much new stuff to look into. Yeah, the monks are buffed. Okay, okay.
What is it?
Here you go, Gaben. Take these 2 hearts of the well. Okay, let's try another map. Let's try another map. It tests how new upgrades. If I'm gonna like thin mana better, or I still need Crypt. Literally my favorite map. I think I like Crypt the most. You see, if you use tier 16 Waystone with irradiation or +1 from the Atlas, and it's a corrupted zone, then you can get a level 82 zone. Don't forget to test the staggering palm. Yep. Alright. Yeah, we need more units too. Wait, I wanna. Yeah, I will definitely do that. Want to? Is it? House 4. Nice. Yeah, now it's shooting stuff. Oh my god. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? No. Okay, so 2% sustain is already like pretty good. So I think if we can settle for 4%, recover mana. Oh no, I like this build so much already. What the fuck? No, it's illegal, guys. It's illegal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Daddy, please don't take me home. I want to stay at the playground. Oh my god. This is actually insane though. Okay. So what I'll want to fix for sure is a little bit more movement. But I guess when there's going to be like loads and loads of packs, it's not going to matter that much. Because like usually you will see mobs on the screen that you can then jump to, right? Most of the time. Yeah, next league it will even be better. No. I don't want it to be too good to be true, or like just too good. No. You can't spoil us that much. No, come on. No, we don't deserve this, you know? You know what I feel like? With the way that the new league is gonna be, I feel like I have to like for the next 24 hours, I have to just, I don't know, take a belt or something and whip myself like 50 times every hour, you know, just to balance the scales out. Like it's just too good. Ah. No, no, no. It can't be that good. Seriously. Like, and I'm not even kidding. Let me say, I'm not like overplaying. I'm legit. Dude, it's so cool. What? Like, I genuinely am really excited. And no, 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 no. Dude, by the way, I'm playing without an ascendancy right now. Yes, sir. Exactly, Marley. I'm gonna make an episode of Game of Thrones, except it's gonna be IRL, and I'm gonna upload it to OnlyFans. So yeah, for people who want to pay $28 per month. Okay, let's see the damage. So we are not buffing like our character in any like significant way. I want for the headhunter stuff to run out, kind of. I just want to see the purest form, because there's a decent chance that we're also not we're not gonna have the whole set, you know, including the headhunter. So magma. Nice. Okay, the headhunter bonuses are almost done. So okay, so let's see how much damage we're gonna deal. Yes, with spinning. Right, just with spinning. Okay, dude, but just with spinning, without any ascendancies, without further optimized skills, I just clicked whirling assault and that's it, without any headhunter stacks, without any additional skill setups or anything, and without... Yeah, dude, even in this context... Dude, that's actually so much damage. I was just using this and nothing else. Literally. I wasn't relying on, like, I don't know, additional skills, single target or anything. Like, I was legitimately just spinning around and that's it. And as you said, those small bells. So basically, we're gonna have the option to use a bell. Not Isabel, but use a bell. To put it on our backs or something, or put down on the ground, and we're gonna have like channeling copies, like a few of them. So wait, Marley, you said that the small bells get called with a palm skill, give power charges, and you have near constant uptime. So if you know this build you know, quite well, what are the currently existing skills that I should add to my like tool belt, which I would most likely want to use then? If possible, I don't want to like make it like very complicated so that I have to use like 8 skills in rotation constantly and, you know, make sure that I do it correctly. Otherwise, like, I'm gonna deal negative 50 damage. But are there skills? Yeah, are there skills that are currently available in this patch that will be most likely also used there that I could potentially add? Because we have to consider that I will most likely have one slot reserved for the bell thingy, whichever is going to be like the new version, or maybe the one that already exists, and the one that's going to be for channeling stuff, so that I can, you know, use multiple. And if I'm going to use multiple, like the multiple clones casting whirling assault, there is a chance that I will not even need to use any other specific skills to delete the bosses. Yeah, but you said like small like the bells, the generating power charge, other stuff. Because right now I'm just using staggering palm to jump to the enemies and whirling assault. I don't use anything else. This can be ignored. This can be ignored. This I have not used yet because I don't have the power charges at the moment. So this is literally what I'm using right now. I don't have anything else. I mean, besides a couple of heralds, a couple of spirit thingies. Panel plus bell plus whirling plus culling plus charge plus blast plus bomb. Oh, that wasn't in. Okay, never mind. Okay, so that's 6 skills. Are all of them gonna be active and I will have to like play the piano on the keyboard, or sounds here for now? Charge staff I assume is gonna be strong. No, spam whirling. Call someone every few seconds. Yeah, so I will be using staggering palm for jumping to people. Keep spam whirling. Yeah, so channel will be dedicated just for the boss. This will be for movement and triggering the buff so that it enhances whirling, and it's gonna be like semi-movement skill for me. That's 1, 2, 3 slots. Then bell, I'm assuming it's gonna be active, and from time to time I'm gonna click charge staff, right, to power charge myself or whatever. What is a blast? Whirling, charged, staggering palm, channel and bell, channel bell, culling. I have no idea what culling is. Culling. So will I actually want to use this? Because I'm also gonna use staggering palm, right? So am I gonna like use both of them, or by culling enemies? Okay, so here's the thing then. Don't I just insta kill them by using whirling assault? Like enemies should generally just like basically auto die when I do that. So aren't they just gonna be like dead? And I have no way of culling them. Yeah, so if I have them that are not dead. Also, they showed in the martial artist reveal that you could get the mod chance to get a power charge and kill. Is it gonna be like in the passive tree, or is it gonna be something different? Or the glove thingy, the glove transformation mod. That is only good because the cult makes whirling even stronger. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, I will have to practice this to get used to it just a little bit, because like right now it seems like a lot, but if I do this on the gloves, okay, yeah, I think, oh yeah, so we'll probably have to figure out which mod that is and probably use. So okay, I'm gonna have these. And I guess killing Paul for this. This. Something about the bell. Is it gonna be the new bell from the new Ascendancy? Or are you talking about like the Tempest bell? Or you talk like the bell from the new Ascendancy? Okay. Anyways, 2 more skills, I'm assuming. Okay, so now let's talk about power charges. Do I just generate power charges from killing Palm? Or do I generate stuff from passive tree? Because right now I have nothing related to generating power charges. Like nothing, like no nodes, no nothing. Like I'm not using anything. It's if you desecrate gloves and get Arcane Surge in a hit, that's the mod we think transforms to power charging. Ooh, okay, so we might even want to use the desecration specifically for that. Get other mods like naturally. Which, I mean, leaves a little bit less room for RNG, is this? That's okay, I guess. So I think I want, instead of 2 on mana, I actually want 4. That's why I'm gonna craft another jewel.
Go on, choose what you need.
Let's do him.
It keeps me busy, at least.
El fracturos, fragmentos, orbos.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Not too worried about it. Nice, finally. Yeah. But yeah, if we're gonna use the thing that we want to use, like charge staff, how long is it gonna charge staff, like buff it? Increase skill effect duration, so there's cast time. Buff duration 6 seconds per power charge consumed. Oh. So if we can have like 2 to 3, then we can have it for the... Oh, so with this we also want to have like maximum power charges essentially. Or rather, if possible... Wait, the maximum right now is 3, right? Can we raise power charges maximum or no? This is dog shit. Not even gonna. one tree. Okay. Let's... This is... Increase power charge duration. Or... That would mean we'd have to get... Overflowing... Overflowing power. Due to maximum power charge. Here's critical... Oh wait, this gives critical damage bonus. If we're gonna... You only need one power charge node? But do you refer to a node like this? Oh, so it's always like if you consume one, then it consumes two, then it do two, then it does three, and it basically raises to four. But look, actually, since we're gonna cap crit almost like relatively close to 100%, right? Wouldn't it also be a good idea to take this? Because it's like we can raise our critical damage bonus to 60, like additional like 60%. And then this. Wait. No, okay, I think you're wrong, Marley. Like if you're talking about this node, about one with a storm, it adds additional power charge. It doesn't add additional power charge per power charge consumed. It only like basically you consume power charges, it checks how many you consume then, and then it gives +1 to it. But not like... It just gives +1 to however much you consumed, I would say. That would be my understanding. It doesn't do like +1 per. And by the way, I didn't just per like a cat. I meant like per power charge, you know? So it doesn't make it 6. Or it doesn't double the number of charges. It just gives... in the total is like 4. Yeah, but if you have 1, it counts as 2. Yeah, so it like from 1 it goes to 2, from 2 it goes to 3, and from 3 power charges consumed it goes to 4. So... And there will be moments, I guess, when we'll be able to have, you know, or 2 or 3 power charges. Or in your experience, you would say that we will basically not have more than 1. Which in your or use case essentially effectively doubles. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. That makes sense. That makes sense. You will rarely consume more than 1 at a time. Okay, yeah, so if what you're saying is gonna be the case, then yeah, you're right. I see what you mean. Then it completely makes sense. So then maybe raising the total cap is not gonna be needed, unless like with the new changes and everything, like with the glove mod that grants, you know, a chance to generate power charges on kill. Maybe that way we'll be able to generate more, and thus more often hit the cap and, you know, stay at like maximum power charges. So then we might be able to actually like raise the power charges cap even more. Do you guys remember where they showed the mod with the percentage to generate power charges on kill with the gloves? I just want to take a quick look at it just to see like exactly what it says and potentially, you know, from which mod. I mean, you've mentioned it already, but I just want to like take a look at it real quick. You're using it to proc charge staff to boost clear speed, but it may be worth doing a channel form that I think consumes them. Okay. But okay, the channeled form. In my understanding, isn't channeled form gonna be like it basically the way that your character is, it's gonna clone it with the buffs, with the auras, with the everything, like at that strength, and maybe, you know, dial the strength down depending on the skill, right? And then make it cast. So basically, if you will have charge staff on it, pre channel and cast of the clones, like it will also copy all those things. Oh, you think that the new channel consumes power charges to summon more clones? I see what you mean now. If that's the case, then what might be a good idea is to find more ways to generate more power charges to make sure that like we hit the cap. And if that's true, we hit the cap. Wait, you actually might be right. You might be right. If that's the case, we might want to find ways to consistently generate more power charges, which might be the gloves mod that was mentioned, and even raise the cap to like 5 or 6 power charges, you know, and sort of use it. Yeah, that's the problem for the next league. That is true. That is true. It's not gonna be a problem that we're gonna face in the first few hours of the game, that's for sure. Okay, let me see.
The dreamer showed me a path.
Oh my god,
But through
monk, you look
discipline and
successful.
training,
What the fuck?
I have forged my own.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third ascendancy class for the monk, the martial artist.
Yeah, it's about the
The martial
38.
artist took his training into his own hands and
I
has
just wanted,
spent
like, double
decades
check it.
mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques, building his body into the old.
Yeah, so what they're doing right now in the video is approximately the way that I imagine my build that I want to have. I think bells, or like the bell on the back, or dropping the bell, like something of it, I think will be a good addition, potentially. We'll have to look into it. But essentially, yeah. Like, spinning around, shooting projectiles from it, dashing to packs, and then using the
weapon.
channeling stuff to summon like multiple clones
The
of
monk
yourself.
may still walk the dreamer's path, but the martial artist redefines how.
This I will not do
Mostly
most
by
likely.
punching things very hard.
Unless it's like
Let's
an
take a
early
look
to
at
mid
what he
game.
has to offer.
Ah, that's way more clones than what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bruh.
Starting with his exclusive skills. Hollow focus.
Okay. Ethereal bells periodically appear near you. Oh, it's the one where people were making fun of, so that you like basically blast everything. Everything is dead, and then the bell appears, right?
Rings
On the
a
ground.
death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a power.
So it's probably like is it a spirit thing or no? But it's not a spirit. Wait, it's an active, while active. So you basically click once, I'm assuming, or no? I wonder if it's gonna be active. Okay, we're gonna get it from the ascendancy, which means that we will not need to use skill gems. But I'm assuming it's gonna be toggleable.
Powerful shockwave.
But whatever, this might be
These bells can always
not
be
as
held
good.
and are always primed for stun, so using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are
That's
also
fair.
always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits.
Attaches an ethereal belt to your back. Critical hits with other skills will cause the belt to ring out. Dude, I think this is gonna be a really good scaler for us. I think this part is gonna be a really good scaler for us. Like, if we're gonna do the build that, you know, that we basically were, you know, creating or whatever, we're gonna have like shit tons of crit, almost like, you know, past 80%, and we're gonna do many instances of like critical, so it's gonna be triggered a lot. So it has a little bit of a cooldown, but basically imagine, I guess, imagine it like this: if we're gonna be constantly dealing damage, this will almost never be sitting idly waiting for you to crit at our state of the game, like if we're gonna reach that, which we should eventually, right? So like at some point it's gonna be like we're gonna reach it. Dude, that's so cool. I think this is gonna, especially if it's like an active thing that you don't necessarily have to actively constantly like click and spawn, but rather maybe it's gonna be like toggle skill or something. But how do we know if something is toggle or not? Because we get stuff from ascendancies, right? That go like this. So if we click that thingy, it almost like become like it's basically always active then? Like how do I know if that thing will have to be activated manually or it's gonna be active regardless? Okay, I don't know. I will have to look into
for the
it.
bell-centric part of the martial artist is strapping a bell to your back, which will ring
That
out
is so cool.
whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering damage around you.
And I wonder, will those clones be able to have those bells on the back and each of them rocking the bell crits? You know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, then baby boy.
Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later. If you prefer keeping your distance from the fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you.
Okay. So quality can be decent. It requires level 90. Ooh, so that's like late game thingy. Level 90. Okay. Channel to create fleeting images of your astral self near the target. No what? Pocketed skills cannot consume charges. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I thought it's gonna be like, okay, that's fair, I see what you mean. So, images can be created within 6-meter radius of you. Creating an image spends 80% of socketed skills cost. Wait, but can I, so I can create 2 copies of a Whirling Strike, right? Like, can I but I can create additional copies or no? Yeah, oh yeah, I can. So you can create multiple copies. It's not like okay. Then it's okay. Because I was like, wait, can you only have one type of skill gem per character? So which means that, you know, you can use Whirling Assault regularly and also slot additional one into the hollow form. So consume a power charge to create 2 additional images. But okay, the question is, does it always consume a power charge? 1? Or does it consume as many power charges that are active or stored on your character in that moment? Like, how does this line read? As many as active, I think. Because, like, I mean, based on what they showed, I would also guess that that's the case, because when they showed the Whirling Assault thingy on the boss, there were like, I don't know, at one point on the image you could see like 6 or 8 copies, which is freaking insane.
While
Yeah, and socket skills deal less damage. But wait, how will the power of this work? So you socket a, say, whirling assault inside, and you put supports in. Do supports apply to hollow form or to the socketed skill gem? Like how is it gonna work? I don't know how it's like how like empowering the stuff or empowering the skills work when they are cast through some other means, like triggering, you know? Yeah, so it's gonna be like slightly slower, so that's gonna reduce the DPS. Gonna deal less damage, so that's gonna reduce the DPS. But since there's gonna be like multiple the skill gem used by the clones. So okay, let's imagine it like this. Let's imagine that this is, or let's imagine that Rend is the hollow form, right? So I slot a whirling assault here, right? Let's say I put it in whirling assault. So the next 4 supports, will they buff the whirling assault, or will they buff hollow form and scaling will happen there, or will it's probably gonna buff the skill gem. Oh, you mean like the skill gem used, the one that is slotted, right, for the usage? So if I slot the whirling assault in, those 4 gems. Okay, so that essentially means that with support gems we cannot buff the hollow form, right? There is no way of buffing the hollow form skill itself. Or am I wrong? Because, you know, what I'm wondering is basically, in theory, from what I would think, is that any skill that you're using can be scaled. So, for example, hollow form, right? This melee, sustain, channeling meta, it can be scaled. And I would naturally expect that the support gems that you put in, you should be able to also improve the power of this thingy, of hollow form itself. But if the supports will boost the whirling assault, then it doesn't look like it's gonna work that way. Then it means that it's gonna only apply effects to whirling assault but not hollow form, or maybe it applies to both. So for example, if you put a attack speed support gem, maybe it's gonna improve the attack speed of the whirling assault and also of the hollow form. Well, why would you want to buff hollow form? I don't know why or if it would be better outcome, but in theory you could, for example, scale it through sustained, or scale it through channeling, or scaling it through meta tag, and that maybe result in a stronger outcome. I don't know, that I'm just raising a question to which I don't know what the answer is. And maybe if that's true, then it enables some sort of scaling which could be stronger. Like, you know, as an example, I for sure don't know. I have no idea. I'm just, you know, raising a question. That's it. Because I just don't know how it functions.
You constantly spawn clones of yourself, then attack with skills of your choice. You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones for maximum damage and maximum ruckus.
For triple the clones. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would be curious to know like how it works. If you can test if like there's a way to scale that meta or whatever thingy itself, and not the slotted skill gems that are inside of it. That would be interesting to know.
For the 3 of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty.
we're gonna look at it for 1 second. This is the new tree. So runes are gonna be here. Attribute. Hollow focus, hollow resonance. Wait. Which one was the hollow focus? That's the bell on the... Oh, no. That's... Ugh. Hollow resonance. This is the other one. Okay, so there is a chance. There is a chance that this line, a hollow focus and hollow resonance, will not be worth picking. So we'll want runic meridians. 10% chance when you gain the power charge to gain an additional power charge. Ooh, that's also real cool. So hollow form, runic meridians, and the question is the rest of them. Gloves you equip. So that's gonna be to another like 2 more points. A little bit defensive and also... So 2, 4, 6. When you gain combo, this is not too bad. Wait, so I think probably the choice is gonna be... There's a better tree? Oh, okay, let me see. Flashbang? No. Damn, they're cooking things up like so fast. Holy shit. Dude, I swear, some people are so... Dude, the amount of stuff that you have to know and understand to like build this kind of thing, and then on top of it, like there's one thing to have all the existing information, which means that you have to have like an huge database. So either take it from somewhere that exists already, or have it stored by yourself, and then make this sort of like plan or tree, or like basically have to draw this whole thing out or build a structure for it and apply the database information to like every single node and everything. And then let's say you build a current tree, then you have to extract the new one. So if they, I'm guessing that these programmers, what they do is they take files from POE, and those POE files themselves already have this thing. So they basically data mine it, aka like they take a copy of what already exists instead of like taking a file that only has like text info, and then you build the tree yourself applying that information from the database. But anyways, yeah, and you can see the difference. That is so cool. POE themselves released a JSON file for the tree, but I wonder, does that tree include the whole tree structure itself, or does it only include the information of the nodes? You know what I mean? Like information of the nodes, and that, you know, or does it actually like have the whole tree structure, meaning that you yourself don't have to build? But anyways, what the fuck are these jewel sockets? What? Yeah, but anyways, that is pretty cool. So so what I'm thinking right now is that our build most likely is gonna be this. We're gonna take gloves. There's a decent chance that we're gonna take meridians. We're gonna take the hollow form and way of the mountain, because we're immobilizing is also... Oh, I have to... Frozen or stunned. So stunned. Yeah, so stunned and frozen work, so it's gonna be good for us. We'll have stuns, we'll have frozen most likely. 100% surpassing chance per enemy. Power to mountains teachings enemy up to a maximum of 30. I have no idea what the sentence means, even though I understand every single word separately. Lose a mountain's teaching when you are hit, or when you use or sustain an attack. The benefits from mountain. What does it even mean? 100% surpassing chance. That I understand. Surpassing chance per enemy power to gain mountain's teaching on immobilizing it. So up to a maximum of 30. So there's like a way of the mountain that's gonna give you 30 like stacks or something. But what does it do itself? I think they say it in the video, right? No mistake. Says you work at extracting data from files and making graphs out of them. Ooh, wait, what? So are you like data analyst or something? Is that what this job title is? Or like something along those lines? Data analyst. So what type of data are you dealing with? I mean, I assume it's your like full-time job, right? Or maybe you're freelancing. But what type of data do you deal with?
Is strapping a bell to your back. If you prefer keeping your distance from the fray, only spawn you can wolf. It has plenty to offer beside training. Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with. Perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League.
The question is, for these runes, will we be able to add the runes that transform it into jewel sockets? Or will they only work on equipment, but not these slots? Because these might only work with regular runes like they show, plus plus the purple runes, and maybe even soul cores and stuff like that. Because there's some stuff that works here, and some like how these sockets are treated. Are they treated like, do they have tags of every single gear? No, but that wouldn't make sense. No. They will probably have to have like a separate section for a rune. So for example, if I go here, right, it has all equipment, but they will probably have also like additional from monk that says like, oh, if you use it in a monk slot, it's gonna do like this kind of effect. As a word for the health system, so it's like how many people are in the hospital, waiting list for the reasons, and tons of other stuff. Oh, okay. So you're basically, what you are saying is that you're improving the lives of other people, and you're not leeching off of others, and you're actually contributing to society. I hear ya. Nice. Delivering insights, being helpful. That's good. Hey, I have something to learn from you, I guess. I recently finished like a few months of like, you could I guess call it boot camp, or boot camp type course, not course, but it's like it was basically being a full-time student for a few months, and it was cybersecurity from the intro, like from the beginner levels to more like advanced stuff. It is like 4 months non-stop of like full-time learning, and I'm not sure if I'm even gonna be able to get the job related to that field, even as an entry-level role. Hopefully I will, but I don't know. We're gonna see. Okay, you tested it on totems. Okay, so what was the result? How did it work? Use mortar totems that have duration, and all grenade which has a duration but prolonged duration on it, augmented the duration of both. Oh, dude. So then you know what? If that's actually the case and it scales both tags, so then stuff like specifically for this. Please tell me that that's true. Please tell me that that's true. Increased attack speed. Supported skills. It has attacks and supports attacks, causing them to attack faster. And this hollow form is considered as attack, and whirling assault is considered an attack. So you can improve both this attack speed of the hollow form and also the attack speed of the whirling assault itself. Ooh, if that's true. So there's also going to be like a little bit of consideration in terms of which supports to use specifically for hollow form, because what is best for whirling assault by itself may not be the best what's like when it's inside the hollow form. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. That's an so yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Wow.
If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master
Skills can build up and retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo. So this is one of those things that I have no idea about the combos. And I would like if combos somehow end up being like way better than power charges and fuck shit and whatnot, I would have no idea, because I have not done a single second spent on combos and skills that relate to combos and everything. Like, I have zero idea. So, Papi, please, give me some time.
a tailor
We might do some research about combos a little bit later.
Of combo to spend on things like
But yeah, we're getting close. Okay, while you have any amount of mounted... Okay, so here it describes what it does. Attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this ascendancy class deal 50%. No, dude, I swear. Okay, I swear this ascendancy... I mean the whole ascendancy class, not like ascendancy point. This whole ascendancy is gonna increase the output of our damage. I can only guess how many times. I can only try and imagine. Like, it feels like it's gonna be so powerful. So while it's true that probably, for example, the Chalupa monk, right, it probably can increase the output like significantly. Like, he is, nodes maybe they're like quite strong, but just by looking at the martial artist, literally all the choices seem like, oh, and here's more power to you, and here's more power to you. Oh, you want power, you get power. Like, it's like, dude, literally every single thing feels relevant. Not like the whole tree, but all 8 points feel relevant to the build. That's the best part. Wait, where was it? So we get this, like, a little bit of attributes and then runes. You can customize it, you can get a bunch of power from there. Cool. Then you take this, you know, a little bit more increased generation of power charges. Awesome. Very useful for this build. Both for charge staff and for the clones. And the clones themselves. Then, Way of the Stone Fist. So a little bit of defensiveness and gloves transformation. Potentially can be way better output of those transform gloves than the regular ones. We'll have to like figure that out, but it seems like it's gonna be that way. And then immobilization, which is relevant to us, like it's not worse, it's only scales us further because we use that stuff. And then Way of the Mountain, which apparently, while you have any amount of mountain's teachings, attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this ascendancy class deal 50% more damage. So we increase damage by 15% while we have any amount of stacks. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30%. Like 30% of your maximum life. Take that would deal damage less than or equal. So basically, yeah, 30% or less of your total life. But before other modifiers you take. So after mitigation such as armor and resistances. But what is after those steps of mitigation. So let's say you receive the incoming damage, so that's like armor and the resistances, and I'm assuming also deflection probably works at this step, or it's only armor and resistances, and the rest of stuff like deflection and so on not gonna be applied, because then it would mean that it would apply armor and resistances. It doesn't reduce damage. Oh, okay. I'm just fucked in the brain. Okay. I actually don't know exactly what deflection does. That's why probably that question was stupid. So, okay, I'm guessing. Oh, okay, so you're brainless, not me. Oh, thank you. At least one W, you know, been thrown in my basket. It's not like, oh, you're always like the smartest one. Oh, look, I understand everything, and I'm always the dumb one. Nice. Okay, so deflection. To deflect. So what I'm assuming is gonna happen, there's gonna be a mitigation process. Then the damage is gonna come through after the ascendancy. It's gonna reduce it by 40%, and the leftover is gonna be deflected. Or that portion of damage that goes through, then it's gonna be deflected, because it says after mitigation, but deflection is not mitigation. Deflection is like I deflect, like it's, or wait, or is it counted as like mitigation? Because essentially like it results as if like it mitigated the damage, but it's specifically used like deflection wording. Wait, let's see, actually maybe it's written in, is deflection considered as mitigation in Path of Exile? Because like functionally speaking, it basically functions like that. The question is if it's actually functioning that way mechanically, like programmistically or whatever, and it actually functions at that level and is, you know, included in that step before the 40% reduction. And also we have more stun threshold, so it's gonna be harder for the mobs to stun us, which is freaking awesome, man. It is so good. Oh my god, nah, dude, this class is actually insane. Now that I understand Monk a little bit better, and I actually started understanding how like it functions and how like scaling works and everything, and what we want, like what scales us. Literally all the ascendancy nodes, all 8 of them that we're gonna pick, are gonna be so relevant and valuable. It's actually insane. Either I'm gonna nut right now, or at the beginning of the league, or every single day, or every single hour, or like at some other kind of interval, like custom made. I don't know, but dude, it's gonna be so good. Are you kidding me?
Easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take
that
from
feels
smaller hits to a
illegal.
tickle.
I don't know, like in terms of like total power scaling and like end game output, maybe it's not going to be the strongest combination that people will figure out, but to me it seems like it's insanely strong. But also I don't know a single thing about any other class, so I have no reference points to any other thing. I don't know how much how much damage other builds do, how they scale and everything, so I have no clue. So for me, comparison is like not even possible, not even remotely. But what we have here right now, it just feels so strong, you know? Yo, Thurlow. Wait, Thurlow. Thurlow? Are you Thurlow? Like the Thurlow? Like, as in Thurlow on Discord that I have added you? And we just had a little bit of a A little bit of dopey JT, negative rare. Ah shit. Ah shit. Okay, okay. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Okay, that's actually cool. Yo, how are you doing? I think I didn't see you play on Fate of the Val, maybe? Because you played the 03, if I recall correctly. That's where when I was playing, that's when you were playing. And on 04, I don't think I saw you play almost like at all. Is that the case? I'm taking so much time to look through all this information to like double check stuff. We played a couple of months at the start of 0.4. Really? Wait. Maybe I just don't remember then. Yeah, I guess. So how did it go for you? What did you do in 0.4? Did you do again like the negative rarity farming perhaps? Because dude, first of all, let's start from this. 0.5, I already can tell how much of a banger it's gonna be with all the content, with all the opportunities, possibilities, with all the endgame stuff. Dude, I barely can contain the contents of my insides, let's put it this way, without letting it all out on the monitor. Like, it's like, oh my god. Oh, shit. There's so much stuff to do on 0.5. There's gonna be so much new opportunities, so much more like combos, crafting stuff, you know, potential to scale gear and everything. So crazy. And on top of that, it's gonna it looks like Atlas skill tree will have its separate, like sort of separate moment placer thingy for exceptional farming. At least it was, you know, outlined and separately mentioned. So I'm assuming that's how it's gonna be. If that's the case, I really hope that negative farming will be a like either to the same level as it was up until now, or even have like some additional benefits or bonuses to farming it. Because what I personally really want to do, I really want to farm breaches, I really want to farm rituals, and obviously occasionally I'm gonna interact with like runes of Aldor, right, with this whole league. So but my main focuses are gonna be breaches and rituals. And breaches, negative rarity farming. Hello. Yeah, I watched the new video, dude. The runes, that was about the runes, right? That was about the runes, the amount of runes and the kind of runes that came out. If that's the video, holy shit, man. The extracting mods from like the base types to add it on others, to transform sockets into jewels, to get additional suffix mod slot. Hopefully there's gonna be one for prefix. What the fuck are we even talking about? The best move that they made with what they showed with this is that they limited the unique jewels to only one per character. Because otherwise it would have been like 50 voices with 4 modifier Fiesta. Holy shit. Voices everywhere, not just in my head, by the way. Have you seen anything about minion builds? If there's skeleton casters, again, I'll come play. Demian, honestly, I literally have zero idea about the minions, but I would highly suggest like look into probably like Gazi TV is one of the most known minion build players, and he often has like a bunch of guides. So maybe he will have something that that would look appealing and nice for you to play. But if not, I think you can probably like cook up something with like skeleton caster builds and, you know, scale that stuff and make it work. I just don't know how the build functions like whatsoever. Even though there's lots of new companion passives on the tree, if you like those. Maybe meant more like that the meta kind of switched off scale is like 2-3 so boring. Well, the new Huntress Ascendancy can tame boss beasts. Yeah, that's one thing that also like looks like really interesting, that it's gonna allow people to just tame bosses and the gorilla smash. You can do the gorilla smash, you know, maybe some other stuff. With how powerful the new runes are, negative rarity for extra socket bases will be crazy. Dude, oh my god, you're right. You know what? I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna nut right now. I'm not even gonna try to hold it in. Ah, dude, what the fuck? Really, I didn't even think of it that exceptional bases that are gonna have sockets in them. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Okay, Thurlow. This is like $1 million goal idea, you know, echelon of whatever. Gloves with additional socket in this league. Gloves with additional socket. Exceptional base. And obviously some quality would be nice, but if we are not being too ambitious, gloves with additional socket. Are we serious right now? And then you craft it for the monk purposes. With tier 1 mods, with the OP newfound combinations. Or OP, as in, I actually hate using the word OP, because OP for me is like overpowered, meaning that it's like too good. It's like out of balance. Like, that's not how I see things. I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be like 100 times more powerful than anything else. I don't think that it's gonna be out of balance like that, but I'm assuming there's probably gonna be combos of mods of the transformed ones that people are actually gonna want a lot. And the total output of the gloves that you'll get from the newly transformed ones is gonna be way better than the regular rare ones that we would be able to use without the ascendancy. So if that's the case, get exceptional gloves, hopefully of a better base, and then craft specifically for monks, and just send it in and rig those mirrors. What the fuck? Doing some practice crafts? Ah, shit. Okay, dude. Okay, Thurlow, do you know, there is a page, I think, maybe on Mobalytics, where they already like written down a bunch of mods that we assume or we know that are being transformed from this mod to that mod. If that's like actually the case, have you looked into them to also try to account for that, or not yet? But actually that you're doing this right now, dude, that is so good. I'll also like spend, I don't have like an insane amounts of like currency, so obviously like I will not be able to do whatever, but maybe I can craft like a couple or a few gloves just to practice. I'll also want to do that because it's gonna be so useful. First of all, I'm gonna play the monk martial artist and I'm gonna be happy and all over the place. But on top of that, I'm gonna do a bunch of crafting as well. Not for myself, but also just for people in general, for profit and shit. So I don't know why I'm making angry sounds. I should be like purring, like, or like, I don't know, maybe even like a bird. I don't know, whatever. Demon meta. I mean, I guess you could call it meta. I mean, the way that I think of it, like, meta is like more of a how prevalent, as in how popular something is. And meta does not necessarily have to do anything with it being powerful, too powerful, or way out of balance. People can just have like build being meta because someone came up with it and it became popular and easy to use, and people are like, oh, sure, I want to, you know, follow this build, and thus it's meta. But it might be not even half as powerful as many other builds, you know, that kind of stuff. You can play POE basically in any way, but there's absolutely a meta due to certain things being the strongest. But that's kind of the... Okay, then maybe like it should be like a different word to use, because meta does not refer to strength, I think. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my English is fucked and I'm just being a fucktard right now. But if I'm not mistaken, meta is what's popular. Like people have decided, ooh, this is good. I want to play this, and a lot of people are like, hooray, yeah, this is good. Let's play it. That doesn't mean it's one of the best builds. Yeah, like meta is whatever Fabgun plays, and while he knows how to make builds, and while his builds are strong, I don't think his builds are the strongest. Right? Yo, Callum Swift, what up, what up? I think this is the first time that I'm seeing you. Hey, how are you doing? You are correct. So, yeah, I think that the meta is referring to like how prevalent and popular something is, and it does not necessarily correlate with power. It usually have to do with elements of power, because usually like the shittiest builds ever like don't become popular, but they're not directly related to like one one power point equals one meta point, you know. You played Valo. Meta strongest agents. In those games, yeah. Yeah. So in those games, yeah. But in POE, that's not the case. In POE, that's not the case. When people say, "Oh, it's the meta build," a lot of people. Okay, this is a little bit tricky, specifically for POE, because while those builds are good or like even really good, there's this thing that POE is super complex game or has so many moving parts, and there's a very high chance that those meta builds, so to speak, they're not the best because you take some giga gamer, like I don't know, Belton, like one mana left or whatever, if that's the name of the dude, or a guy that dies or someone else, and they will craft builds that are like few times or 10 times stronger and are capable of doing like multiple times more content or higher content, but basically no one is gonna play them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Marley. That's what I was thinking. Matt is literally, yo, Jordan, what up? How's it going? How are you doing? By the way, it's really nice to see you guys. This is the first time that I think I see all of you. Most efficient tactic available. Yeah, that would be like the way that I understand meta specifically in PoE. It's like in between of what's more efficient, what's usually quite strong or like really strong, but not necessarily the strongest, and also in terms of popularity. But yeah, we can't just randomly change how it is used though. Meta equals meta. But this PoE is a very specific circumstance, because in League of Legends, you take win rate and you say this is the meta, because you take the win rate and you say this champ is the best because it has the highest win rate. That's the very tangible conclusion that people can draw from this. But in PoE, 99% of the players are gonna use the build. They're gonna say that it's meta and that it's like really good, without even knowing that there's a build 5 times stronger. Yeah. There's a correlation with power, given the power that people want to play what is powerful, so natural powerful things. Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm not saying it's completely detached from power, but I'm not saying that power equals meta in the same way that it's usually correlated in other games. There is correlation, but it's not as strong, if that makes sense. This was back in PoE 1, but one time I started the build, almost no one was playing it. Then 2 weeks or so into it, my build got super popular. Stuff I had bought for like 5 chaos, now like 30 days. You were swimming in gold, baby. It's nice. God damn it. I mean, you can look at it as starter builder or an endgame builder or something, sure, but they still got metas within their label, bro. It was always the same for Necro when I played. Always the same for Archers or whatever their name was. Well, basically the same small change. The real meta is crafting. 100%. Yeah, so basically, I'm not trying to say that meta is completely detached from power. And usually it is linked to power, but it's like in POE sense, meta is not the strongest build, if that makes sense. That's what I would say. You ended the league with like 120 mirrors. I'm gonna pretend that I just didn't read that, and I'll just imagine that you just typed like with 5 divines or something, and I'm definitely not gonna be jealous of you right now. Dude, I want this league to be the first league where I'm capable of crafting to the point that I finally breach the threshold of having mirror plus in terms of liquidity that I can then use for further crafts or further character improvements. Because I think on Fate of the Valley, I had like more than a mirror in terms of items, but those were the items that I was using. So it was not liquid. It was like, I'm using them. This is like what I'm using to do stuff. This league, I think I have enough knowledge and I'm gonna be well equipped enough, hopefully, that I'm gonna be able to breach threshold of having more than a mirror liquid to be able to do further crafts, further investments and such, and hopefully it's gonna happen like within 2, maybe 3 weeks of playing. Do you have build already for martial artists in torn between WA? Did you mean martial artists there, or oh no, you probably meant whirling assault, right? Or eye strike, whirling assault probably. So Jordan, I have to preface everything with this. I'm Doodoo Kaka Baby Shark at builds. This is my first time attempting to come up with a build. This is my first time that I'm somewhat sufficiently, not really, well, obviously with the help of other people, but I'm coming up with a build on my own with the help of others and with the research and with trying to understand how builds work. So Marley, for example, and there was this other guy, I forgot his name, but basically 2 of them, or I would say even 3 of them, also with Yaren's help, I've learned so much about building, about making builds, about scaling, about everything, that I'm putting a build together. My whole focus is gonna be whirling assault and using clones from the martial artist. This is gonna be my sole focus. Everything in between is gonna be either to empower them, make me move faster, jump from pack to pack, or I don't know, some defensive and other type stuff. So like this is so far looking like a layout of skills that I'm most likely gonna use for my future build. So I'm learning. I'm literally learning. I don't know like a lot of this stuff, right? It's legitimately like I'm at a stage where I'm right now I'm figuring out. For the next couple of days, I'll be practicing some campaign runs, some crafting ideas. I'll try to write some stuff down in terms of like plan, in terms of stages, what to do in like each and every single act, what to prepare for early on in terms of like maybe buying currencies, maybe making certain crafts, maybe whatever. Just I will try to do a bunch of this stuff together with coming up with build and figuring out like at which stage what thing to do, which skill to pick, like how to progress so that I don't stall. But yeah, this is my first build that I'm coming up with. It's obviously not original. Other people are other people are what do you say, like other people are whatever. I'm not gonna say because I literally forgot what I was gonna say. What the fuck. So yeah, but basically this is the build. This is the build that I'm gonna aim towards, and I'm just testing right now. I'm just like improving build a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further, and I'm then testing how it works. Right now, the build. Oh, by the way, Thurlow, nothing to be jealous of. The league is over. Time to do it all again. 100%, dude. Literally, Path of Exile. This game is so cool. I love the feeling of starting a new league and racing and competing and being in the market, trading, trying to find angles, finding something cool about it. I'm so actually glad that I found out about Path of Exile, especially Path of Exile 2, and that I started to play when it came out. Because Path of Exile 1, before the 2 came out, didn't really like it. Like, I wasn't hooked on it. I've tried it a couple of times, but I was like, it's okay, I guess. But when PoE 2 came out, dude, I was hooked. And now I can't wait for the new league to start. Holy shit. This is so good. Yeah, meta isn't directly proportional to power because accessibility and cost efficiency are huge components. Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of, at least or partially, that's why I would say that meta is not like this. Meta, it means the best, because there's just many moving pieces in what makes a build good or bad. And one of those pieces is even knowledge, and there's a huge knowledge gap. Like PoE is like a knowledge game, right? PoE is like by default like a huge ass knowledge game. People who start the game now, and people who are like 10,000s into sitting on path of building and coming up with new builds and meta crafting and theory crafting, their end game power output, or like power output after 200 hours of playing a new league, isn't even gonna be comparable. So yeah, and just because of that knowledge, a lot of people might gravitate to the popular builds and they become meta and they're strong and everything, and they're like, yeah, I'm playing this build and it's good and it's like, oh, I like it, but they fail to recognize that there's like way stronger builds that they could play, and the reasons might be they might require some investment, they might not even be aware of it or something. But yeah, it's like meta in this particular game is not like, the power is not the only thing that dictates it, and sometimes like the most powerful thing is not even the most meta thing, if that makes sense. Yeah. Marley, I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from, but I also still disagree. You'll pick certain champs in LoL because they get the highest win percentage. They're the strongest. They're the meta. 100% agree there. If I wanted to clear high-end mapping bosses in PoE, I had to play caster skeletons with the certain jump. You could run other shit, but it wouldn't do the same damage nor clear nor whatever. The meta was that skeleton build. Also equals power. Okay, Demian, the question would be, if you play that skeleton caster build, right, and let's say you find an angle to make it work and it's really strong, you clear the end game, you clear the bosses, no problems, you destroy them like pretty fast, but you're the only player playing that build and nobody else is playing it, would you say that it's meta or not? Because I guess I would say that partially what I understand to be meta is also related to popularity, because that's within the context of the market and player base. And that's kind of the problem. There's like very knowledgeable people are constantly like, a lot of the times they're finding builds that are insanely strong to the point where they deal infinite amount of damage, to the point that the game breaks, to the point that they deal actually 0 damage, because the infinity like doesn't count, something breaks within PoE system, so they're unable to build to deal damage because of that. That's how strong the build is. I mean, like, you get the idea, right? Yet nobody is playing them. So would you say that it's meta or not? Because I guess in this particular scenario, a lot of people, when they talk about PoE builds, when they say the build is meta, they have the component of popularity included. This is a relevant part, because if nobody knows the build, only 2 people, they're not calling it meta, and then the build is not published on build guides and build sites, and then it's not called meta, because it's like nobody's playing, nobody knows them. In PoE community, I think meta has a lot to do with also how widely usable that build is. In a way, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe some of you like know way better on how PoE community refers to something being meta, but that's at least my understanding. Chaos Inoculation looks fun to try to incorporate into it, but I'm noob, so hey, I'm also a noob, okay? We're all just trying to noob it through and try to make something work. We're at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of baby noobs trying to not be baby noobs. And yeah, that's it. Imagine if in League the scaling was infinite. Instead of a character taking 30 minutes to scale properly in a match, coming online, character can take months IRL to scale and come online. That's what POE works. You're just describing the unknown though. Scaling was meta for 2 months and 30 days. New build became the meta for 1 day. It became stronger. What skeleton build do you even mean? 50% of players are playing that? I played POE for a few seasons. Is it? Meta has become a subjective term at this point. D-Kinger. Yeah, I would agree that it's like there's a lot of subjectivity to it. But also there's like I think I would propose, or I would throw out this hypothesis that term meta has a specific feel / message or idea when a lot of PoE players are talking about the meta builds, and how like the meta concept or meta idea is being used or referred to. It's not, even though we can somewhat like talk subjectively, and I think it's more like this, it's more like that. There's this like sense of what people understand to be the meta, and I would say like to a big degree the consensus is going to be similar / the same. Guys, who think meta just means power? Explain how a meta shifts mid-season league or through the league even with no dev updates, so no skill set does have changed power. Yeah, that's a fair point too. Even back in 0-2 or the 0-3, Ranger was most played, people like bows. I never said anything against that. Play the weaker thing as a minion build. Like the ridiculous lich builds were mirrored here, and that's just unaffordable. But Warrior could still one-tap bosses and use Bone Shadow to clear super. Blood Mage Park has been OP launched, and the minion lich is great as in finding the new meta is a term. I think it's mostly subjective nowadays. I don't care what is meta, I just play whatever I feel like. My man! Yes sir, yes sir. There are hundreds of crazy builds that delete everything and more are created every day. I'm with Clear here. There are definitely most played builds, but there isn't really a strong meta. People aren't forced to play defined builds. I mean, yeah, I guess this discussion is interesting not in terms of like, hey, I want to be right, or you have to be right, or something has to be right. It's more like I'm having this discussion for the purpose of like, you know, us exchanging our POVs and the way that we understand and see like where the differences are. Because yeah, like some of us will see what meta means like slightly differently. So yeah, sure, most played is the meta for me. There's absolutely a meta that can shift, of course, for everything. The way you play Warrior for boss clearing, the way you play Warrior for map clearing, for me, team setup, you need to start boosting randoms for XP, etc. So these minions overall are getting a big buff in 0.5. Yeah, minions are actually getting buffed, and even to the point that that's like new jewelry base types or modifiers for jewelry, like rings and amulets are gonna get like additional stuff, and the classes and everything. There's definitely some changes that are in favor towards minions that are gonna be like, hey, here's more options, you can do this, you can do. There's definitely some of that, 100%. Yeah, I'm just curious, like, wait, I'm gonna check. What does meta mean in gaming? Meta means above or beyond. Meta game. Favor certain heroes, items for playstyles over other ones. So basically, yeah, meta, according to some, is like what's stronger. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm kind of like, you know, seeing it or using it in a similar way. It's just that in my head it's not It's not like, yeah, if we would have to rank top 100 builds in terms of power, the top one in my mind, specifically in the POE 2 game context, top one build may not be the most meta build, if that makes sense. Because my understanding of meta is like kind of at least somewhat tied to how popular, available, or whatever is, and like how often people are using it. If there's only one person who's using that build, even though it's legitimately like quantifiably strongest build in the world in PoE, to me that would not seem like it's the most meta build, if that makes sense. But whatever, it's like, yeah, these are just like minor differences anyways. Most effective tactic available meta. Oh, the meaning of, literal meaning of it. If we really want to find the meta, we should look at who has the highest divs per hour. I mean, yeah, if it's meta for like acquiring wealth, then yeah. Guarantee that build will be sub. So people who are empty, my man, spend those dollars, baby. Throw a euro here and there. Spend a little bit of crypto, and you will see that the devs don't care. You want to spend some money. You want to get a lot of divs. And nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, trust me, nobody gives. Why would you need the build to be highest div per hour? You don't. I just sit in my hideout and make a mirror a day. I'm basically convinced at this point that Thurlow basically has some magic button that like he clicks it like every couple of hours, and then something shifts within the how the game is programmed, and the devs like, you know, turn on and off, or, you know, a couple of knobs or something, and all of a sudden like he's just making mirrors. Like, I'm just convinced at this point. And no, we're not gonna call it having knowledge and understanding. No. We refuse to believe that we can learn these things. We're gonna blame it on the factors that we deem to be unfair, okay? That's what we're gonna do. We don't want to take any responsibility, any accountability for the outcomes that we create. We just want to blame everything and everyone, just like in anything else in life. Way to live life is to blame others and circumstances. Did you just play the mirror drop noise? If I dropped a mirror IRL, maybe I did. No, wait. I mean, I don't have a mirror anywhere, so I don't think I could make that noise. Yeah, every mirror Thurlow makes is one that we didn't get. Yep. He's basically robbing us. He's not Robin Hood, he's robbing the hood. That's what I think. Marley, I have honestly, if that sound actually played on your end, I have no idea why, because I literally was standing here. Yeah, so you see like something else. Oh no, dude, I think I know what it is. Yeah, I think I know what it is, Marley. I think there are some issues with NeverSync's loot filter right now. Something crashed with basically filter system. Some of the stuff is not working. Some of the stuff might have shifted. So there's a chance that there are items that are now being associated with that mirror sound, basically, that usually are not. So that might be the thing. Does that make sense? If not, I'm gonna ban you. So you have to say, yes, it makes sense, mister. We gotta report Thurlow. I mean, that just goes without saying. Basically, I create 2 accounts a day on Twitch and on POE, on GGG, on Reddit, and whatever, and I just make sure to report Thurlow a couple of times a day. You know, I guess I just want fairness and justice more than any of you. Oh yeah, divine. Yes. Also, guys, I want to share with y'all something. I just made this fracture today on exceptional base. When it had the highest flat lightning roll, and it had either it was attack speed or level to all melee skills, like basically both. Chat is covering it on the stream. Wait. What exactly? Oh no, it can't be it. Honestly, by the way, guys, I legit don't know where to put the chat. Let's say, okay, first of all, I'm gonna let's see if we make it shorter. Is there a place where do people usually put it? Is it like okay to put over? Where does the chat like not block anything? Is it here? I mean, if we want to keep it. Maybe it's here? I don't know. I have no idea, man. Why? Fuck off. Okay, whatever. But basically, yeah. I see what you mean. So, yo, by the way, Rodley, hello, how are you doing? How's it going? I think I see you for the first time, so welcome. Yeah, so what I was saying, I had this item level 81 quarterstaff that I was about to craft to give it a run with, you know, to test the monk build. And I had tier 1 flat lightning damage mod and tier 1 either attack speed or crit chance or something, whichever. Basically, both mods are basically BIS or one of the BIS mods that I wanted to go for with my build. Then I added Regal, which gave it this mod, the physical damages mana, and I did a fracture and it landed on this. So I hit the 1/3 instead of 2/3, which both of them would have been very useful on an exceptional base. So now I'm just a tiny sad boy sitting in the hideout, trying to sell it for 1 mirror, because why not? Because, you know, things. And we're gonna actually try to craft another one. I mean, jewel, okay? Just a little bit. I need to get mana on kill. And I'd preferably get another useful mod. Ah shit. A bunch of emojis. Bro, I saw other people on POE stream started sharing like porn emojis, like people. Okay, maybe they're not porn. But sir, I want to let you know that this is illegal. Also, for because it's a standard league, there is a chance. Yo, Thurlow, did you use homogenizing perhaps? The tier 1 flats get turned into 30% gain as extra. Oh, okay, so that makes sense why we would want those specifically. The question is, do we know what the increased elemental damage with attacks turns into? Can it be more powerful or no? Because if we talk about the gloves without any transformation, Wait, why am I tripping? It can't even roll on the gloves. Why am I thinking of gloves as if they're quarterstaffs? Dude, I'm just retarded. Okay, Thurlow. Okay. People, I just have to tell you something. If I talk things, just like if you decide to ignore me and not listen to 95% of the things that I say, trust me, you're not missing anything. So if you sometimes like you hear me in the background, like you start tuning me out mentally or something, it's completely fine. Sometimes it's even for the better. Because I was literally trying to tell like, oh, but you know, increase elemental damage, yada yada. And then I realized that probably it doesn't even exist on the gloves, that mod. What a fucker. Oh no, it's them. Guys, I'm gonna flashbang you. Let's see. Gloveza Dexa. Yeah, so also you never got to the part of the video where it shows the mod. Literally. Dude, you're right. And we'll have to continue watching the video, which is gonna take another 5 hours. So strap in, grab some popcorn, maybe put on a movie or like Stranger Things on Netflix, watch a season or something, and then you know we're gonna get to it, get to the end. But yeah, so this. What does physical turn to? Does it also give gain as percent as physical damage, or this one specifically gives something indifferent? I wonder if we'll be able to put the new unique runes onto martial artist tattoo slots. I'm assuming there's gonna be a bunch of runes that will not be available on the martial artist tattoo slots because I'm guessing, and I might be completely wrong, by the way, but my guess is that those slots are gonna be treated differently. Basically, mechanistically speaking, for example, body is counted as like equipment or armor, right? It has like some specific tags as to how it's treated for runes. So this way, you know, you can put it on quarterstaff, but you cannot put it on the body. You can put it on the body, but not on the helm, for example, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I'm guessing with the new patch, all the runes will have like an additional line that will say like monk tattoo slot or something, and then it's gonna give a buff, you know. I'm assuming that's how it's gonna work. It will have to have like an additional line to it.
Last, but certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and...
Attacks gain of damages extra physical. Less damage taken while on low life. That's not going to be relevant. 2 maximum cold res. If we will be able to cap our reses without any issues, this defensive part of like increasing to maximum might be really, really good. Yeah, we get 1 helmet, 2 bodies, 1 gloves, and 1 boots. Oh, wait, so it's actually treated that way? Oh, you're right, actually. 1 this, 2 this, 1 this, 1. You're right. So it's almost like a replica, almost like an additional, you know, another gear, so to speak, of rune sockets, except for the weapon. Yeah, that's a good spot. So that's probably how it's gonna work. That might actually be the case, and that would actually make a lot of sense. So add to physical damage to attacks is gonna turn into
certainly not least. Let's put on some nice normal gloves and
gain attacks gain 30% of damage as extra. Okay, so the type of flat that we get prior is we're gonna turn it into percent of damage as extra of that type.
Pick of these.
So basically, we'll still want cold, lightning, and fire, at least for our own builds, because my build specifically, the way that I'm gonna build it, We're gonna check the new passive tree, by the way, to say if to see if anything changes, if we have to make adjustments for it. But the way that personally my build that I'm coming up with right now, it generally scales with a little bit of lightning damage, maybe a little bit of cold, but a lot of like elemental damage and exposure and freezing and heavy stun. Like it goes in that direction. Do you maybe have a bunch of spare gold that I could use? I just ran out. I have like 300k. Dude, I literally had like tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. They migrated and my standard pockets are not that deep actually. Dude, I literally wanted to see if we can run temples to get some gold. But as far as I understand, like temples of how they were, you know, in the league, they're disabled right now, or like they're not the same anymore. So yeah, I was gonna run like a bunch of stuff to like get a bunch of gold, but sadly.
Way of the
My man is so rich that he is richer in the richer currency, and he's no longer rich in the poorer currency. And also, by the way, what the fuck, man? Fist of Stone gonna have this implicit. So having like 95 level plus, it's also gonna be defensively really strong. Nah, dude. Like,
Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform.
give the man some gold clear. I mean, I can give him maybe like 350, but that's about it.
The explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip.
I wouldn't
And
say that's like,
it
you know, a
works
lot.
on everything.
It's like
This
10% chance to gain a power charge and critical hit.
it
That-
works
that's
on
gonna be really-
everything.
Arcane Surge. But this is outlined as a
This
skibbity boopy. So when it's transformed, it no longer has this thing you see. But thematically speaking,
on everything.
it makes sense.
This-
Because it's 10% chance to gain something when it deal critical hit. And then we have 10 chance to gain a power charge on critical. So that kind of makes sense. It's basically taking some of the mods from like wherever, sort of like transforming them more that fits the martial artist theme. Like most of the mods that we're gonna get, they're gonna like one way or the other useful for the monk. That's just like thematically that would make sense that that's how it's gonna work. Not that it's like they're gonna be a bunch of like dead mods, so to speak. They're gonna be useful most of the times, at least somewhat. Increased area of effect for attacks. That might be a good one. I wonder what's the best like transformation combo is gonna be like. This is one of the first things that we'll have to figure out when the patch starts, or when the data mine info is gonna be dropped, is which mods will turn into which ones, so that we immediately know which mods to seek for, not just for pre-transformation when people cannot use the ascendancy, or for people who are not using that ascendancy, but also to keep in mind the stuff to keep for the post-transformation mods. I also wonder, will sanctified and corrupted items transform as well? My understanding they should, and in theory it wouldn't make sense that you know, for them to not transform, it would not make sense. But in practice, I'm being conscious to raise this question to make sure that we figure that out like right away. Because maybe there's an angle where they want to cap the power tiny bit, that there's not like mirror tier like or sanctify top-notch rolls tier mods. It did say it works on everything.
That. And yep, even these. Needless
I'm
to
assuming,
say, there's a
but
lo- Needless
I'm
to
assuming,
say,
but they did not show Sanctified or Corrupted. Now,
lot to
they
discover
only
about
showed
this
rares and uniques,
one.
but not Corrupted or
So
Sanctified.
that's what the class can do, but how does it come together in practice? We've got a couple of in-game builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the snowbound executioner wields a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his...
Yeah, so basically we're gonna say no to the bells. We're gonna say no to the combo stuff, like for our build, for what we are cooking up. We're gonna use that, and we're not gonna the rest of it.
foes. Shattering Palm
Yeah,
and
that's-
Herald of
yeah,
Ice
that's pretty cool.
mow
I
down
don't know.
packs of enemies and continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies,
The only thing I dislike is actually bells. The one that you wear on your back actually scales really well with our build thematically, because we're gonna have our aim is gonna be to have almost 100%, or like basically get to 100% crit and a bunch of critical damage bonus. And this bell is triggered whenever you critically hit. It's gonna be like constantly on the cooldown, essentially, late game. But for us to get there, we would have to use more ascendancy points. The three, like the other other ascendancy notable is like on it, like. So, yeah, we're gonna have a build that excludes this basically.
we're generating lots of
we're gonna
mountain
use the rest of the
teaching
tree.
stacks to keep
This
the
seems
damage
kind of nice
flowing
as farming
and
build.
protect us
Yeah,
while
it does
clearing.
actually.
And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stonefist with this monstrous pair of gloves.
Look at how much evasion and energy it's like bro has to teleport way more though. What do you mean teleport, as in from mob to mob, or like what do you mean? Oh, fly through the map base. Yeah, like the movement part is also something that I will want to solve. Cause so far, let's watch it until the end. Let's not stop now. I
Against
stopped way too
tougher
much.
targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a temper spell. Our even more buffs. We've got a banger of a Hollow Palm technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right. So it's perfect for martial artists.
Yeah,
This
early to
particular
mid game
build-
Hollow Palm, because like a very good leveling passive tree point. For 1 point to get so much value, and to get more strength from the quarterstaff. Like, if I'm not mistaken, you don't get more power until like Act 4 or maybe Interlude, or maybe even start of the maps. Until then, Hollow Palm Tech on node is gonna be way stronger than having a quarterstaff equipped.
And also gets great
Most of the
use out of
time.
Way of the Mountain.
Which is actually fucking
thanks to how
insane.
much it stuns enemies.
Just 1
But
point.
the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation.
Yeah, so you see, like, it summons like 6 clones right now. You click the channel and it 1, 2, 3, 4. So it can spawn multiple, which essentially tells me that it should be able to. It should, in theory, take all your power charges, consume them, and then spawn that many clones. You know, based on how many charges work.
What to do
Your ranger homie doesn't even look at his.
about bosses?
I mean, like
Well,
some of the builds
we've
are
made
just
sure
crazy.
Killing Palm can handle those
Like
two.
to the point that they're like,
With
it's
Culmination
whatever.
and Aelith's Chimes
it
providing
just
a-
destroys everything, and they don't destroy everything. Not even.
power charge engine, and martial adept cranking it into overdrive. This. It is clear to see the martial artist is a
2 milli DP. I didn't do 2 million that fast, but let's say at 50 or 70% effectiveness, I dealt to just do whirling assault spins without even ascendancies or anything on my current build.
disciplined powerhouse. So,
Or no, maybe in 3.
which path will you choose?
Or actually, maybe
Decide for
I don't know.
yourself on make.
I think I'm just a liar. Sorry, guys. Lying to y'all. But I do. It is what it is.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding a set of challenges for the first time to a PoE 2 league. Every 2 challenges you complete will give you a piece of the Knight of Alder
Not gonna lie, I completely don't care about the challenges
armor set,
whatsoever.
so it's worth giving them a shot.
But
To check out your progression
I know
and
that other
requirements
people
to
like
complete
to
a
have these
challenge,
kind of like
just hit H
side
to open up
goals.
the challenger screen.
A bunch
There
of
are 8
like cool
challenges
stuff.
in all,
on
and they
top-
progress from pretty
and
easy to
challenging
pretty
stuff.
hard. To complete the Rune Seeker, you'll need to find remnants with an ever-growing number of slots and use them to craft new items.
So okay, do we know how the heck does scaling of the remnants work? Will we have to go to specific places or specific maps or specific locations to find those remnants? And also, how the heck do we find 8 slotted rune remnant? Was it told anywhere like how the scaling is gonna work?
The 7-slot crafts can be pretty challenging, with 6 waves of enemies, so attempting one of these fights could require some skill.
Dude, that's hope. And with our build, this kind of interaction is actually pretty, because our build, like, yes, there's waves of enemies, but it's quite convenient for us that mobs actually come to us, come in waves and packs. So yeah, we
Throughout
just
the
want like a
campaign,
bunch
there
of
are
mobs
many
to be
optional
close
bosses.
together. And
To complete the Hunter,
this
you'll need to
play.
hunt down 6 of them. The last 2, Acthi the Final Sting and Anunda the Sandworm, can be pretty tough to find, being in the crossing.
These bosses,
In order
that's
to
what I'm
track them
gonna say.
down, follow the dry riverbed. You'll find their arena at the end. The Ascendant requires you to gain all 8 points of.
Do you think you can get your build up running easily, or the build that you haven't? I think I know where you're going with this, but basically, the stuff that I have right now, the amount of like levels and amount of resources that it's gonna require, definitely not gonna be the one. Considering that it's also gonna be a meta build. It's most likely gonna be highly in demand, and all the pieces that I'm gonna be using are gonna be more expensive as a result, because the demand is gonna be pretty high. So that's one thing that we're gonna have to, face. But as long as we're gonna do it like smartly and faster than most of the population, we shouldn't be facing the demands, or rather the costs. And we're gonna be ahead of most of the. You'll have to show me your build become meta now. Yeah, just saying, 100%, 100%. Yep. But okay, so I think I figured out. Like, I'm still gonna flesh out a few things, because there's a couple more things that I want to solve with this build, so we can improve our strength further. So I'm gonna like put support gems on heralds, on the wind dancer, then add it to our staff. Most likely I'm gonna see if I'll actually want to use killing palm or not. I'll probably have to use it for now for testing purposes, but with the new ascendancy we'll have different ways of generating power charges, so we may not need that. I'll have to like solve this, which is relatively easy. I'll just look at a few things from other guides, and we'll look into a bunch of support runes myself, decide what to do here, and then I'm gonna retroactively reverse engineer the steps on how to get there step by step. What that means is we're gonna look into how to start the build. We're gonna do a bunch of SSF runs for the first 2 or 3 acts to learn how to speed run them and how to efficiently find upgrades and where to look for them, how to make them with the tools that we are given. Obviously, the new league is gonna change a bunch of stuff. Gonna speed, like the new changes are gonna speed up the acts. Might even change a bunch of layouts for various zones, so the speed running will not transfer like 1-to-1. But there's definitely like some stuff that we're gonna be able to do by practicing here speedrunning. We'll be able to become better to speedrun, you know, even in the new patch with the new changes. But yeah, then I'll want to figure out like how to take it, you know, step by step, which are the most important upgrades, spells, when to get the new spells, how to scale them, which runes to use, which runes transfer from one skill to the other, what adaptations to make on the go depending on the gear that we have, because maybe we have like an insanely strong weapon that has specific mods, and that basically dictates that, okay, maybe using Whirling Assault this early is not as good because that scales way better with some other skill gem. So we'll definitely have to do some considerations in that sense. But I think even from the first minute of the, you know, from the first level of campaign, there's definitely going to be a path on how to play this build. So what we have here, like all the skills and everything, they're not going to be available early. First of all, they're gated behind the level requirements, then some attribute requirements, and all those things, right? And gear wise, all this stuff is only making it that much stronger. But I think as soon as you can start using these skills, in a lot of circumstances, it will be fine to start using them right then and there. There's even a leveling meta. Oh yeah. So yeah. But we're gonna like, you know, reverse engineer everything and create some sort of a plan step by step on how to get there and how to like, you know, more efficiently do that. Maybe not the most, but I'm like Haka at this thing. But yeah, we're definitely gonna figure out. And I think this build will work from even level 1, because it's not like it's only this build specific, like the way that it's set up, that's gonna work. We're just gonna get slowly there, and all the stuff that's in between, like something is also gonna work. It's not like it's gonna be dead. It's not like you cannot play monk. You have to play a different character, level up, farm up a bunch of currency, and then buy all this gear, all this and only then start leveling monk and playing monk. No. We'll be able to play monk, pain, to level up, to improve, get better and better, and become stronger, and then transition eventually to this.
Your ascendancy class by doing ascendancy trials.
Here on the
Getting
seer
the
message
final
and
set of
seer
points can be
message.
pretty challenging, though.
I'm delaying. I
You'll
know.
either need to defeat Zarok on the 4th level of the Trial of the Sycamores, or defeat the Trial Master from the Trial of Chaos by finding all 3 keys. Of the 2,
Trial of the Chaos, all 3 keys. So there's gonna be like higher cap challenge or thing to do even from the Trials of Chaos. So meaning the Trial of Chaos that we have right now is not what we're gonna have later.
the Trial of Chaos will take you much longer due to having to run the trial multiple times, but the Trial of the Sycamores is more challenging.
Oh, so basically it's gonna work the same way. It's just that the challenge is gonna require some specific steps, but it's not like they add additional layer to the Trial Master. Oh, okay,
So
okay,
you have to
okay.
decide which of these 2 paths to take.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair.
The Reliquarian is simple. Identify 50 different unique items. Having a tough time finding uniques?
I just miss my Skellies, man. Decently farm maps, yet your boss map. I mean, honestly, I think you can make it work. Just requires like a little bit of understanding and knowledge on how to make it work and how to scale them. I'm assuming that almost any skill in the game, you can make it work. The problem is that some stuff just requires more funds, more resources to make it work, because they are quote unquote weaker skill per amount of investment compared to others. So to get it up to the same level of like efficiency and clear speed and strength, it might require just more resources. So, but essentially in this game you can scale your gear such an insane extreme that at that point you probably can make any kind of build work.
Jado, the Atlas
Strong boxes in your maps are to be unique.
Master has a lot of abilities
Okay,
that
that's
specialize in
pretty
finding
cool.
them.
Now bosses drop an item. That's kind of cool.
To complete the Artisan,
Motherfucker didn't show all of them.
you'll need to use a bunch of different crafting items. To complete
What is this system? Rune forging. Reforges any armor to grant rune ward upgrades. Ah, okay. So it's basically that new system of ward, like giving ward to the gear. Okay, so you have like a bunch of ice dripping down your wrist. You collect, then you put ward on your gear.
the Artisan,
But I wonder, Yaron, maybe you know, does ward replace a modifier on your gear, or does it just add additionally, almost like an implicit or something? Ice in your veins, if you will. Exactly, my man, exactly. That's precisely it. That's precisely it. Yeah, maybe you guys know, adding runic ward, is it like an additional thing that you add to your gear, or does it replace something else?
you'll need to use a bunch of different crafting items.
It can replace the armor or evasion or energy shield and higher base body armor.
To complete the
So there is a decent chance that we might not even want to use it, right? Unless it's gonna be that much more powerful in terms of the amount of ward that it's gonna give. Because generally speaking, from our passive trees, we're gonna scale deflection, we're gonna scale evasion. So if we remove evasion, we really need for the runic ward to be like, give so much in terms of the amount that we're okay sacrificing the efficiency of scaling evasion and deflection and whatnot.
Artisan, you'll need to use a bunch of
Use a random modifier and an item with it. New guaranteed mod. Oh, so Mystic Ally is basically like an essence.
different crafting items, all of which come from remnant encounters. For the cartographer, you'll need to allocate your entire atlas tree.
Okay, this just looks so, man. I will want to ASAP unlock every single passive point on the skill tree, which probably will mean that we'll have to do basically all the content possible, I'm guessing. Maybe not to its last stage, but dude, I will want to unlock everything ASAP. Oh my god, I'm not gonna sleep for the next for like the first 5 years or something of the new patch.
All 300 nodes. You can do this the slow way by completing all the maps inside the fortress, but there's another way too. Each time you defeat the Arbiter of Divinity, you'll gain the ability to automatically complete a large section of the fortress.
Okay, so we'll definitely want to be able to have builds that defeat Arbiter of Divinity, if that's the faster way to get to it and then kill it for the unlocking. But that's also like, it's not it looks like it's not necessary. So in case the builder's not going to be capable of handling it, we will be able to just go like map to map to map to map to map to map and get it. And remember, map completion does not depend on clearing the full map. Map completion depends on killing the map boss. So realistically, with some good movement abilities, you can essentially often get the map, you know, basically end the map within like 30 seconds to 1 minute. A lot of builds. Get some Dexa scan. Yeah, I'm gonna do it 100%. I'm gonna like basically, I don't know. I'm thinking of like grinding it and then pouring it in. I guess I'm gonna cook like I'm gonna make some oven baked potatoes, you know, as a snack, and then lather it up and like basically sprinkle a bunch of Index Max or whatever it is that you just typed out. And I'm just gonna like sprinkle a lot of it on top, then let it like sort of soak and just be absorbed. Yeah, and then start feeding, you know, people around my vicinity in my neighborhood. Be like, hey, you want these snacks that I made? Hey, it's pretty cool. And then once they're gonna be hooked on it and they're gonna be a hyper active like moon, I'm gonna ask them, each and every single one of them, play instead of me in shifts, like 1 hour one person, then 1 hour the other person while I'm sleeping, so that I could get some sleep and they could just basically go and just clear every single map node and unlock every single atlas point for me. Likely vibe for a bit, not gonna lie. I mean, I would vibe also if I would get to clear the map nodes on POE. So, you know, I'm kind of losing a little bit of fun myself if I'm gonna do this. Like Chinese children in the clothing workshops? God damn. Wait, are they actually fed those kinds of things to make them be able to withstand that and not feel the immense crushing depression that they get from having to work in those kind of
Find keys to his
conditions?
fight by searching for citadels in the Atlas.
I don't want citadels, man. Citadels are maybe good,
Each of them
I don't
have
know.
big glowing beams so you can see them in the fog. After fighting them 4 times, the entire fortress will be completed. And last but certainly not least, the
But that might be actually a faster way. I'll have to see like how early are this arbiter of the Mimimity and see if like my build is gonna be capable of that. If not, I'm just gonna stay inside. Stay inside the barracks within the walls and slowly both nose one by
Vanquisher. This challenge requires killing 3 pinnacle bosses, the hardest fights in the game. Tangmazu, the Bodark, and the Vessel of Kulamak.
Vessel of Kulamak. This a new boss from the Abyss? Or Vessel of Kulamak is the one that we were already finding with the Kulamak's invitation? Not new. Okay, so it sucks. Bodak is one. Bodak is the Delirium one, right?
Fights in the game.
What is Tangmazu?
Tangmazu,
Tangmazu. Wait, is Tangmazu the ritual? Looks like ritual, but it could also be. But it could also be something. Expedition. Why did I list like 50 different things and I was still wrong? What the fuck are you doing?
the Bodark,
Nah, Delirium is this one. Delirium is this one. The Big Mac boss.
and the Vessel of Kulamak. These are the pinnacles of Delirium.
Yeah, because I think the Delirium is like the theme is like it's like very dark. There's nothing, and you go like through mirrors, and you are dropped into sort of darkish thingy.
Ritual, and Abyss Leagues. Tiamak. These are the pinnacles of Delirium,
Motherfucker.
Ritual, and
Ritual. Okay, should we fight now? You want to take me on? Fucking for gaslighting me? We can throw gloves right now, man. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking gaslighting me. Ah, shit. Boys, you can literally see in the video. Why would we watch the video and see the actual, like, actually correct information if we can just make assumptions and speculate and be wrong and then gaslight each other. Think, Demian, think.
Abyss leagues, so you'll need to do these 3 quest lines in order.
See, I would have kicked you out of my Valid team. I mean, I don't know how I could be a part of the team that's imaginary. Like, do I just manifest inside your mind or something? Excuse me. Yeah, but that's anyways pretty cool. I really want to try and defeat that ritual boss. Oh, is the boss for a past POE 1 that doesn't exist in POE 2 is the boss of Scourge League. Why are we doing this right now? We played LAN and won tournaments. You played LAN and won tournaments. What tournaments did y'all win? I legit I don't think I knew that you were like participating in some cool ass tournaments. I knew that you were like playing at like quite a high level in terms of like ranks in Valorant itself, but I did not know that you like had a team. I don't think I knew that. Benelux tournaments, but that defeats the purpose. We destroyed fools. Nice. I respect that. I mean, dude, I don't know if you should boast about winning against like 3-year-olds, but you know, I guess it's still an achievement. I was on the winning team in the TGH turn. TGH. Thank God, Holmes. Wait, what is TGH? I didn't even know what that is. I mean, I think it's also Valor related, but I have no idea what that is. I was just almost a Radiant. I wasn't even Radiant. So, you know, I'm not even a part of like Cool Kids Club of Valorant.
Important thing with the Vessel of Cool.
They were a minor league tourney organizer. Okay. Oh, the Goose House. It's the Goose House, right? It's the Goose House. Yes, they were like in-house tournaments, whatever. I think that's what it is, cuz I was there. Yeah, and you get to like participate in the tournaments against like first graders and a bunch of like minors. Yeah, and you get to beat them up. Yes. I also did that. Hey.
Mark though is you need to defeat it at full strength. That means risking the item during the boss fight by
Pre-phase
returning
of
the finger
Val.
and defeating
Yeah.
him anyway.
Pre-phase the jury on the trial for abusing minors. Oh, never mind.
Now, as I said before, every 2 challenges you complete will get you pieces of the armor set, so you don't have to do all of them to get some rewards. But if you do, you'll be able to show off your prowess, because everyone in global chat or in the forum, meaning at the first, try out these challenges and more.
Yeah, Marley and Demian, if you want, both of you can literally create a Valorant team. Start playing again. Sick fucks. And I'm just a peasant gonna try and craft. Too many agents for my liking. Have too small a brain. Didn't join Boaster? Or like past lifetime warranty toaster. You know what I'm saying? Increased area of effect. It also has this. Recovery on man. Recovery. Okay. Is Thurlow? Oh no, Thurlow offline. Fuck Thurlow, you know? Go create your imaginary meta monkey. Monkey. Why? Dude, that's a double entendre. Double monkey. Double meta monkey. And it sounds right, and it sounds good, and it also, this way you're making fun of people who are playing monks. But I'm gonna try, okay? I'm gonna try. I'm sitting here right now. Exactly that. Please to catch up on. One day, I'm gonna come to your house. Nah, let's be realistic. I won't do that. Fuck that. No, it's too much effort. Nah, I'm just gonna like go to the Reddit post. I'm gonna stalk you and find your Reddit post and just like, this guy stinks or something, and that's it. You'll know it, man. Oh, I'm gonna get you good. Are you tall, boy? I mean, I'm almost 2 meters tall. If we're being serious, not joking. Yeah, I'm almost like 2 meters. Like 1 meter 93 or like 1 meter 94. Yeah. So yeah, I'm quite tall, which is not that unusual in Lithuania actually. Yes sir, yes sir. I think you'd almost be able to do one of the two things. Either hang on to my dick and use it like a branch tree, you know, for you to hang off of, or even suck it. So that's not bad. Dutchies are like top 3 or something, I believe, with 184 mil average. I actually have no idea what's the average in Lithuania, but I know that we're like relatively tall. Or at least being tall, like I am. Like I'm on a taller side, but also it's not like I'm towering over most people. It's like there's a decent amount of people who are like similar height as me or even taller than me. Which is neither here nor there. Because, okay, we have to talk about this. Why does height matter to a decent amount of people? Maybe I, because I'm like quite tall, I don't get to face the repercussions of being like, you know, shorter. But I personally never cared about the height of myself, of other people, including men and women. Like I legitimately didn't. It was just never a thing that I ever like thought about, and was like, oh, you know, I like it when they're taller, shorter, or like, you know, for a partner they have to be like this height or something. It's like, for me personally, it's just like fucking useless thing. Height matters to romantical partners. See, that's where I don't understand this. I know that it does, and I know that it does to a bunch of people, but to me it's like, I can conceptually understand that it matters to some people because we can find everything in this world. People fucking like mouse pads with like anime titties or something, you know, whatever. We can like people that like anything in this world. But to me it's like, especially nowadays, like in you know, first world countries or whatever, where like the society is like pretty good, and you know, there's like a lot of modern jobs and ways to survive and live in this world. I would think that height is no longer like a relevant factor in a lot of scenarios, because like, you know, in the past maybe you were bigger and you were stronger. Ooh, me big monkey, me bonk, you know, and I'm stronger because of that. But like nowadays, like for example in Lithuania, so what if you're shorter or taller? You literally can do basically almost all the same things if you're one way or the other. So, you know, that's why to me it's like, I know theoretically that it matters, but to me it's like, it's not theoretically or rationally understanding it. It's not like making sense given the circumstances, you know? We're humans. We come from monkey. Monkey is still in there. Women still prefer strong over derp. I mean, I guess the pretty cool part is that not everyone is like that. So even like people who are like shorter and they're stressing about it, they equally can find a bunch of people who are like, yeah, I don't give a shit. So it's like not like 100% of people, you know, care about this. Yeah. It's just like some people put some sort of importance or emphasis on it and they prioritize that quality. But yeah, I don't know. We're talking sort of extremes now. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe it's like caring about those things is like a little bit more of an extreme rather than a rule for basically most people, you know? Maybe it's more of a nowadays there's like a lot of variance and people place less importance on it on average than they did like 200 years ago, for example. Can you give me something that I own? John Bones, Jones Bones, Jones Mouse Bones versus Mighty Mouse. What? I mean, they're like MMA fighters, right? John would shit on Mighty though, I guess. But there's probably a reason why they're not fighting in the same category, and they understand that in physical challenges, like one fighting the other or one weight class fighting versus the other, it matters. So they made divisions, right? So yeah, once again, like I guess humanity adjusted to it. Yeah. It doesn't change the fact about what we just spoke about. I mean, it doesn't change the fact. Yes. Wait, when you were saying extreme, what was that extreme that you had in mind in this conversation? You might download Val again. Dude. No, please. Depends on how far back you want to go. I don't want to go anywhere, to be honest. I just want to sit and play. Path of Exile 2. 0.5 Return of the Ancients. Spartans used to yeet their weak DNA off of a cliff, bro. I mean, yeah. But that was back in the day, you know? We don't eat people anymore. Please roll into something that I can... Increase cold damage. Okay, let's try this. Let's try to keep it. Yeah. Yo, Demon, are you like in between the lines basically saying that you want to be yeeted off of a cliff because you're romanticizing those times? Yeah, strength and power doesn't come physically only anymore. Yeah. Yep. 100% agreed. Yeah, because like acquiring power meaning it can mean being in a network of people, having a bunch of wealth, financial, a bunch of items, a bunch of, you know, rights to things, access and so on, which may no longer depend on being physically strong, but rather, you know, coding a virus and destroying half of the humanity. Because you spread the virus in the hospital systems. That's your power. No, I'm not suggesting people to do that. What is this shitty ass? Yep. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, fat kid and code. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what we want. That's what we want. %, and cold damage. I'm gonna use a couple more. What the fuck? Bruh, can you roll 2 and the cold damage above 10%? Okay, nice, finally. Okay, Damien, you have to tell him. You have to tell Marley. You have to. Please, please tell him. Please. Tell him how... tell him how the government spies on people who have Vanguard installed. Tell him, like, just tell him so that he stops. Like, please. Path of Exile New League is gonna come out in 2.5 days. Why are we even talking Valorant, brother? No. No. Please. I can't even give you like 3 divines or something so that you would not do it. You want to go play a bit of competitive and gain ranks then? Yeah, actually, let's make fun of him. Yeah, we should start making fun of him. I'm on a watch list already. My man. My man. You don't need to install Vanguard. You just need a guard to watch over you 24/7. Otherwise, you're gonna do something sus. I was emo. In my opinion. Then they added Ascendant and I stopped playing. Always play CS. Your CClear TV said he was interested in my sister who is 8 years old, so he understands you. I neither confirm nor deny. So take it as you wish. Global plus face it level. Global. Dude, nobody is playing CSGO anymore. Fuck global. Okay, that's... Guy... I get it. Y'all are cool. You have ranks. You're like, hey, we are this, we are that. Haha. Yay. Look at me. I have rank. What does this do? I don't remember. Onslaught. Oh, so it's instead of the mod. Whatever. It's too you weirdo. Yeah, but you previously said global. So, you know, I just took whatever meaning I wanted out of it and I ran with it. Wanna flex. I mean, do that in front of your mirror, brother. That's, you know, don't you just like take like 30 minutes out of your day every single day and just flex in front of a mirror and say like positive affirmations? You I don't know, whatever affirmations. ESEA main, global in any version, top 5 face at Benelux. That doesn't even mean anything. Like, these are just words. Like, you just like say things and that's it. Nah, I think he just like found someone that's pretty good and he was like, you know, nobody's gonna even be able to trace whether that's me or not. I'm a human being with feelings. Hey. Can we listen? Can we stop with this toxicity? Can we cleanse the aura in the air? Can we stop with this? I don't want this space to be toxic. I want this space to be like fresh breeze on a Monday morning when you're walking down the beach on the sand that's dripping between your toes. And I didn't mention toes because of the foot fetish. I'm just saying you breathe in, you breathe out, you feel calm, full of peaceful energy. That's what I want. I don't want the toxicity, man. Fuck that. Oh, you animal, you bot. Fuck you. And you're a fucking orb of extraction. That's who you are, okay? You extract bullshit out of
Gold is useless to me.
sewer systems and you put it in your head and then you talk a bunch of bullshit.
Indeed.
I hope that made sense. Because it didn't for me, actually. Twilight Reliquy.
Yes.
Yeah, you see what he's doing? You see what Demon is doing? He's basically saying, oh, you know, that was like Morocco and Luxembourg where people don't even have internet, and it was like another country that doesn't even exist. It exists only in Stranger Things, actually. It was like upside down or whatever. And from those three regions, I was like top 5, man. But if we actually take humanity and actual countries that do exist, then I wasn't even registered. You see what it did? So there's a difference of top 5 global. Okay, to be fair, I'm downplaying. Top 1000 in the whole world on one of the most competitive platforms is still like insanely good. Don't get me wrong. Like, all jokes aside, it's actually pretty good. You're top 5 UK in the UK and you're washed. I mean, at least you go to the shower, unlike Demian. So I'm likely still within the Team X pros of Fnatic and stuff. Nice. I mean, I say no to the sucking your dick part. I'd rather not. But the rest of it is nice. As one man famously said, and actually that was a wise man, none other than the wise man. They said, suck my pussy. So, you know, don't play with me, man.
What is it? These are our supplies. I will make use of this.
Gonna clean up this real quick. I don't know why I'm doing. I want something like semi-AFK that I can do while y'all just like gaslight me and pretending that you're something or good or whatever, and I just read all that nonsense while I'm like doing something semi-passive or semi-AFK that doesn't require brain power. Only Benelux I see is level got him. I told you, like he probably like he thinks he remembers the name of a good player, but it's probably like a name from like, I don't know, from like Animal Crossing game or something, or Last Epoch. He's like, oh yeah, there was this Benelux, you know, that 3 people said good words about. Oh, I'm gonna say that I was Benelux. I don't know, man. What are even those names? Are those the names of the companies? Like the companies that make washing boards or something? Literally friends with nothing. And I, on the other hand, mean nothing. Fuck. I can't even imitate crying without starting to choke. God damn it.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are about to start a fight. Fight, 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 fight.
Go.
Amphora? It sucks, right? Yeah,
Speak
it's not a good one.
quickly. As expected. Go.
Guys, this might be a retarded question, but what does it matter, like, if one person knows, like, some of the players or not? I mean, I guess, like, if you played at the same, like, timeline, maybe then. Like, usually, I feel like it's like,
What is
you know,
it
it's like
you need?
irrelevant.
As expected. A useful trade. Go.
In a fading light. In a distance. Got a random meme edit of me playing with Jordan on my YouTube. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, baby, let's click. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. I don't know why I'm doing, like, it doesn't matter. Just on standard. Not like I'm gonna play standard anyways. Okay. Since I guess you can say anything technically, right?
Yes, these are our supplies.
I mean,
Is useless
I think
to
it's not
me.
like even that. It's more like, even if like you played with someone, as in, doesn't matter realistically when you speak to someone. Like, for example, if I talk with someone and someone says, "Oh, you know, I used to play with Tens and Derek and whatever," it's like, okay.
Indeed.
Nah, it's all good, Damien. Like, in my heart, you are pro of the pros, you know? And I think that's what matters the most. Like those, like, Baker, you know, Benzino, whatever. Like, who
Quickly.
cares about those guys? You are the pro of the pros. That's what matters. It doesn't matter that you never claimed to be a pro. I'm saying you are, to me, you are the pro of the pros. Yeah, I was just trying to cause some drama and like cause a fight between you guys. That's all that I was doing.
A logbook. But what knowledge does it hold?
Okay. A logbook. Exceptional withered one. What in the holy fuck is this? Increased rarity. Stop increased rarity rolls. We spend 2,000 divines trying to divine into a good value roll.
Go on. These are our supplies.
I don't even know if
Gold
I
is
care
useless
about
to
keeping
me.
it.
Take it. Indeed.
Yeah. Ooh. That's that. Nice. It's all good. Honestly, like it's actually kind of interesting, or like, I guess
Yes,
even
quickly.
somewhat pretty cool.
As expected.
Like randomly, I find out that like y'all guys are like playing FPS or have played the same games that I did, and also like played at like relatively high level. And I'm not like relating to pro scene. I'm relating to like literally the whole population of gamers that played that particular game that y'all played. And you were like, you know, very high rank and like, you know, really good players from that perspective.
Go on. These are our supplies. This is better in your hands, but sure. What should I do with this? Indeed.
Hello there.
Yes. Quickly. You should be using it, not selling it. Of course.
Ooh, the delirious. Hmm. Hmm.
What is it?
Yeah.
This is all we have. A useful
I do
trade.
agree that it sucks.
Go.
What were you saying?
Yes. As expected. Of course. Go on. This is all we have. Time is of the essence.
Dude, I was trying to manually sell these things. That's cool. That's
This is
cool.
what you need. As expected. Time is of the essence. Yes, these are also a useful trade.
Yeah, Marley is a night owl. Maybe a night boar. No, night chinch, probably. All right. For the UK people, okay. Okay, we are about to.
Can I help?
Sure. I'll just try to use this instead, I guess. Okay. The question is, what do I give to Herald of Thunder? Okay, let's figure out what other people build when they use Herald of Thunder. Skafta, yes sir. Yes sir. Victory Lap, but there's a version that's called Victory Lap 5. That version I like actually way more. Wait, not here. With Hanuman kind. Holy shit, I like his verse so much. Yeah. I need that. I need that. Mm, 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 mm.
Yes.
Can I help?
Ooh, we're gonna use the tech, guys.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fuck CS community. Or not, I don't know. I guess that makes sense. Wait, how the fuck does that work? Why? Why would they use Freeze and Embiter on Herald of Thunder? What? A packet. Mm-hmm. One, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Um, if any YouTube people are wondering why I'm like going back and forth, almost like a mentally disabled person, it's because on Twitch there's actually music playing, and I'm playing music. It's just that it's not heard on YouTube. I completely relate to Marley 100%. At least I personally kind of noticed this similar thing where um, where I found kind of like way easier time to obviously adapt to FPS games, but the stuff where you have to flick, like Valorant, CS, where sort of like you can go back and forth kind of easily, but then you go to something like, I don't know, Apex Legends, and it's like, what the fuck? You turned the rain into a rain. And I was living in the blue. I think she's so perfect. Perfect don't mean that it's working. What can I do when you're out? I look at your dick and I take a pic, then send it to parents. I'm thinking was fun. Chinese type shit, I guess. What the fuck? Are we being racist right now? When they came into the competitive scene, that was crazy to see. This reaction cross replacement are all pretty good, but like solidify ratings. Sir, yes, sir. Important skills. Armor. Put that pepper in my backpack. Wait. Why? What does Ash do? And but I'm more present time in her arms. Oh no, I'm not. Stupid build. Stupid. Wasn't meant as racist. No, I just ran like I didn't see the ongoing conversation, and then I just read 3 words and I saw Chinese, and I immediately implied and gaslit everyone into thinking hopefully that it was racist. And that's what you do, no? Not you as in you as a person, but that's what you're supposed to do as a human being, like lie to others, pretend as if other people are racist, and you know, gang up with a mob on them. Anyways, sorry for interrupting y'all's conversation, people. I'm just here to talk shit, I guess. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. And day, bad memories. Said. Bad memories. Val is nearly down. Bad memories. What is a fury reclamation? What? Do it again. Right. One more day. I think I'm losing my head now. Day. Bad memories.
You found a lot. Let me just
I swear,
go make some legends.
GGG just wants us to say this. You cheeky guys, you cheeky guys. One more thing you just said. I'm losing my head now. So wait, how do we scale this? Persistent AoE, Lightning Herald. active killing target enemies with herald attack will cause subsequent hits to release lightning bolts, which I've been watched. Oh, 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 oh. Maybe this. Oh, oh. $100 of explosion physical damage. Yes. Wait, what the? Why is the damage of this way much higher than this one? Wait, what the fuck? Why is Herald of Thunder, at least damage wise, like from this tooltip, is like more than twice as weak? So when are you reaching global at least in CS? Honestly, I was thinking maybe playing CS 1.5 and I don't know, going Dust 1 and just destroying a bunch of noobs and reaching Radiant rank. Yeah. And then I would post it on my socials so that people could like my Radiant. Yep, I would be the best player. I mean, I guess it's not that much of a flex, like playing against 80-year-olds, you know, and winning against them, but I could try. Damian, while we're stalling and pretending like we're having a conversation until Marley comes back, what would you like to talk about? Yeah, or 8-year-olds in Valley. Yep. That zero makes a lot of difference, honestly. Back. You see? Now y'all can continue. Can we just like wait, what the fuck? Isn't... Oh, but it costs 20 wait, what? Seriously? Oh shit. So it's probably for someone like for minion or someone builds that use heralds and that have a shit tons of spirit. I'm gonna report this stream putting dick in your mouth. No, I'm not doing this, man. What the fuck? Nobody is engaging in all the perverted acts that you're suggesting. I'm just trying to figure out the build. Guys. Demon especially. What do y'all think I should put as support gems for Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice? Uh-huh. Yep. I was born as a baby, and then I grew up. I was looking at parents like, what the fuck? Like, get your shit together. I want some candy so that I wouldn't have to go talk to the strangers. Talk to the strangers. Did you like that? Did you like that? Dude, that was all improv. Dude, sounds insanely good. Theme very relatable. everyone was born as a baby at some point in time, or was a baby, I guess. Dude, wasn't that like a banger bit? Oh my god. Holy shit. Bruh, no. We can't just skip over it. Now everybody has. Like, how did you come up with this? It was freestyle? Oh my god, no way. And then we can go to continue creating the build. Okay? AoE plus extra damage. Extra damage. Okay, actually. Okay. Use this. I was born as a ranger. Then I shot you in the knee. You were dying from an arrow because you disagreed about the meta build that I had come up with. So then I shot another arrow. Stop the ruckus. There's sort of arena maps nowadays. Can we not? Okay, never mind. I shouldn't. Why? Dude, stop coughing. What the fuck? Feels like lost a friend. Like his back wallet in the backseat. I said, I lost a friend. Like sleep on a dead eye. Like money on the bad bed. Like talking about every bad thing. Marley, you have like 8k worth of skins. There's your marriage money. Come on, man. Flying away. All them be alright. I am not. Recommended gems. Let's see. What did we build right now? Supported skill sacrifice 10% life on use. Is it worth going this? Like, how often is Herald triggered? And do I actually lose tons of HP? And would I actually die because of it? Because 35% of damage as extra chaos damage. Pulling up. That seems like actually good. Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, he is Shroud. Okay. Still, nah. Yo. Am I thinking correctly? If I use Embiter, okay? If I use Embiter and they gain extra cold damage instead, I have a bunch of gain extra damage, hopefully somewhere. I would turn that from Herald, or like on Herald, for example, of lightning, gain more cold damage, and this way freeze enemies easier. Is that the logic? The dude uploaded content at some point being like, what the hell? Devs do nothing, I have it all. Wait, Wait, what? RGX, Elder Flame, on the Battle Pass stuff, Sentinels of Light, Glitch Pop. Oh no, you were talking about Valorant. It's 8K in skins in Valorant, not in CS. Oh no. Oh no. Can we have a moment of silence? Okay. Can we have a moment of silence and just pray for all the fallen soldiers who spent a lot of money on Valorant skins? Just 20 seconds, okay? Yep. All right. We pray for them. I mean, God, give them strength, please. While literally every bundle being released for a while. I mean, Shroudy Rowdy, so, you know. Bought all of the bundles for so long. I have a lot of CS skins, though. Nice. I'm fucking trying. I don't care at this point. Alright. Not tonight. I'll be lying awake and I'm playing fights. Alright. Of this category, what does that even mean, though? This skill. Oh, so it's just weaker version. Oh, okay. Clear has all of the Volibear skins? Like, one? I don't even know if I have one Volibear skin, actually. I have one or two Udyr skins. And actually, they weren't even bought. They were opened from the rewards. I'm a fuck boy. I didn't even spend money. Cause bitches think I'm funny. So they laugh at my jokes. I'm a fuck boy. Actually, that's not true. Nah, to be fair, I understand why people spend money on skins. I have spent a little bit, but that's actually like not a lot. Maybe like 100, 150, 200 euros on Valorant skins. I'm assuming. I don't think that it was more. Like, I mean, some people just like something that likes good. And if it's in a video game, then it's in a video game. It is what it is. No? No problem with that. What the fuck? Why is there like 22 million lines of code in this? What? Guys, are we all reading this? Because I know I'm not. El Magnifico. Ariale. Supported skill is deal. Walls from supported skills that are created in a circle and set. Wait, what the fuck is this build? So there are builds that create ice walls, firewalls, I think. Right? That's what it refers to? Okay, I just realized how bro gonna create a new meta build, but he can read. I mean, you're not wrong, man. I do, you know, I do what feels right. I do what feels right, and that's it. And I'm trying to use this where it says supportable skills, and it shows that nothing works. Or Doesn't work with any. So if I see green check mark, I'm like, yay. And I just want to remind everyone that I'm a fuck boy. Poison for supported skills. What poison? It works with Herald of Thunder. But there is no poison inherently. Maybe you can add additionally somehow layers something, but okay. Wait, low key. What? Doing some ranked skirmish? Uh, You see, I felt like I had to defend the meta discussion for a slight bit. 100% good after all this. I mean, nobody agrees with you, so... No. Okay, to be fair, there was no disagreement or anything. All's good. All's good. We were just having a, you know, a normal discussion. I was just curious to see, like, what different people think of as meta, like, what it means. Yeah, this song is literally... Yeah, okay. Wait. Actually, I'm dedicating this to you, Demian. Yeah, I'm dedicating this to you. There's no one else could ever hold me like you do. Mwah. There's nowhere else that I'd rather be than with you. Call us lucky, but I think we might be cursed. The way you love me, I could drink the river dry and still die of thirst. Okay, Yaron just woke up and dropped a truth bomb. You technically a meta build is whatever Mark Zuckerberg is playing? Yep. Dude, I told you. Yaron actually has some brain cells, unlike some people would believe. Guys, we're not that stupid, and we actually have like intelligent, sophisticated, smart people among us. Let's not like fight each other, you know? You'd rather rope than be associated with us? Wait. No, wait, which part? Which part? No, I could... 1 minute passed by and then I forgot, and then now I don't understand the context to which you're referring. Oh man. Did you guys read about the meta glasses? Actually, aren't all content inside of PO2 is property of GGG, so it wouldn't be a meta build. Hate to break. Okay. Yaron, I actually take it back. I think Marley just proved you wrong, so either you find a better comeback, or I don't know, something smart to say right now, or the thing where I complimented about you being smart and sophisticated and everything, I will retract that statement officially from all the documents. So now it's up to you to, you know, go a step further. Yeah, like you have to say something like really profound, like, you know, race is just a color unless it's middle of the night or something. I don't know, like just figure out something, you know, like something profound, something like that would prove us wrong. Bottom. Technically, GGG is owned by Tencent, so every build. Yeah, but is every Tencent build costs 10 cents? That only supports my point. Oh, okay. Actually, Marley is once again, he's right. I thought that was a smart response. But then Marley proved it once again and dismantled it. What the fuck is going on, man? I can't keep up with the number of IQ in this room. It's about to climb into triple digits, man. What? No. And combined, the total is about to be 3 digits. I play checkers while you play cars? Okay. Dude, fucking annoying coughing. Running. And to think that I literally have to try and keep quieter to not wake up my neighbors, because it's literally 6 a.m. and throughout the whole night I was streaming. So I cannot be like shouting, cannot be like raising my voice or anything. But you have to I mean, I was gonna say I have to contain myself, but my voice randomly cut off in the middle. Okay, so Meta Market Boy says the glasses are on a private network. Nothing is shown to other peeps. Yet there are literal companies in India that have Indian duders watch of the future footage unknowingly by the owners of the glasses, and they have to box identify what the glasses. Shit. Okay. Also, there's a poll on the POE Reddit. We can see what people will play. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. I will want to take a vote as well, because I feel like I'm very important. So some Indian dog might be looking at your girlfriend's booba if you're looking at them with the glasses. No problemo. Okay, but is it actually that much different if they go to Google Gemini and create their own girlfriend, or look at my AI girlfriend? Think about it. Is it that much different? Yes? Okay, maybe you're right, actually. No. No. And I barely still remember the smell of my AI girl. Because she doesn't have it. I cannot recreate your girlfriend accurately. I mean, challenge accepted? Wait, did I give away the fact that I have an AI girlfriend? Ooh. I don't. Yeah, and by the way, while they're acting like super smart and everything, and like meta this, Tencent that, would you like to make a couple of suggestions on what gems to use for Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice? Because I was like looking based on the keywords into a bunch of stuff that Marley suggested, and I don't seem to find anything else that I could slot, or maybe I'm not like finding well. So houses in fire. Did you see those videos of Indians wearing cameras as they do work? Nah. I mean, I'm not really into watching videos of Indians doing stuff. That's not exactly what turns me on, but I'm not judging. Like, if you like it, it's all good. Oh, they're screwing in the light bulb. Baby, wanna. Go, go, go. Yo, yo, yo. Wouldn't Culling Strike work on auras? Like, let's say you deal a bunch of damage with the and then you trigger this. Oh, no, but against uniques it wouldn't work if it's a mad boss because there's no other minions that you kill, right? So it's like you cannot really trigger something while the boss is low so that then the boss is killed. Oh. Damn it. I thought I was cooking there. In crime. Oh, it's showing quarter. Okay, what does it just? Because like I would say for bags, it's actually kind of nice. Unless we want to fully kill mobs with our whirling assault, for example, for some reason, if there's like an interaction. But if it doesn't matter what deals the killing blow, maybe Culling Strike is actually pretty good. Or Herald of Thunder for just general map clearing. Oh. Living lightning and deal lightning. Is it actually good? Dude, Deadly Herald might be not too bad of a support. If there's gonna be like Free Spirit that I don't know what to use for, I could just use Deadly Herald on a bunch of skills. Put Shock on Herald of Ice and Freeze on Herald of Lightning. Okay, on Herald of Lightning, I have this. Embiter. Is that what you were referring to? Or is it a different one? Or you mean like this one, Freeze. It's probably Freeze, right? Yeah, it's Freeze. I decided. It's Freeze. That one, right? Okay. And then Shock on Otsk. Wait, which one? What is the name of this? Oh, it's the green one. Oh, okay. Bro, I was literally just ignoring green color and I was looking at blue. Never mind. Listen. I literally just had to listen to a bunch of videos talk about how good they were like 30 years ago at some FPS games for like 2 days non-stop. Like it just completely wore me out. So, you know, forgive me if I make a mistake. Bet I'll know every line. Found the boy oh that you would have fought. Don't waste your eyes on jealous guys. Fight. No, better call you. I have magnified area and elemental on that. Pick me up. I'll be there in 25. I like to put. So take a hand, let's take a drive. Yeah, so 2 more. Go ask for knowledge that you cannot figure out yourself, so a charter might be able to help you, Yubaka. I'm Baga. Baga. And I'm happy about it. Yeah, I'm an idiot, honestly. It's okay. You know, it's like in life, when you realize that you're just a piece of trash that's here temporarily, you don't take yourself too seriously. You know your place. It's like, aight, I'm just gonna crap a bunch of mirror tier items and just have my fun. And that's it. Okay, what else can I add to? Early shit. For a Herald device. Let me see what other builds do. Like, what could be useful? This shit is cheap. Talk a lot of it. Do-do. Nicely deflected? What do you mean? I literally just said that I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot sandwich. What? How is that a deflection? No. Pinpoint critical? Is that a thing for Herald of Ice? Demonian, what would you say? Because you're clearly very knowledgeable in the support gems. Your eyes on jealous sky, like that. Oh my god, it's so sexy. Herald of Ice. What is it? Accuracy rating? Well, the accuracy. They'll need this. What if I use something like blind? Like. Oh. Wait. What? Is this a thing? Oh no, I still have one more slot. What does it do? Okay. While active, shattering an enemy with an unheralded attack. It will cause an ice explosion. Okay, so this means that I have to be able to shatter them in the first place. Hello? How do I, with my tech, shatter them? I haven't... Okay, we're running another test. We made some improvements. Running another test. Demian, hold your horses. You won't gonna believe this. Oh, no. Oh, why? You... Oh. Dude. What the fuck? Look at this. I have 200 FPS. What? Why? Oh shit. Oh wait. Actually, I owe someone. Okay, so I'm not... Okay, there was some shatter. So sometimes I do shatter, actually. Brother, if I judge this game again and your name isn't the #1 search build, I'm gonna throw hands. Throw your socks, buddy. Because I'm gonna be on the most wanted... Nah, that's not right. Nah, to be fair, I don't think I could make build that many other people would want to use. Probably whatever I'm coming up with, a lot of other people will have like a better version of it. Because I don't know jack shit, man. But dude, look how everything is cleared. Hey, free and insta dice. I just need more mobs, literally. And so far, I basically didn't need to... Dude, I think we solved our mana problem. Let's try to play without Poison's Oath and see if the same mana problem is there. Because I basically didn't have to click my mana flask. Because I have this with Recover 2 of max mana. And this one with the Recover 2. So like 4% of maximum mana per kill. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely want to travel faster, if possible.
Back to the soil.
Ooh, okay. So you see, I'm actually kind of sometimes falling short. That was pretty cool. Okay. Okay. Zick. Nice. So yeah, it definitely takes a bunch of time to clear. Later on, see. Or does the damage you take go off of our mana? Of your mana? Wait. Does the damage you take? You mean as in like part of my defense is like mana pool, and like when I take damage, it takes also from my mana? Is that what you're asking? If that's the case, I don't think so. No, I don't think I have like any kind of mechanism that does that. So, okay. Currently, from what I see, for clearing mob packs, no. That was all just me casting spells. Unless I'm unaware of some interaction, everything was my mana was lowering simply because I was using skills. Yeah, I mean there definitely are those things, like especially mages sometimes use it. Somewhere I think. Wait, where is it? This one. Where the fuck is it? Eldritch Battery. No, this maybe it's not this one. Somewhere here. Mind over all damage is taken from mana before life. Yeah. So definitely there's some stuff that can do that, but I don't think this build wants to, because like mana pool is very little. And yeah, it's not like necessary. But okay, I have a good reference point. +4 mana recovery from jewels. Because that's relatively like it's not that hard to get. Someone will be selling them, or we can craft them basically ourselves. So if we have these, and we add something like Poison South for regular map clearing, like going through a bunch of mobs, we easily solve this issue. That's so good. Now we want to use Wind Dancer. Properly support it. Hi friends, I want to come back to POE2 after a while when a new patch drops. What are some fun and good classes ascendancies to play now? I played only Titan and Lich up to like level 95 both. Yo, Click, what up, what up, what up? How's it going? Honestly, in my understanding, one of the most hyped things as of now are of monk martial artists. And it's for a reason. There's a lot of like different things that are actually like pretty cool about it and just look really nice. So I personally am currently trying to make a build of monk, even though like I'm playing monk for the first time. I've never played monk. This is literally my first attempt at doing the build. And I'm not like, you know, opening a build guide and just like copying one by one everything and just following the guide. Like I'm literally trying to understand, trying to, you know, put the things together with the help of others and with my own research. Yeah, so monk is definitely really, really nice. And I can show you so far what I came up with and how it looks and how it feels. It's not gonna be anything crazy, because like if you build more interactions into it, if you probably even use additional interactions just in general, there are probably even cooler things that you can do. But from the stuff that I was able to do with, to be fair, it's like kind of a high-end game gear. It's not like, you know, shittiest gear. That does a lot of lifting, but it shows like pretty well what is kind of possible to achieve and what you're gonna be headed towards. So I'm gonna use like tier 16, tier 16 map with maximum amount of mods, I think. Oh no, it's 6 mods, but still, yeah, 6 mods, tier 16 map. It's gonna raise even by 1, so it's gonna be a level 81 zone with whatever mods. I wasn't even like paying attention to it, you know? I'm not like trying to selectively pick the most favorable. Yeah, we're gonna just do a little bit of a run just to see like how it functions. Boom. Dead. I still haven't fixed the what do you call it, the movement part. Like there's probably still ways on how to move faster. This martial arts is gonna be added. Yeah, it's with a new patch. It's like a new patch. I mean, there's 2 new ascendancies that are gonna come out, and one of them is martial artist, and both of them are gonna be things on the new patch. Sorry for the noises of the filter, because they shouldn't be, because they're not actually good. And there's some issues with the never sinks filter at the moment. That's why they're making this noise, even though they're like whatever. They're not that great. So yeah, martial artist is one of them, and you can see the build is kind of simple. You don't have to do that much. It has like huge ass clear, and it clears fast. Like I'm assuming on the next patch the strength of the mods or potential scaling is gonna be even higher, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to clear, but also the opportunity to increase our character's level, to my understanding, also is gonna be significantly higher. It's not easier. It's not like raising your character's power is gonna be way easier. It's just that there's gonna be more stuff and more ways to increase it, and potentially some mods or some things that are just stronger overall. So you combine that, yeah, with already some, you know, good stuff that you can do, and the result is actually pretty cool. So yeah, right now you can see it's like kind of a simple build, but it clears really well, and I'm basically on the highest tier map. So for clearing, for like AoE, for a lot of mobs, it's really, really good. One thing that I want to solve is movement. I want to be able to move faster, blink more. I have maybe even higher movement speed, like whatever, right? Another thing that I wanna fix is probably some defenses in case the damage goes through. Can kill bosses, so with the new ascendancy it should be able to kill pretty well even with AoE spells. In this patch on 0.4, I should not rely on my AoE clear and rather build a specific skill or a couple of skills that are completely like or specifically dedicated for clearing specifically bosses or like single targets with high HP, right? So that would be the aim. But on a new patch with a new ascendancy, there's a decent chance that I might not even need to do that, and there's gonna be like it's gonna be enough to just use this AoE skill because of the way that the new ascendancy is gonna work. It basically is going to be able to channel a skill that summons multiple copies of you performing a skill. It's gonna be like the skill power is gonna be like a little bit downgraded, but you will be able to summon up to like 6 or 7 copies of yourself, and all of them performing the attack, depending on the amount of power charges that it consumes. So in video that was shown, it showed like 6 or 8 copies at the same time, and there's like tech also, I guess, where you can, I'm guessing, get like 4 or 5 power charges, maybe even 6 if you spec into those passive points, right? So if that's true, you should be able in theory go beyond 10 copies. And even in GGG's video, okay, you see right now, just with 2 spins, which means with 2.5 seconds essentially, I've dealt over like around 2 millions of damage just with 2 spins within 2 seconds. So the damage still is like existing. You still dealt 5 million. But if you need to kill like someone like Uber bosses or something, you would probably need more like single target spells or you know, something. But with the new ascendancy, there is possibility that you might not even need to do that, and you can just use the same setup. Not guaranteed though, but there's potential for that. Yeah, and there's like a poll. It's not big, like it hasn't received a lot of votes. And by the way, prepare for the screen flashbang. Boom. Yeah, it's very wide. Not the kind of wide that you like to see. There's a bunch of people that voted who will want to play what. Yes. So the majority of the votes, even though it's like not many votes, is like what, 300-400, right? Majority of the votes land on the martial artist and then spirit walker, and these are the 2 ascendancies that are the new ones. And then there's a bunch of lich, gemling, infernalist, yada yada yada, and so on and so forth. So yeah, there's definitely a bunch of stuff that we will be able to do, and I'm super excited to play this martial artist monk. Gonna be so good, man. Like I'm telling you. Spirit walkers for what class? I think it's for hunter or huntress, if I'm not mistaken. But the idea of it, or at least part of what that ascendancy is gonna allow you to do, is to tame bosses, tame map bosses, and make them your minions. So like you can tame, you know, that, you know, notoriously known gorilla that one shots, and tame it and just use it. Yo, Marley, what up, what up? You see what Valorant does? You just played the match or 2 and it just sucked life out of you, and now you need to go to bed, man. Like, what the fuck is this? You know? But anyways, no, it was not fun. No. You know, when weeds start growing, it's better to cut them out like right away. Yeah. Anyways, man, it was a pleasure as always. It was fun. And yeah, have a good night. And after the sleep, it's gonna be less hours to wait until the league start. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I would like to go for eternal sleep, except that sleep should take like 2 days and like 5 hours or something. And then I would wake up. Yeah, you'll be at work for day 1 and 2. No worries, man. Honestly, dude, I'm more than down. I'm literally gonna grind my ass off to the point that people are gonna be like, oh my god, you're so sexy. So I'm gonna do the thing. Can it tame the Queen of Filth? That's what we don't know. It's not clear which bosses we can. But, you know, we'll see. So anyways, Marley, I'm down to grind my ass off, and in case you'll need like some assistance, help or something to get you up and running faster, dude, I'm down to just, you know, share stuff, like share, you know, pieces of gear or something, whatever that helps you and gets you up and running faster towards the content that you want to do or something. You know, it's more than okay, man. Like I'm, you know, anything to bring my, I should say, like 3AQ gang up and running. People who freaking argue, ooh, CS Pro this and Valorant Pro that, Shroud, 50 skins. So yeah. But yeah, ClickLag, my assumption is that you should be able to. You should be able to tame the Queen of Filth. And I'm saying this because in the video it showed that we can tame Gorilla Boss, and we are also able to tame the Chimera, if I'm not mistaken, and also the one that's in the Val zone that has like 6 spider legs but is like made out of stone. and sort of like pyramid kind of looking shape that does the triangular attack that spreads into the sides or goes outwards. And does like the laser, you know, attack. So if I remember correctly, that was also the boss that was tamed or shown to be tamed. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that we're gonna be able to do. And trust me, I can't wait. Nah, dude, this patch, I'm telling you, is gonna be so good. Like, knowing how the game is, like in itself, how good the game is, right? And the changes that they're gonna make, and what new things are gonna be introduced. Dude, come on. Come on. Open up the door, can you open up the door? Wind Dancer. Don't know what to do for... Yeah, and also if you want to explore, there's this like new ascendancies and new passive points tree that they released. And you can see like when you mark it, like it shows like a bunch of changes of like new nodes and what. If you 25%, oh, it's from 36 to 25. Oh, there's gonna be less. Yeah. Yo, click like, no worries, no worries. Have a good day, have a good night, or whatever the time is for you. And you know, have a good, nice league start if you'll decide to play. Honestly, it's gonna be so much fun. I legit think if you think about giving it a try, just give it a try and you'll find something to do for sure. So yeah, have a good one. Nice. Okay, so we will be able to check these to plan and adjust a little bit based on that. What a banger.
No mana.
Either one. That's a craving, not a craving. Jesus. Fuck me. Bro, we basically have 100% critical chance. I could eat that girl for lunch with dances on my tongue. She might be... Fuck, I don't even know the lyrics. Fire or something. Craving, not a... Ba-da-bam. I wonder what will be the next step for the jewels in terms of power improvement. But that's beyond. We can literally figure that out as we go in during the league start. That is not needed to like min-max for a few more percents. From that perspective, I mean. The hell? Then I do. Life leak. Feeling. Life leak. On the wind dance or what? Why would I? And like actually good? Like wind dancer barely does anything. Oh? Nice. They just did your gale for. Yeah, I really don't understand how that's gonna. Like if I would put life on it, like what the fuck? Doesn't really do damage, no? Magnified area, armor. Yeah, so magnified areas, like, that makes sense because it's gonna push them back further. So what next then? I mean, I can. Alright. We're gonna see if we like this setup, yeah? This skills explosion with break and enemies. So, wind dance. Aim close. Always maim. Maim. Not what I think it is. I reduce the vision. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's a decent one. Why would they use... Why would they use close combat on a stuff like wind dancer? Which it knocks back, gives you evasion, and literally does nothing more but that. Like, kind of sense, no? No, but like for real though. Wait. Active and powerful. Center active. Sorry. Friends. Crit chance is not very. I guess like in the inter. Some of these builds like what the fuck? I guess I don't. Oh, I'm actually looking at it correctly. Metals. maybe rogue smelting. I don't even know if it's actually gonna be good.
Have an order? I'll post it right away.
Like, what? Okay, you. Mm, there. Okay, so let's see. Hey. Cooldown recovery. Cooldown recovery. Is that like not poggers? This for survivability, that just seems like yeah. Hell nah. Actually gonna. I'm just posting one question, just far more. and okay. So there are people recommending to use bounce, which is fair enough. Duration travel. I don't know what the speedrunners are using. Okay.
I cannot.
Oh, actually, it's not that bad. Never mind. Wait. The wait, how far can it go? Wait, never mind. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so yeah, so our movement tag. I'll just have to do the setup, whichever is comfortable for me to just make the movement. So now we're gonna look into jumps like travel. That would be pretty good, I guess. No, but I'm probably gonna use this on... Oh wait, never mind. Actually, can you bounce and change this to space, yeah? No, wait. B. B does nothing. C opens up, but B does nothing. Okay, so, because like it's a little bit more comfortable in terms of like where naturally my fingers go, you know, when I use the keyboard. That's actually pretty good. Ooh. Listen through the Bluetooth. Where's F? What? League interface. Whatever the fuck that means. I can use mouse 5. What is league interface? I use after moving at least 2 kill. Rest of the over 40%. I assume that you move, but also the damage. Like you teleport, explode, or something, like something along those lines. It looks. Yeah, but it's damage. Okay, fuck it. So travel, there's nothing. Patient. I wonder what this is gonna do. It has a duration. .2 projectile. What in the fuck? Okay. Look. I walk up and in the middle of the stash. Like my head is on the stash thingy. And I try to jump behind map device. Okay, never mind this. Like right here. And it jumps diagonally. And if I would take this off, what would it do then? I mean, it's still the same essentially, so duration in that sense doesn't really do anything. So quality. Holy shit, that's loud. And you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Maybe there's something else that throws the rate. Oh, but no, like duration does not affect that particular part. So like, yeah, so if it doesn't change, you know, the travel. Then that act. Am I tripping? Oh, it's not even a... Did I not check? Broski, I swear I'm retarded sometimes. Yeah, this works for pounds. This is really good. Okay. Oh, the feeling. Good. Oh. Yeah. No, okay, so that's like distance. That's actually not bad. Not gonna lie, this is not bad. If I'm not gonna find anything better to use, this is not bad because... Can I use it here? Huh. No, but it's kind of redundant unless I want this to knock back further. The idea is that if I do the pounce, right, I walk, boom. And if we jump, let's say, I run, I jump, boom. And there's like a pack. I could just...
I'm unable.
What is the cooldown right now? Yeah, so it went by 1 second less. That's pretty good.
I'm unable.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Need more mana.
Yeah, but this is actually pretty... Character is for sure like coming together pretty well. Like it's getting to the point where it's actually... It's like actually really good. Yeah. I mean, obviously some of those items are like pretty good tier 1. Solid runes. This is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. That's also like really solid. This is all tier 1s, which is freaking amazing. Not gonna... This is pretty good. Tier 2's offensive plus melee skills and spirits. Then a bunch of survivability. That is literally like really good. Except that the instill is actually not too good. But despite that, actually nice. Next thing. Having a bunch. And where do we actually have this survivability come from? That is probably one of those to really consider. I see what I rather you not before. Yeah, definitely. The defense is like one of those things I'm a little bit worried about. Damage is gonna scale. You know, better mods, better. Yeah, it definitely makes me think what... Maybe there are spirit gems that we could use. It could also provide... 54% gain. Maximum. Wait, isn't that like... Wait, it triggers something else, right? That's probably it. Never mind, me bimbo. Theory would be good, but our crit chance is gonna be insanely high. Getting additional crit chance from the source is like kind of relevant at this point, or at least it seems like. By the way, isn't this like a bug or something? Literally, a lot of trigger meta things have 4% increased energy. Or was it always like? Hmm. Frenzy charge when you or ban it. On 47. Unless, how much do I have? I would probably not want to go in terms of like sacrificing other attributes for this. Could be potential. Yes. Wait. So this is the I have to. I don't know when I would need. I guess it's considerate. Mm-hmm. Energy evasion. Okay, so if we're gonna go, this might actually. This will help me. Okay, I think yeah. This is fair. I think this probably. This will have handling. War banner is gonna. What choice? I have go. this is gonna kind of link. And these two are up to debate, like on the market. Okay, I think we have like a solid. The question is, let's assume we're not using more banner because it's like questionable whether it's like actually good or not. Because like active, we have to play us, but we destroy most of the stuff unless we need more assistance with kill bosses for maybe. Let's that off. Yeah, this is good. Look how it powered up with it. Then. So, wait. Any. One thing fell. Are there. Let's see. Total? Period. 100. Yeah, 100. Okay. So, have 100. Okay, so here's the thing. Herald at 60, Wind Dancer 90. If we want to add Ghost Dance, we have to get 20 for somewhere. So at that point, just more efficient to get one amulet with 50 spirit, and then plus level and whatever else that we, so that we can add both and this literally puts us to, wait, never mind, that's 120. Okay, so if we decide that we don't dance, we don't need spirit on the, actually that's kind of, fine.
I need mana.
Okay, so we're actually moving in a very good direction. So now we improved movement. I think we improved survivability. Wait. Let me actually look into one. Say we use this. If I 4 gems here. Yeah, so right now I'm using 90. Then it goes from 60 to 37, so that's 25 of it, right? Yeah, so I'm saving 5. So I need to get 15 essentially somewhere. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Either it gets 15 and not care about having spirit on the amulet, or also use one more spirit, like more banner for example, and then I just use the full spirit. That's it. In whichever way, that's actually pretty good. Wait, how much spirit on the boots it's gonna give? Gonna be 10, right? So I would need to get 5 from. I want to be like a little bit. I had a bunch of tablets. Where are my tablets? Yeah, this should be increase effectiveness. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Let's see.
I'm unable. The mighty fall. I'm unable.
I'm over there. Hey. Hi, dude. By the way, what changed? I think the FPS are actually pretty solid. I mean, it's not 160 or something. Or, I mean, 200 like in Hideout, but it feels smoother. Okay, so... So even if I almost where the mouse is looking. Yo, Chromatic Red, what's up? How's it going? What are you doing? Yeah, to be honest, like some of this music is just kind of like randomly shuffling and playing. So it's like not necessarily, you know, all of it is selective. I was playing Billie Eilish previously, and then, you know, once the album of Billie Eilish ended, it turned into this. But it's pretty chill music. It's actually pretty good. I should probably turn off the filters because they're just like showing that something is valuable when it's not. And I think it's because like NeverSync is trying to fix the filters now. It's good, man. Just trying to figure out what to play now. Do you have any ideas? The last 2 songs. Yeah. So this one. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, because this is the Billie Eilish song. And Sweater Weather. 21 Pilots. I guess it's like there is a little bit of a theme, I guess. But anyway, so what do you think of actually playing this this patch? Is there anything that you like want to? Is there anything that catches your attention? Yeah, I would say like chill vibes music. Yeah, like something, probably something along those lines. I wonder, is there a support that makes staggering what caused the character to jump automatically? Wait. I don't think I clicked the button that one time. Wait, or did I click and I just didn't feel it? My best guess is with... Yeah, it did the jump. Oh, it's probably Headhunter. Never mind. This is probably Headhunter. Headhunter buff. Child Walker or whatever. Yeah, I was so confused for a second. Yeah, because I was like, wait, is there a tech how to move? You know, how to blink to enemies without actually clicking a button? Because that's what I was looking for. I was trying to solve the movement right now. Because, like, I'm getting the damage and the whole interaction, like, to the place where I want it to be, more or less. and I'm solving, you know, every single step or issue, you know, every single issue step by step. Your best guess is Witch Hunter Twister? Wait, Witch Hunter Twister? Why is it Witch Hunter? I mean, admittedly, I have no idea what Witch Hunter does. But Witch Hunter, isn't it like Witch Hunter as in chaos damage class that deals dot damage? Or one of the builds is like dot damage with it? Nice, it's the grenade class. Wait, so it's like a mercenary. It's a mercenary? Or just FYI, I have no idea about classes and builds. Like, I legitimately don't understand shit. What I'm building right now is literally the first attempt of trying to make a build. And what I'm building right now literally took me like 3 days or something to come to this place with all the monetary resources and with the help of a bunch of people helping me understand the mechanics, how to scale damage, how to, you know, what works with what scales better, and so on. So it's taken a bunch of effort. Yeah. Okay, so wait, the Twister can take advantage of weapon passives. So what kind of benefit does it give? Like, why you know, Twister with the weapon passives? Like, do weapon passives gives like something specific, or like how does that work? Yeah, that's fair. Dude, it's actually not easy. So I've been playing since 0.1 and I love POE. Which every single league that I play this game, I like this game even more. And keep in mind, like, I never really played POE 1 before that. Like, I didn't really like POE 1 that much. I've tried a couple of times, but for me it was like, you know, I don't really want to. I don't really like the game. But POE 2, it got me hooked. With every single season, I'm like more and more interested. And I was always following the guides. This is the first time where I'm actually trying to use the 5 brain cells that I have to actually understand them, you know, how the game works in terms of character building and how the fuck do you make this, you know? So yeah, it's definitely, you know, there were multiple times where there's like 1 or 2 people helping me out, like explaining some things, telling me about the interactions, X, Y, and Z, and I'm just sitting and I'm like, you know, I feel like I've had a little bit too much. I'm overwhelmed. So, well, POE 1, POE 2? I mean, to each their own. I'm not gonna, you know, sit here and tell you that POE 2 is better than POE 1. I just like POE 2 better, and that's it. But I don't see why there wouldn't be people who like POE 1 way more. Like, it's completely, like, you know, to me, that's not even a discussion or like a thing where people have to disagree. It's just whomever likes whichever thing better. That's it. Both games are good, I think. It's a setup then payoff, so you scale Whirling Slash with a bunch of attack speed, then Twister with a bunch of damage and prod speed. Oh, okay, so then I guess it's stacks, like you're stacking, you're doing the thing, and then like it sort of like ramps up, and then you're just starting to shoot out like a lot of Twisters, right? Like those mini tornadoes that just jump around the place. POE 1 is more of the dopamine fuel, hyper build crafting angle, and POE 2 is much more of the action oriented. There's no reason why people like both. Yeah, I would 100% agree. Some people like both. Some people like POE 1. Some people like POE 2. For me personally, it's like, I just like POE 2 more. And admittedly, the thing that I like most about like this type of game and probably ARPGs in general is just building wealth and building bank and, you know, just, you know, farming, not necessarily the characters themselves, which you can do on POE 1 as well, even if, like, if not better, because of the different farming mechanics, of the chase items and whatnot. Probably there's like way more content of PoE 1, right? But for me, that part I like a lot about these types of games. And what sells me on PoE 2, for one, is WASD. I just prefer it way more. And graphically, visually speaking, PoE to me, PoE 1 to me doesn't even compare to PoE 2. Yes, like in terms of feel and in terms of like the patterns, the looks, the items, the visuals, the same, but the polish, the feel of the game, the graphics, the details, the the modernism, basically, I would describe it this way. Hands down, PoE 2 for me personally. For me, I would never choose PoE 1 graphics over PoE 2, never. And that's just my taste in visuals. I prefer it too. Can't wait until they add WAS to PoE 1. Yeah, I assume like once they figure out that WAS is like, I assume a lot of people like WAS, that they should actually add it to PoE 1 and be like, yep, people want it. And it's something that, helps with the longevity of the game and, with the comfort that it brings to a bunch of people. So yeah, 100%. And yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of things that I like about PoE 2, and I just love it. It is just freaking awesome. And I don't know, like, if no Sagi Brat, like, was that like a quick random lurk? Just dropped that comment, and was there like an idea behind it? It was just them sharing that, like, oh, they prefer PoE 1, or they want to like discuss or argue that PoE 1 is objectively better than PoE 2. But for me personally, like, I just don't find these kind of discussions productive, because what does it matter what it is objectively, right? You play the game for some purpose, right? And if that game serves you the purpose, that's all that matters, that's it. Graphics don't really play into my opinion of a game, but I get it. My big problem with PoE 2 is the lack of proper crafting systems and player agency, but it has gone miles since 0.1. 100%. And dude, with 0.5, are you freaking kidding me? The amount of stuff that they're gonna add? Hello? Dude, that's actually insane. Like, comparatively, in terms of like the size of the patch and the size of content and crafting and runes, and whatnot, like... and even items, more types of items, base types, chase uniques, maybe even probably like voices, for example. Maybe even the mage blood is gonna be something incredible. Like, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff that they're introducing, which is freaking awesome. It's just moving forward and forward and forward and forward, which is great. So yeah, and yeah, I can completely understand why, for example, for you, graphics, as you say, doesn't really play into the game. For me, for example, I'm really a visual gamer, even though like most of my gaming career, or like, most of my life when I gamed things that are competitive in nature, like FPS games, Valorant, Counter-Strike, Apex Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, League of Legends, Dota 2, Teamfight Tactics, card games. Like, I, for most part, just play competitive games, and I like competing. But I really like, whenever there's option to select either cap at 60 FPS or 144, I always go for 144. If my game can handle, or if my PC can handle highest graphics versus lowest graphics, I always go for highest, because visuals, I don't know, I just like seeing polished, beautiful things. And obviously not every single type of design or style of design will be appealing to me, but for me, that just is basically the cherry on top, For example, if I can walk around right now with my character, right, and I can cast a spell, and there's gonna be a bunch of like cool things that are gonna happen, and it's gonna look beautiful. For me, it's like, yes, I love it. I don't know. But at the same time, I understand that it's not like this for other people. And again, it's completely fine. To each their own, honestly, like, legitimately, to each their own. And there's literally nothing wrong with anything, with this or that. It's literally just what people enjoy. Yeah, for sure, looks rad. Where are my swords at though, yo? Okay, Red, I didn't want to tell you this, but I was talking with Mark and Jonathan. You know, we're having a glass of wine, throwing a bunch of middle fingers to other people, you know, just chit-chatting, you know, having fun, relaxing, and it just slipped out, like, when we were in sauna, sitting, like, doing whatever, and they basically straight up told me they forgot, you know. And I was like, dude, how can you forget? Like, the whole community is asking, you know, they're like, oh my god, please, 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 I must help my family for it, you know. And then after further probing, they actually told me they don't even know what the swords are. They don't understand conceptually what that is. They're trying, they're going to classes, you know, crafting, smithing lessons and whatnot. You know, they're taking their time, but it's just taking time, and it's gonna be a while, you know. But I genuinely believe with the progress that they made and what they're told about, they've learned about the handle recently. That's progress, right? So I think they're getting there, and soon, you know. Yeah, they keep yeah, you literally, that's what it is. And they kept on telling me, they're like, what's a sword, you know, in it, bruv? Okay, nah, that's not their accent. Wait, Macrobit. I don't forget. Wait, what is their accent? Diff? Did they say the word diff instead of death? I don't, fuck, whatever. I would have to listen to it again. But basically, what they're saying is like, dude, try to think about the source, the structure. We don't really understand how it comes together, but we try. We ask, you know, for our production team to do this, to create a bunch of models, and you know, we put the pieces together, and it's like animations, everything. Boom, we export the file. It spears again. What can you do? Like legitimately, what can you do, you know? Yeah, and literally what Billy just said. They're dealing with it, and the result is that they now have a bellyache after all of this. I don't know, man. It's a struggle. But hey, one man's garbage is another man's ungarbage, you know, or whatever the thing is. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, visuals are good and important, but gameplay feel to me doesn't really make that important. Yeah, 100%. And I literally have no issues with that. That 100% makes sense to me. You know, we're just not gonna talk ever again. I'm just gonna ignore you for the rest of my life, and that's it. No problem with that. Oh shit. Yo, so this build, actually, the way that I managed to build it, I really like how this build works. And the only thing is, with the new ascendancy, I'm kind of assuming that I will be able to just use whirling assault, and that I will not need to use what do you call it, like single target skills, right? Because of the channeling where you get a lot of illusions. The problem is, I don't know if that's gonna be enough, or should I prepare like one skill or whatever that's solely focused on solo, like big chunky mobs, you know? Oh, had to restart the stream and I heard I'm never going to talk to you again. No, I was just saying, like, you know, I read your comment where you said, like, don't get me wrong, visuals are good and important, but gameplay feel to me doesn't really make it that important, you know? And I was saying, yeah, dude, I get that, like 100%. You know, to each their own. I literally have no problem with that. I'm just gonna stop talking to you, and I'm never gonna respond to you ever again, and that's it. Yeah, that, you know. That's all I'm saying. And you're not even a human being in my eyes anymore. Anyways, besides all the jokes and funsies and everything, I feel like I've got through a lot of stages of grief. Wait, what am I talking about? There are a lot of stages of crafting the build, and I got my build to a decent point. Now I know how it's gonna feel towards the end game. It's not fully perfect yet, because you see, it's like not all tier 1 mods. It's not like perfect rolls or anything. I basically try to get gear that's end game, but it's not like min-maxed yet, right? It's not like mirror tier and anything. But this is already like very solid piece. Same goes for gloves, you know, a couple of da-da-da, da-da-da, you know, like just basically mid hyphen end game type of gear. It's going to be tough to hit all tier 1 mods next year, but otherwise those look really good. Yeah, 100% it's going to be a challenge, and honestly that's what excites me the most. I really like crafting, and I really like, you know, attempting to make good pieces, then sell for profit, go for, you know, better and better crafts. So I really can't wait to actually attempt to make like incredible stuff, you know, like really good, almost like BIS or even BIS maybe. This league I have one goal, finally hit the threshold of having 1 mirror plus in my stash tab that's liquid, that I can use for investing, for further crafting, for whatever. Last league I had like mirror or more than a mirror in my gear, but that's gear that I'm using, you know, for running maps, for whatever. So I can't really do anything with that. This league I feel like I could potentially have enough skill and knowledge to actually go past that goalpost. So yeah, I'm gonna really like, yeah, you see like tier 1, tier 3, tier 2 offensive stats. Tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. Okay, this one is juicier, but it was sanctified without quality points. So that's a little bit, you know, a little bit of a spit on the face. Or not on the face, maybe preferably on the ground. Yeah, so there's definitely a bunch of, it's like mid to high end gear, but not like min-max, right? But that gives me a feel of like how strong the character is gonna be towards the end game. And the best part is I don't have a single ascendancy point. I'm playing without an ascendancy right now, and boy do we know how strong the martial artist is going to be. Like, it's gonna be meaningful. It's not like 1% power increase or something. Literally all 8 points that I'm gonna select, all of them are gonna matter, and they're gonna make the character stronger. Literally all 8 of them. Yeah, oh for sure. Like, martial arts just looks hella exciting. I don't know. And by the way, this is literally my first time playing monk. I never played monk in my life. I never played melee characters in my life, and I used to always follow build guides. So this is just a new attempt for me to do something, you know? Like, I just don't know. Like, I don't know how this works. I never made a build on my own. Nothing. This is literally, I mean, I guess I'm a genius and you could call me Gordon Ramsay of POE, but still, I don't want to boast myself, you know, too much. I'm still new to this game or whatever. But yeah, all jokes aside, I think it actually went pretty well, and I think I was able to more or less. What are you? An idiot sandwich! Say that again! I'm an idiot sandwich! Yeah. So, fuck, it's hard to properly convey the joke or emote or act when I have to keep quiet because it's 7 a.m. for me and I don't want to wake my neighbors. Yeah. So, okay. But yeah, so basically what's pretty cool is that it looks like I've been able to solve the damage part to a big extent and know how to get there. So whirling assault, staggering palm for, you know, like dashing to the enemies and proccing a bunch of projectiles, then Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice, you know, for additional like shocks, freezes and shit like that, like a bunch of good shit. Wind Dancer, Ghost Dance for defensive stuff, Pounce for more travel, and mana stuff via stuff like recover 2% of maximum mana on kill. So use a couple of those, and Poison's Oath on one of the heralds, And yeah, like it resets mana, it keeps it to the full against packs of mobs, against where there, you know, a lot of mobs. Now the only thing that I want to solve is improving my defenses even further, because my stats, I don't know if they're good. I think they should be way better in terms of defenses. I think I will be dying a decent amount with this kind of setup. So I need to improve my defenses even further and then do something about single target. And that's where I'm thinking. There's a chance that with the channeling spell, where we will be able to use, you know, to summon a bunch of clones, that might be enough damage even for the single target. But the problem is, what if it isn't, you know? If I'm fighting Uber boss of Ritual, for example, or the Big Mac guy from Delirium. So if I'm doing that, so in case those illusions are not gonna be enough, I want to have something as a backup option, or I will have to figure that out. But yeah, remember the channeling skill plus bells? That's the problem. I don't think I'm gonna play bells. Wait, I'm gonna show you real quick. Here so here's what I was thinking, right? My current choice of ascendancy points is this power charge and hollow form, so that you can challenge those channel those copies, right? This is the whole line for the bells. This one gives a bell on the back, and this one gives the bell that spawns after, like, you know, you kill a mob, then the bell spawns, and then you can destroy it and shatter or whatever, right? So this is the whole line for the bells. This is the line for runic meridian, so meaning you can put runes onto your additional, you know, slots that is gonna give you. This one is combo stuff, so this one I think I'm ignoring as well. This one is Way of the Stone Fist, meaning gloves, so this one I'm choosing as well. And immobilization and Way of the Mountain. That's gonna give, I believe, like additional like damage per stacks and something else, whatever that is. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8. If I would want to go for the bell, this one would not be useful for me. This one would have to be useful, because this one, basically what it does is whenever you crit, you trigger it, basically. And I'm gonna have a build with that basically 100% crit chance, right? My goal is to build a crit with, build with a 100% crit chance. So that would, it would work, it would combine. The problem is that it's not the first big notable, it's behind. I would have to go through these 3 points to get to this one, you know, so there's a big cost to get it, and I just don't want this notable. This notable is good, this notable is decent. I don't know if it's gonna be very strong, but it's still good. This notable is strong, this notable is strong. So like, do I really want to sacrifice other 2 notables that I already like just for one, you know? I mean, I'll probably experiment, but my assumption is that probably my choice will make the most sense. But yeah, that's fair. That's a lot of good stuff. Yep. So yeah, so I will have to, I guess you'd want to go clones plus Stonefist plus runes. Yeah. So, and as a last 2-point option, it's not gonna be the bell that where you kill the mobs, the bell spawns, and then you can shatter it. Like, my damage is already gonna be enough to like destroy packs of mobs, you know? So might as well take the Way of the Mountain thingy and just get like more damage, more, like, I don't remember exactly what it gives, but it gives like a bunch of good bonuses. Oh yeah, that is the goal. So right now, all I want is, considering that I'm gonna be even that much stronger with my ascendancies, which I don't have a single point right now, I want to solve for survivability and potentially single target damage in case those clones are not gonna be enough. I truly hope that it will. Yeah, the amount of damage we saw was pretty insane. I agree. Like, I agree. But the problem is they weren't showcasing the Uber bosses. They weren't showing the Arbiter of Divinity. They weren't showing the Big Mac boss. They weren't showing the Ritual boss. You know, they were showing like the map bosses basically. Yeah, you deal like a few mils of damage within like a couple or a few seconds. It's still better than what I have right now. The question is, how good was their gear, and how strong are gonna be the pinnacles basically. So if my setup is gonna be that much stronger, because they usually don't do these showcases with like giga bist out dripping, ice in my veins, veneers and shit. They don't show those kind of builds. They usually, to my understanding, they pick solid good build, but not like out of this world. And then they do a showcase of what's possible, So yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. So I might have to solve for the single target, but if that's not going to be the case, all I want to solve right now is defenses to make sure that I'm less and less likely to die. And I'm not sure what I can do right now besides getting more defensive stats, min-maxing mods for more defensive stats. I legit don't know what else would help me survive. Like, okay, I can give more supports for Ghost Dance, but I don't know. I'm like basically capped on resistances. Yeah, so Ghost Dance is getting nerfed. The only reason I'm picking is this. Naturally, we're gonna have 100 spirit, right? So this is yeah, so this is 60 spirit. This is 90 spirit, right? And then if I'm gonna get amulet with 50 spirit, I can add two more thingies basically. Or wait, no, I'm tripping. Oh yeah, Ghost Dance and Banner. But as you say, if Ghost Dance is actually not that useful, I might actually drop it. In War Banner, like I'm 50-50 on it. I might even actually decide not to use it. Like, I don't know how good that's gonna be. So if you're actually like, that it's nerfed to the point that it's not actually that good, I might actually even decide to not even go for Spirit then on the amulet, and just go for evasion rating, global defenses, and like, an additional defensive mod maybe then. I actually don't know. Like, would having 150 more HP or like energy shield or something, would it be more valuable than having Ghost Dance active? Yeah, I legit have no idea. Yeah, just 2% yes regen now. Yeah. I might go for EV and deflection. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Also, to be fair, currently my tree is looking like this. I basically don't have a single defensive point anywhere. All of this, what I have selected, is basically offensive. So, maybe, I could fix a little bit of that with...
Speak.
Can you allocate... So, I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what weapon sets are, as in how they work. I know that you probably tell either referring to like second weapon set, or you're referring to the thing that there is like weapon set on top right, but I have no idea how that works and what that does. Like, I have no understanding. I've never used it. So maybe I can, but I don't know. Like, what could you do with it? Basically, you can assign passives and skills to use specific weapons. Like I said, I was using it for Whirling Slash plus Twister. In in this case, is there an angle that I could go for, or that you potentially see like a good use of it? Because even with what you said, like I don't really know like what I can make of it, you know? It's like not clear to me. Something good that I can do with it? Is there, you know? Guess I'll be able. And if I get 2 more points, just go. That's not. I mean, this defensive. Usually, what people do is use one weapon, then the different skill is based on. But that is probably so. My guess is that most of it, or a lot of it, is like mainly for offensive purposes. For instance, we use whirling sight 90% of the time so that we can assign evasion. Okay. And what would you do with that 10% of the time? Like, what different like what kind of difference would it make it defensively? Or what stuff would you do? Oh yeah, also my allocation is completely stupid. It's kite runner. Instead, I could have just like a defensive note from somewhere. From a distance so you won't get hit. Ah, okay. So, okay. I guess it's like build specific, and for your scenario, it makes sense. For my scenario, maybe I could also come up with something that makes sense, but realistically, I'm just using whirling assault all the time, and I'm just going into the enemies, you know, in the middle, so hard to say. Oh, and I'm also using the second weapon set, or yeah, this talisman or whatever. I don't know why it's Wyver right now, because I'm using pounds to jump on people or on the mobs, and then it keeps wolf, even though this is wyvern. I don't get it. But whatever. I mean, that works for me, I guess. I can cosplay as your daddy. What? So, yeah. Not sure. I've never used them. If the league, they were brought out. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah. But anyways, you know what? I realized that I actually legit have this node point, which basically does nothing for me. So I can legit just find one of the most efficient defensive points that are probably like not even close and not on my way, and just pick that and allocate it. Like, I don't know, whatever. And then do a little bit of this. I'm actually curious. Evasion rating, huh? Estimated chance to evade 52%. Boom. It brings up 3% by allocating 2 points. Bruh, that feels like so little. Like 55% evasion. Isn't that like very little, generally speaking? I've heard people like saying like, oh, you have to have like 2 millions or whatever. Aspid. Ah, no, but that's spells, right? That's not skills. Baga. There's a little bit of defenses. This could be like a cluster that I could choose if I feel like very down on defenses.
Speak. I must
Like I could
meditate.
potentially, for example, this. 15% of the top end. Damn, that's actually a lot. Yeah, you're right. Hmm. Yeah, I guess as you top end. What helmet are you? Right now, it's not. I don't know if even has yet. But then a bunch of life, bunch of mana, a hybrid, and a little flat and. Oh, dude, that's right. Gloves are gonna give, yeah, because of the ascension. Because of the ascension, it's gonna give a bunch of evasion. Gonna be like post level 9 or whatever. It's gonna be like around 1,000 and 300 or something energy shield. Just gloves on the. Yeah, so that's gonna help a little. Go with the helmet that. I mean, up until now, that was. I'm not. There's superfuge. Superfuge. Gonna be like +1. This one. Yeah, it's gonna be +1 instead of +2. Oh yeah, sorry, I was far away. Yeah, so it's gonna be now +1 instead of +2. So it's like it's like half value than what it was. Hmm. I mean, it might still be good, but I don't know actually. But yeah, I would for sure want. Wait, right, but think about it. You'll get 600 energy shield by losing 150 evasion. Oh, you mean like the evasion rating is gonna drop down, but because of energy shield, it's gonna be brought up to some extent. Uh-huh. Yeah, on that particular point, you're right. The only question is, won't there be yet another point? Other notable that I would want to allocate. The question is if that would be actually the node that I would want to allocate the most. The question is like, either if it's defensively the strongest or if it's overall the best that I can allocate because I don't want to path towards it. Or okay, I mean, wait a minute, actually. From my current tree, it's just 3 points to get there, right? But using these two is kind of dead. Or no? Because in theory, I could, for example... Wait, where did I make the changes just now? I could remove these. Lose 6% deflection, 15% evasion. Because that node would be of similar strength defensively as this one. Deflection, I don't even know how to measure it. Like, I have no idea which one is more impactful. If it's gonna be this one or that one, then 15% of damage taken from deflected gets recouped as life. This might be actually fake, now that I think about it. Yo, you actually might be right. For one reason, as in, I don't really want to take damage and then recoup. I probably want, in general, to take least amount of damage possible instead of take and then heal up, right? And to make sure that I can even survive the big hit in the first place. And since I'm like semi-paper, it's better to have flat values to make sure that my pool is big enough to take those big hits. Or okay, what would you say, Chromatic? What would you say like your thought process would be in here? Am I even thinking in like sensible direction?
Go on. Let's try something different.
Good action. That's 3 points transfer from one place. You need the new helmet though. Yeah, so I will look into it. I'll probably find some. Not, I'll just craft one. It's fine. Oh, wait. It doesn't have deflection though, yes? Energy. Helm. Wait, or can it have... Okay, my defensive stats are... Estimated chance to deflect 43%, damage prevented by deflection 40. If I take this off, it becomes 30%, so I lose like 13% by doing this change. And I also lose 6% of evasion itself. I mean, it always, you know, the helmet can be better rolls and everything, but... Because that's the question, like, the problem is I don't know exactly how to calculate this, if that makes sense. So, half of the times the hit is gonna go through, and if it goes through, then it has a little bit less than half of the times it's gonna yeah, deflect like 40%, right? You'll only lose like 500 evasion at the top end with the new helmet. I might not have enough deflection. Now I just feel inadequate. Yeah, just tell me that I'm a piece of trash. Okay. No, okay. All jokes aside, how are there ways to increase this potentially without actually moving part? Because I don't know if I actually want to let go of these things. %30 increased defenses while wielding. Ooh, wait. Well, okay, that's pretty cool. Yes. So okay, the goal is. What is the goal, mister? Well, okay, what would be your thought process, or what would you, if you were in my shoes, what would you look into potentially to make sure that you have better defenses? Because my tree looks like this, right? I don't know how well you know the tree or this side of the tree, but that's how it looks right now. There's a couple of points of loose end for a jewel like this, which like actually is quite meaningful, but I guess I could have 2 jewels technically, or just use one augment socket for a jewel instead. And move 2 points somewhere else. I could potentially like look into rebuilding something, you know, some of the other stuff. But how other people, I mean, no, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I'm not against looking into. I always follow build guides. It's not like, you know, I'm against and I'm like saying, oh no. Might be some tag to help reduce the amount of passive points you use. From nothing. From nothing. Is it a jewel? Like the unique jewel? That gives you like a random notable point? Or notable passive? I also realized that for 2 points, I actually could do something this. This gives me a big amount of evasion. And I could potentially move the jewel on my gear. So I could, for example, lose, like, I don't know, better fix my resistances and thus not have to use my resistance. Because ideally, I will not have to use the resistance runes, right? I will use something different. Because look at this right now. It's not even the best chess piece. And on top of that, I'm not even using the runes for additional evasion. So I'm gonna gain more there for sure. I could potentially do something.
Let's try something different.
Like this, actually. Now we're big braining right now, big braining. And gain this. Boom. Already, almost 60%. Is the jewel that puts a circle around the notable that you can... our keys, not notable. Dude, you can tell me that it's called keystone, you can tell me that it's called notable. You can call me that this... Or you can tell me that it's called, I don't know... Wagamagaga, and I'll believe you, dude. I don't understand the different terminologies. Yeah, the big boys on the passive tree, they're circular. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. So like you slot into the jewel slot and it has this radius that then applies like whatever effect. Leaks and that there's a perfect version. Okay. Okay, now you intrigue me. Now I'm gonna police your ass, okay? So passives and radius around the ROTA can be allocated without being... Oh, so it's basically a travel thing, right? You put this in... And then you travel wherever you want to from there in a certain radius. Is the radius ever big? Wait, or is it always small? Do you know perhaps? Can the radius be like medium or large? Or it's never like that? It's always small. Okay, okay. So in theory, what you're saying is that I might... For example, I could find something either defensive or offensive, whichever, right? Wait, what was your... never mind, you didn't give an example of point, but... Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I didn't even think about it, because I completely forgot that this thing exists. The only issue with my build is that, theoretically... I will have 1, 2, maybe 3 jewel sockets on the passive tree, unless I would do like different pathing. Maybe I wouldn't path here, I would path here, but then I would have to drop this whole thing maybe and like pick something else. Like, but there's gonna be voices, so I can always turn 2 into 3 or maybe into 4. Or even if I'm gonna be giga rich into 5. But let's assume I'm gonna only get +2, maybe +3. Like, let's not think that I'm gonna have +4 for a very long time. So there's gonna be 1, 2, maybe 3 naturally. And then one of them voices will gonna, you know, bump a notch or 2. And then if I solve my defenses correctly with resistances, I could then like pop one rune here to make it into a jewel socket, and maybe for example on boots and on this, and turn it into jewel sockets. And which, now that you told me about it, this does not need to be put into passive tree. It's not like you put it and it says within radius of this jewel you can do X, Y, and Z. It literally just basically wormholes. It literally just wormholes into the potable, and then you do every keystone. I think +5 jewel sockets from voices is the very top end. I mean, from what they've shown, I think it was in the video, it was +4 jewel socket, or +4 jewel sockets. Effectively make it, you know, you use up 1, but then you gain 4. So effectively giving 3 additional. You can look at the passive tree. There's 5 sockets. Yeah, there's 5. But do you think it's because of that? Hey, prepare for this. I'm gonna flashbang you. Flashbang. Voices. Sorry. No. Yeah. Allocates 2 to 4 sinister jewel sockets. Maybe there's gonna be like a double corruption thing. Or maybe it's possible that with double corruption you can bump it up to 5. Maybe? I don't know. Or yeah, but you can double corrupt. Just because it's corrupted, that doesn't mean that you cannot double corrupt, right? Because I just saw today Belton doing
Yes?
adorned jewel, okay, wait. I will show you. Modifies a corrupted equipment or jewel item unpredictably, or destroys it. Corrupted equipment or jewel. So it does something with it. Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. So maybe your theory is, I mean, Belton did today, he bought like 40 whatever, like a lot of adorns, and then he basically did a double corruption or whatever it's called on them, and he got a bunch of like 5 mirror, 17 mirror, 8 mirror, 3 mirror, 11 mirror, you know, adorns. Whatever, man. So yeah, anyways, yeah, so, but anyway, so basically what I'm saying is this, is that you can peg me and call me no, I'm not saying the point is, we can at least expect to use voices to make +1 jewel slot. If it's not gonna be an insane rare drop, so maybe 2 jewel slots. And obviously, you know, if you get the highest roll, then dude, with the amount of value that it's gonna bring, I genuinely believe it's gonna be in like value close to mirror or in mirrors. Or MP, do they take in donations from the chat? Oh yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised. Like but I don't mind, man. Like you know, people want to support them, want to do a bunch of stuff, but also they do almost everything on stream. So it's like you can still see that it's like not random. They don't randomly appear with gear and they're like cruising, you know. They'll do a lot of good shit. But yeah, that's fair. The best thing is that corruption doesn't reroll anymore. Oh yeah, you're right. Since now if you want to go for the stat increase, corruption outcome, you have to pre-divine it because it doesn't reroll things. So that goes if you get like a good corruption drop of a jewel, like, yeah, like voices, like maybe something else that has numerical values, it will stay that way even if you will try to further corrupt or modify it or whatever. Yeah, you're actually right. So you're at least not gonna be burnt in that sense. So whatever gear is gonna drop corrupted, you know that it's gonna be that way. And it's not gonna like roll lower values. I mean, I guess it technically can, because it can still... Wait. Val corruption outcome. If you get the outcome that changes the stats, doesn't... Oh, no. Sorry. Please. Okay. Val corruption outcomes. POE2. Nothing. Implicit. Reroll affixes. Extra song. Wait, so it does change out. Wait. Anyways, I tried to look at that jewel pockets and tried to minimize. Like, you can get a good heart of the well with percentage damage as element, mana on kill, evasion rating. Oh, yeah, you're right as well. Dude, can you stop giving me work and let me rest for a second? Can y'all just stop bothering me, please? I want to live my life. Yeah, but actually, no. Yeah, you're actually bringing a lot of good points. Like, legit. I didn't think about it. Megalomaniac. I have never used in my POE career Megalomaniac. Wouldn't entirely know what it does. Oh, so you can... Sorry. Oh, so you can basically get... You can get... So these are like, whatever you call them, like keystones, right? So you can get like something good, for example. Like 1 or 2 good keystones. Subterfuge. Oh yeah, so you can get Subterfuge and then something else. Just one by itself is not that... Isn't like that like pretty good? Or is it because it's standard? I guess it's because it's standard. I don't know. It would seem that this league it should have been valuable. With voices, I think Delirium is going to be a huge farm for people. Dude, I want to do so much stuff in this league. I want to do breaches and do exceptional farming. Because imagine gloves dropping with additional socket. Yep, we're talking about the same thing. Yep. Yeah, I really want to do exceptional farming, and I really hope that the Atlas passive tree that's gonna have the exceptional stuff, that it's either gonna be on the same level as it was for exceptional farming up to now, or even be better, like give some sort of improvement, like higher chances or something. If that's gonna be the case, dude, lube me up and just push me down, you know? I'm gonna dive into it. Yeah, so my hope is that they at least keep it at the same level, because even up until now, you could have farmed exceptionals pretty well. Go into the zone with 0 rarity on the map, just loads of mobs, and be at least 0 rarity, or preferably, if your build can handle, go into negative rarity with the Venter's Gamble. That's it. So yeah, so that's why I want to do breaches. I mean, breaches I want to do for two things: for exceptional farming. Yeah, that's one, and for Genesis tree, new base item types, new craft, like that kind of crafting. If it's gonna prove to be like not that good or whatever, I can always, you know, skip that. But also the next thing that I want to do is rituals. I really want to try to do rituals to see how profitable it's gonna be in terms of getting those omens and potentially some good uniques, right? So that's one thing. And it's gonna have like Uber boss. One of the Uber bosses is gonna be ritual boss. It's the one that they showed in the video from today. I'm all breached out after 2 full weeks of it. Yeah, 100%. I actually played the league on POE 1 when the Genesis tree came into the play. So yeah, like I'm a little bit, you know, familiar with the crafting with Genesis tree. Yeah, so I really want to do rituals and do the bosses on rituals and do the Uber. I don't remember his name, but like sexy looking guy, you know. Yeah, so do the ritual Uber boss. Then if I'll want something different to do, I might try farm some Adorns, or maybe Arbiter of Divinity. Maybe that Arbiter will have some good chase uniques, you know. Like maybe we'll find out that that's gonna be like pretty good farm, you know, for some uniques. And then yeah, Delirium for the like the emotions. Or wait, was it gonna be Delirium that's gonna have potential amulet drops that will have implicits as auras or something? Because I remember that it was mentioned somewhere that there's gonna be like new items that will give you like, it's either auras or something, or maybe breach. Actually, that might be breach. I don't know. Maybe that's gonna be the breach. So I don't remember. But yeah, you might be right. But yeah, Delirium with new emotions, and if it's gonna be voices from Delirium. It's 2 notable implicits as a drop. Wait, what do you mean by that? You seem excited. That's awesome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not even going to practice for this league. How dare you, mister? Subterfuge mask is an... Wait, you say Delhi has 2 notable implicits. Delhi. What is Delhi? Wait, I'm confused. Delirium has 2 notable implicits as a drop. Has 2 notable implicits. Oh, you mean the item that then you can use to instill on amulet and give it like a keystone, right? Or as an implicit or something. It's not, maybe it's not like in the form of instill or whatever. Wait, what the fuck, man? There's just so much stuff. I don't understand. Do I have to rewatch? It's like when you enchant your amulets. But will it fight for the slot with the usual? Oh, it comes with 2 pre-added. Yeah, so there's gonna be like amulets or something that will have 2 that you will not be able to reroll, I think. Like, you get those and that's it. Right? As implicits. Yeah, I think I now remember that what you're... So isn't this precisely what I was referring to as like it can drop with something what I called auras? Maybe it's not auras but passives? Because I don't think we know what the base types are gonna be from the breach, right? of like rings and amulets? Or do we know? Do 0.5 new base types, amulets, rings. Do 6 new ring bases and 4 new amulet bases. Absent amulet, loathsome mire amulet, corona and distorted amulet. Bro, I really don't want to flashbang you. How can I do it so that it's not... Bro, I have to go to the settings and then invert. Hey, Google. Invert. Okay, I'm about to invert something. No, it's not gonna look beautiful. I can flashbang you? Oh my god, but I feel so bad, honestly. Okay, so here, look. Path of Exile update. Doesn't matter. I'll do little flashbang. Okay? Let's do like a minor flashbang. No, Drake, I did not invite you. The new amulet bases revolve around the updated breach and delirium mechanics, offering massive power with frequently at a cost. One of the most build enabling, it operates somewhat like an unset ring, granting a free skill slot that holds an inherent aura and 2 amulet mods. Bring up your build. I have no fucking idea what that means. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into something because this is like way too bright. Objects used within the area of delirium. So these allow you to grant to instill notables, but impose a penalty of either. Oh, so you lose like a 1 prefix or suffix, but as a trait you get to instill something from the... So wherever it comes from, whether it's like inverted or something, the idea is still the same, that 1 amulet will have this effect. You have 2 slots for instills, but you lose 1 prefix or suffix, right? Okay, that's cool. I have no idea what this means. Granting a free skill slot. That, I guess I understand, giving a free skill slot. But that holds an inherent aura. That in itself like is gonna give some type of auras, I guess? And 2 amulet mods. Like, what does that mean? So is it only gonna have aura and 2 amulet mods? Random spirit skill. Okay, so it gives spirit aura, but then you're able to use that, but lose prefix 1 suffix. So essentially, but wait. Will you have to pay spirit to use it? Or is it like you wear and it's automatically active? Because... Oh, it's free. Okay, so some of the auras are gonna be like valuable, especially the expensive one. Alright. Maybe for monk, I'm not sure if there are good auras that you want to have. Like all my auras, I looked through all of them. And I was like, they're okay, but they're not like, crazy value. Eating with spirit. Yeah, that's fair. Instead of like having 60 So instead of having 60 plus 1 suffix or one more suffix mod, you can get that new amulet. So you kind of like lose one suffix, but as a trade, you can, for example, roll a 100 spirit gem, right? Gem skill, and yeah. So for example, you can roll one of those like Archmage or cast on you kind of thing, and thus like maybe playing a build that has cast critical and is a mage of some sort. So instead of using this kind of more of a flashback. Oh no. Sorry, additional bit. Unique catalyst lock. These are gonna be so interesting. I really want to see. As though it was a... Oh, that's right. Remember it... Fuck. New ring base. Energy base. Link. Done with flashbanging. Also means that you can use for Carnage and roll Berserking mods. Yes. I wonder how the runic ward is gonna work. Like, and for example, if for monks it's useful to have this one is the best one. You just lose prefix and suffix modifiers. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wear it. Damn it, there's so much. 2 days. 15 hours. 2 days and 15 hours. Runic Ward is just going to be extra HP. Looks like it'll function like energy shield, but only defending you once you hit one line. But the question is it gonna be stronger, for example, like a stronger stat than what you would get like instead of, say, life stat or instead of like energy shield? Why I'm asking this is because if I understand correctly, the later game runic wards will compete for the same mod slots as like other defensive stats, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, that's a big if, but if that's the case, will it be stronger? Unless you can just like throw it as an addition, you know? Do additional instead of like replacing one stat. You can recover runic ward, and we don't know the rules. Numeric values, then life and energy. Then yeah, I would 100% agree. Yeah, there's for no. I'm not gonna fight you on this one. I know you want to fight. You're asking 1v1, but I'm not. Nope. What are my favorite maps? It will likely be better than evasion armor. Nope, Mister. Don't you say better than E word. Nope. That's not allowed here. Dude, I don't remember most. Creek. Why do I feel like I liked Creek? Is it gonna be like some sort of a dog water map? Oh no, it's an open layout. Getting 80% evasion with a decent amount of runic ward shouldn't be too hard. But you know what's gonna be too hard? Oh. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah. Flask farming. Do you make money off of flasks in Path of Exile 1 or 2? Or no? Because I made a bunch of money on POE 2 on flasks. But also maybe I'm just a bimbo. Do the bounce. Right, nah, somebody is messing with these. That was definitely not a dopamine item. For whatever reason, catalysts are appearing as if they're dopamine. Yeah, reroll utility class for Mage Blood. They're worth a 2 DS each. Nice, nice. For the last 2 leagues, I was rolling ultimate life flasks and ultimate like mana flasks, and I literally was able to sell a bunch of flasks for 20, 30, 40 divs per flask. So that was cool. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. Oh, I mean, the economy is bloated, but I mean before that peak, because I wasn't farming the flasks when, you know, the temple was a thing. So it was like 1 league before that and 1 more league before that. During this league, Fate of the Val, I wasn't going for the same farms. But wait, I'm gonna show you. I think this might. Some amount recovered. Is there? So there is 80. Look, 80. I know it's a standard and it's whatever. Basically, what happens is the Epstein files are, you know, I mean, life flasks are like a pirate are. Wait, how the fuck do I show this to you? Yeah, okay. Damn, son. What some people might not know. The thing is, increase amount recovered. They drop only from 83. So effectively speaking, you don't really drop them that often, relatively speaking, right? So it's not like a very easily achievable thing to drop a flask that's of level 83. But you can do that in level 82 zones, killing killing elites, killing uniques, and that kind of stuff. The same goes for mana. So you go to level 82 zones or level 81 zones, but you kill a unique. You know, those all the rules where you get like +1 or +2 based on the type of the mob that you kill. You make sure that you include flasks as a, as a thing that your filter shows. Sometimes it would roll this, and I would just pick it up and just, do the perfect transmit, perfect dog, and sometimes it would drop like this. And the cool part about this is look at this. 80 roll is like, ooh, very good. If you like get 80 this, then if you use another perfect thingy, this is usually gonna be either tier 2 or tier 1 roll, because there's like not many at like above level whichever those perfect, currencies give. So the mods are not gonna be that much low. So they're gonna be like a relatively high tier, 2 or tier 1 for the most part. That's already good. Thing is, with tier 1, this is kind of a little trick. On 80, they cost a decent bunch, especially if another mod is also tier 1, and it's like increased charges or reduced charges per use. Basically anything that helps you with the usage of. But then, go 76, and it costs less. You know what you do then? Fuck, I cannot. You go to that, and there's only 76, 77, 78, 79, 80 as different outcomes of amount recovered. Use 5 divines on average. You hit the thing you want, and you say, "Come on, baby, give me the moolah." So yeah. That is one little tech that I sometimes use, and apparently it doesn't seem like a lot of people do that, because like it does sell on the normal league and not like Fate of the Val League where temples were shooting out divines. I was selling those I was selling those thingies for like 20, 30, 40 divines. I think I even made a sale at around like 50 divines or so at one point. So it's like, I don't know. It's not that common. It's not that many people get it. What the fuck? Yeah. There's a teeny tiny thing that might help a little bit with farming. It's not necessarily the greatest money, but it's still profit. And the thing is, like, the input for this, it's not like it costs a lot, especially if you get natural as a drop. You need a few of them, or not a few, like once in like 20, 30 or like 40 flasks you get one good hit of that tier 1 mod, and you're sitting there happy. But even if you miss a lot, then you do the recomp. I don't know if it's gonna exist this league, but you do the recomp, and sometimes it's gonna hit naturally, but very rarely. And in cases it doesn't hit, you just do perfect augment if it only has one mod. Oh, not recomp, but like reforge, where you put 3 items and you get 1 back. I was referring to this one. Yeah. So you just recycle those thingies. Oh, that's gone? I think only recombination is gone, where you put 2 items together and you extract the mods, like you make 1 item instead if it's successful, and you put the selected mods on that item if it's a successful outcome. I think that one is gone, no? If I'm not mistaken.
I need mana.
So yeah, some tiny teeny tips here and there, doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it helps. Pretty cool. Got it. I thought, I don't know, I thought maybe, yeah, maybe I'm just not aware of something, so, all good, no worries. Okay, temporal chains, hello.
I need mana.
Grab my... I am struggling with mana. But yeah, the build is coming together nicely. There's definitely gonna be a lot of damage. Damage is not gonna be the struggle part. movement, survivability, and potentially power charges might be issues. And maybe at some points even mana. Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, and as you've suggested, I'll definitely look into various like unique jewels and stuff like that and see what I can come up with. Maybe there's gonna be some angles, you know, to play around. Come here, you sexy boy. One spin, 1.2 milli. Oh yeah, it's a bit of a struggle from mana perspective. Yeah, it takes some time to actually kill. Yeah, it seems like you have some solid gear, so it's just min-maxing from there. Yeah, it's a bunch of min-maxing. Like, I'm not okay, so I don't know, like, at this level of gear, like, at game, as in, not right now in the standard, but, like, by the X day, it's reasonable to have, like, similar kind of gear. Let's assume this is not Headhunter. So, having this kind of gear by the X day where it's reasonable to have it, does it compare well to a lot of other builds, or is it like behind, or is it quite strong? Like, I have no understanding. I have no relative understanding, right? I have no idea like if it's actually good, or did I actually cook up something that actually costs a lot of resources and isn't that strong for that amount of resources. Like, I have no idea. But for what it is in itself and the way that it functions right now, it seems pretty strong. I just need to solve the solo damage thing, or you know, high HP and tanky mod damage part. A little bit of survivability and a little bit of, you know, mana stuff, for example. So and once I do that, I feel like, I don't know, sky is the limit basically. Yeah, then it's literally about min-max here. And as you said, like, I'm gonna look into a bunch of like jewels and stuff like that and see what we can do. So what is gonna your progression look like with the witch hunter? Like, how do you plan on progressing that build? Like, how is it gonna work? Because it's gonna be grenades, right? Wait, no, I'm tripping. Witch hunter, twister, whirl, something. Dude, I'm so confused. Why am I thinking about these two things at the same time? Yeah, going twister. Yeah, okay. Twister. Is it gonna be like, is it like expensive end game thing, or can you like, you know, gracefully transition into it from the league start into basically as you level up? You're going non-crit. Would you say going crit would make a lot of difference in terms of damage output? Or does it compare well even if you go non-crit, for example? Go like some others. Mm-hmm. Just super good defensively. Is it a here or no? Or is it ascendancy? Probably ascendancy, right? Yeah, it looks like ascendancy. Okay. Crit would be more damage, yeah, but way more. Going non-crit allows you to. Okay, so it sounds like you're gonna have more options, and it's gonna be easier, like, early to mid game, just sort of get into that build and do the thing. And then later, if you want to scale your build further, then you can transition into having more crit. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, Azir's Contempt is my endgame weapon. That's us. I mean, it's standard. Maybe on non-standard is gonna be different. Plus, I think way less people are gonna be running temples, right? So it's like really hard to say what that's gonna be like, what that's gonna do to the economy. Okay, what's the demand plus what's the supply gonna be like? Your archetype of Twister. Yeah, I mean, if you specifically gonna go for this item, maybe it's not gonna be like widely used. Everyone wants to go crit. That's fair, that's fair. Wait, I wanna, while we're talking on that same note, do. Motherfucker. Wait, what? I think we're gonna craft the helm right now. You know, yeah. I wanna like do the comparison. I mean, defensively speaking, I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna check resistances. I'm just gonna check like what, you know, prefixes are gonna do. What's the outcome gonna be like? Yeah, so you will scoop up cheap shit? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Ah, but that's good. That's good. Ice corrupt. What the fuck? That's at 30 quality. Oh, but it's the shittier hybrid. The shittier hybrid, okay. But it's 30. Fuck you. Yeah, then... What am I to you? A minion player? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. These are, like, generally speaking... I mean, okay. Energy shields are gonna be heavily nerfed, right? Through many different angles. So there's definitely, I'm guessing, gonna be a shift from energy shield to other forms of defense. I'm guessing. I don't know if it's actually gonna be, but that would be my guess, right? That the percentage of who uses what kind of defenses is like gonna change. But maybe the helm is still gonna be like one of the best defensive options, meaning energy shield helms. Those rooms will also be better, so higher ES will be more accessible. As in they will give more energy shield stats, or like what kind of effects do you refer to of those runes? Runes of Eldir. Okay, sorry. Oh shit. The greater runes are buffed, and now there are perfect versions. But are there perfect versions of the same ones, of like of this one that gives like 18% energy shield? So are there even better versions of this? Of the 18% energy shield, for example? Because I know that there's definitely like more runes in terms of like different effects. Wait, actually? Hold up. 0.5 runes. Wait, where can you check that? Let me see. Una mattina mi sono alzato. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 una mattina. El trabajo ti va sol, oh partigiano. Augment. Oh. Oh. So, I'm not even looking at the correct place. It's iron, right? Is it iron? Iron. Yeah. All of us are gonna have like singular big ass French kiss session. We're just gonna go like tongue deep. Oh my god. Yeah, this is gonna be sexy. Dude, what the hell? What? Wait, are you tricking me? Is this like Path of Exile? Okay, nah, this is Path of Exile too. Okay. Damn. What? Wow. Okay, nah, but seriously, this is actually like really nice. I don't know why I highlighted this. I legit had no idea what it does. Yeah, I'm a little bit special. Okay. That's not okay. I'll have to read through all the patch notes once again to reshape my understanding of what's coming into the game, because apparently, even though I've listened and read most of it, I still don't remember almost anything. It was shown in the recent RuneScape video. Wait, why are we talking about RuneScape? Huh? Okay. Yeah, all jokesies aside. Damn, okay. Wait, in the recent, you mean that was uploaded today, like in the last 12 hours, right? I literally watched that video from the beginning to the end, and if it was shown in that video, what the fuck, man? Should I do a brain CAT scan? No, I need to get some help, brother, and not sleep. I just need help. Oh my god. I should probably do MCT oil scan or whatever it is. Okay. We are motherfucking going for a crafting sesh. Crit chance. Okay. Look, I'm an insane crafter. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna prove it to you. We have to have tier 16 at least. Tier 65 because this is gonna, or level 65 item level. This is gonna be important for us. Third stat is gonna be this one. So 78 because we don't really want the other ones. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You're so uh-huh. And then if we want to be Mog Maxim or Jawline, whatever, then we're gonna go for 82. So 78 if we don't care about resistances, but we would be dumb enough to not care about the resistances. So we're gonna go Daniel Mal 82. I forgot what it's called. Ancestral. Yeah. Okay. This the one? Because sometimes they do have the same pictures. JTR. Oh yeah, it's the worst version. Also, you can do Jeweler's Orb on item skills. Oh, you mean like even if you don't get level 20 skill, you can have like a lower skill version and just add Jeweler Orbs for more supports on them, right? Because like previously, people for min-maxing, they were buying level 20s like implicit spells, like dueling one with a spell slinger. So like for, yeah, for 5 slots. Yeah, that's actually like pretty good point. It's a big payoff skill. Wait, why is that the case? Like, what does it do? Game is telling me I don't have a chaos orb. Get fucked.
Oh,
Do we care
it's
about
you.
spending money?
All right. Your
We're
order
gonna
is
pretend as if
registered.
we're rich for a second. It's a big hit that causes explosions, which also. Right. Oh shit! It's right. I forgot this. I had like more damage, but I have. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's why my mana was like sometimes causing issues. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. All right. I mean, damn. Okay. Yeah, so it definitely sounds like it could work. I just have no clue like how good it might be like damage wise, but it seems like you understand like how it's gonna function. So yeah, it sounds like it should work in theory like pretty well. Just cool. You know, people coming up with new builds with new ideas. It's always cool. If I really hope that exceptional rarity farming is gonna be because I really want to farm base. Dude, you know what I realized? If exceptional rarity thingies are gonna be cute to farm or whatever, like if it's gonna be like a pretty good thing, I literally won't sacrifice a single mod slot for rarity, which is freaking awesome. You're just more powerful because of that. But also, if I'm gonna go do stuff like delirium per chance or like maybe some other thing, and they're not gonna be like unique drops that are good, but rather the item bases, like those amulets for example, they're not unique. They're like, you know, regular items. So that means I'll have a higher chance of dropping as a normal base. I think they'll be pretty common. Wait, what exactly? Exceptionals? I mean, exceptionals are never... okay, up until now, exceptionals were never common. In my understanding... Okay, let's assume that they potentially could be, right? Due to some improvements. If you remember, exceptionals were in the same line as fracturing orbs, exceptionals, or one more thing. My assumption, reading the line like the way that is like written, my guess is that they will come from the same point and you will have to choose one. Oh yeah, but everyone can fill out our entire tree. Yeah, so if it's gonna be always available, That is true. But also remember that this is the theory. I don't know if we can prove this. If it's like, you know, we know exactly all POE mechanics to the point that we can say this with 100% certainty. But exceptional farming seems to be better if you go negative rarity, because you degrade the rarity of the item, and if it drops as a normal base, like more normal base drops equals more chances for exceptionals. And as we know, so many people, they want to have rarity because it's rarity, it's more currency, it's you know, like I don't think that necessarily like so many people are gonna do that unless the mechanics are gonna change of how exceptionals are gonna be dropped based on the Atlas passive, or if that theory is wrong and the rarity doesn't matter for that particular thing. But in theory it should matter, because what if you upgrade more items to uniques, for example? They cannot be exceptionals. What if you upgrade more items to rares or magics? They cannot be exceptionals. They can only come in the form of the normal item. So it's like, if you're upgrading item to magic, rare, or unique, that by default cannot be exceptional, right? So in theory, at least keeping an item that it doesn't upgrade for normal to a higher rarity, logically would make sense that it would increase your chances at getting more exceptionals, because you're not upgrading them to higher rarity. Again, unless the mechanic is different, maybe exceptionals have a separate role, or maybe exceptional decision goes before the base choice. But that would not, but that would kind of not make sense, I guess, because if you first roll exceptional, then rarity does not come into equation and is not even rolled. So it's like, if one takes, you know, if one goes first, then the other stat is not even included in the job decision. So I don't know, like, again, this is like hypothesis, but I was discussing this with a bunch of people who are doing negative rarity farming, and according to their experience, it's like they genuinely believe that that's true, because they were doing it so much and they saw improvement in how many exceptionals they were dropping when they went negative rarity. So yeah, but at the same time, more mobs mean more jobs, and I think the tree will fill out pack density, so you'll get both. Yeah, could be 100%. That could be the case. Yeah. Whereas we farm fractured items with it. Oh, like, did fractured items have like a separate dropping system or something? It's like I don't know if I had fractured item drops ever when I was playing POE 1. That was back before fracturing orbs were this common. Oh, so you drop an item with a fractured mod already? But wait, if that's the case, wouldn't the rarity of the item be upgraded, or what am I missing? Like, why would negative rarity be a thing for it? Because, like, there has to be a mod on an item for it to be fractured, or am I missing something? And by default, you know, having mod, it bumps the rarity up, at least to magic level. Can we stop with this heresy or whatever? They would drop as magic. Okay, well, we farm force fractured items to drop as minimum blue. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Wait, is there a difference if you get plus this or another thingy? In terms of chances? 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Yeah, so it's actually the same. It doesn't really matter. Alrighty, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Yeah, so, dude, oh my god. Can we stop talking about POE? Because I'm really excited to play it and fucking times go slow. I just want to farm my exceptionals, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's nice. So, now the question is, there is a thing called Regal Smeagol. I know that they don't exist in leagues, but or wait, do they? No, they probably do. Anyways, Baboom. I mean, it's tier 1. So if I find a wait, so I probably don't even need to hold up. You know what we're cooking right now? Because I might not even want to fracture this. I mean, I probably still want to. When I think about it. Yeah. Gonna do this. And fracture, hoping that it's gonna hit 2 maximum energy shield. Yep. Yep. Skadoosh, you know? Skadoosh. Yes, sir. So now we go to Bella Sola. And we need to hit increased. And the thing is, it's really easy to hit that mod because there's not that many mods actually when you think about it. At least, okay. Desecrate, it doesn't... Wait, helms don't have desecrated modifiers prefix? Wait a minute. So you are basically guaranteed to find this. No. You can selectively choose prefix. Like with this omen, you can place the desecration on the prefix modifier. So you just choose. I was not aware that it doesn't have prefixes. So essentially, so we have this. Wait, we have flat and we have this. These two. So then we're left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mods left. And since whenever you're using Omen of Abyssal Echoes, once you hit 3 mods, on the second reroll, the other the mods are no longer like the previous 3 mods are no longer in the pool, and it's drawing from whatever is left or whatever else is possible, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, if you're crafting a helm, dude, wait, that's actually really good knowledge. If what I'm saying is not wrong, crafting helms, like the desecration part is very easy, so to speak. You're gonna hit the desire mod, and the only question is if you're gonna land on the tier 1 or let's say tier 2, but preferably obviously tier 1. So we need, so it would be 92. The only problem is that regular desecration gives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whereas ancient rib would give us 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to, on average, desecrate it 8 times to hit the desired mod. That's the rough part. And Omens of Light cost a bunch of money right now. But if you're going for perfect tier 1s, I mean, it's only for... Okay, I think I have a better idea on how to do this. Potentially. Essence of Abyss on it. Wait, why would I want to do that? Why would... Like, okay. Right now, I cannot do this anyways, right? Because I have something desecrated. Essence of the Abyss. Are you sure you're thinking about the correct thing? Because I think you're mentioning this one. It only removes a modifier and replaces it with the mark of the Abyssal Lord. That's the Essence of the Abyss. So I'm guessing you're referring to a different thing. I'm guessing you're talking about Ancient Rib. Or, wait, okay. Desecrating an item with a mark of Abyss Lord modifier always removes that modifier. An unrevealed desecrated modifier of a higher tier. Oh, I see. Okay. But what would be the circumstance where we would want to use it? Because right now we cannot place it anyways, right? Because... you cannot get Mark of the Abyss. Oh, unless we can force it? You know what? I'm down to ruin this thing. Not ruin, like we cannot ruin. I already have the fracture, so it doesn't really matter. But... so my theory is that when you have a desecrated mod, you cannot use Essence of the Abyss. But maybe if you have desecration, you can just click it multiple times until Essence of the Abyss falls on the desecration. Because you obviously cannot have 2 desecrations at the same time. That's why I think it won't allow it. But what if the game allows it if it falls on this, thus removing this mod and then replacing it with Mark of Abyss? We're gonna have to try it out unless we're gonna get the perfect one. Okay, so look, increase energy shield, right? And rarity and increase energy shield. This is a shitty mod, we don't want it anyways. So if my theory is correct, the next 3 mods are gonna be the maximum mana, the maximum life, and whatever the 3rd mod is. And we won't see any of these 3. Okay, I was wrong. What the fuck? So who the fuck was saying that? A bunch of scammers? I mean, it's not like it changes, like the process is still kind of the same. I was thinking you'd use Omen of Dextral Crystallization. Wait, I don't remember based on the name what that is. Opa. I'll have to check. Then add a shit suffix. Yeah, but wait, why would I use it? So I would use the prefix 1 to remove the prefix desecration. That's what I would do. And I want to test this out. I want to see if you can cycle the desecrations this way. Item already has a revealed modifier, right? I'm saying if you started, can cycle desecration. Okay, yeah, so that's good to know. So okay, what you are saying that you'd exalt, it hits the bad suffix. Okay. So yeah, I'm curious as to what your thought process is. So you'd exalt, it hits the bad suffix. But as in bad suffix or okay, I see what you mean. But it doesn't have to be bad suffix as in tiers, right? You're talking about the mod type. But the tier, the higher the tier of the mod, the better it is, right? So like in theory, adding perfect exalt would give like a high tier mod, and then you'd mark it, and thus you'd like start from level 50, 60, 70, whatever mod, and get a higher tier mod from desecration this way. Would that be approach? Am I thinking? Am I thinking in the right direction? Yeah, I'm gonna continue the double unveils until my annuls fail. Oof, that was close. Wait, how high would it go then? I want to see. $542. So, okay. What's supposed to happen? We're supposed to lose a little bit of evasion, and as a result, just a tiny bit of deflection, right? But then our energy shield would go up by 550. So essentially we'd have 700 energy shield. Oh, and we'd lose this desecration, or deflection, that is.
More intelligence required.
You calling me stupid? You calling me stupid? Okay. Okay, wait. We're gonna test it out.
Let's try something different.
It's hurting my wee. $59.48. 8K. So evasion went up. Wait, my evasion went up. I mean, to be fair, this helmet's compare this shit, because it's like flat maximum and then a hybrid this instead of pure flat. Yeah, so this helm can be better, like evasion wise. But considering that's not too bad. Yeah, subterfuge mask was nerfed, so it will go then next time we try this. No, stop this. Oh, that's right. We're gonna get half of it. So whatever the change is right now, evasion wise, it's gonna be 58 instead of 61. So to this helm, it's gonna be the same, but this helm is kind of shitter because it legit lacks one evasion mod. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I have way more energy shield. I get 1k for 550 from my build. I guess I have like a few energy. Yeah, so there's a little bit here, there's a little bit here. I mean, I don't scale that much because like these are my defensive ones mainly. I don't really have that much more defensive stuff. Where else do I get the evasion or energy shield from? Because it turns from basically like 250 to 1270, which is 1k gain, even though I add only 550. Where is the rest coming from? Where does another almost 500 coming from? But yeah, this is actually a really good spot. What I want to do now. Check this and 우리가 가서 짐부터 그를 받았습니다. Yeah? Oh, so these small notes actually fuck. So only this that is changed. So at least these small ones are. I won't receive. Where else? Get 500. Do you see perhaps where I could potentially be getting another 500 from? Because I only change helm, which has 550, and then instead I get 1k energy shield. And that does not seem like it's enough. 24%. I'm genuinely confused. Like, where is it coming from? Like, I also see only 20%, or so I think at least. Being defenses on amulet. 8. Global defense. Okay. Oh. That's 200. So we still have to account 300 from somewhere. 300. Maybe yeah, there's 300 more coming. Okay, I'll have to check. It's whatever. Gonna spend millions looking into it. I won't find. I don't see anything. Yeah? I don't think I have anything else. Yo, Chromatic, thank you. Company, it was a pleasure. Oh, Jesus. It was a pleasure talking with you. Yeah, honestly, Have a great league start. Have a great rest of the day or a good night, whatever the time is for you. And I'll get chat with you on the league start or before the league start or whenever. And if not, dude, best of luck on your league start, and hopefully your build is gonna crack skulls. Because that definitely sounds like a very interesting build. At least unique, to say the least. So, yeah. Best of luck, man. And yeah. Have a good one. Yeah, and thank you for all the input. You know, as always, it's a pleasure to chat with people. On top of the fact that y'all are giga knowledgeable. You know so much shit, and I'm just like, duh. It's past 1 a.m. Motherfucker is sitting in the USA and pretending like he is not elite. Or she. Actually, I don't know your gender, but I shouldn't assume gender because it's 2026. Yeah. All right. Hey, best of luck. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good one. And yep, I'm total POE 1 nerd, but I have zero clue about POE 2. Okay, let's make a deal. Let's spit IRL on our palms. Actually, I'm gonna trick it. I'm not gonna spit in my palm. But, and shake the hands on the fact that this league, we're gonna make insane builds, and we're gonna do a bunch of crazy crafts or crazy farms, crazy drops for something. I might do like a little bit more crafting. Maybe if you don't know crafting much of PO2, maybe you're gonna... No. You don't have to do fake spit. You have to do like actual IRL and send me photo on Snapper. Otherwise, it's not a... I wanted to pretend like I'm doing this and actually like trick you into doing. That doesn't work that way, man. Or woman. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, have a good one, actually. Have a good night, and yeah. Yeah. I'll be online. I legit think that for the next 1, 2, maybe even more weeks, I'm legit gonna be online every single day. And especially on League Start, I'll probably gonna do quite a few long streams, long grind sessions. So yeah, if you're gonna feel free to hop by, you know, to say hi, to chat, or maybe, you know, later on we can add each other on like in game and do a little bit of snip snap or whatever it's called, exchange information, you know. I'll see if I can make it past GNR on this league. Is your GNR on steroids or something? But anyways, yeah, I don't want to keep you for longer. You know, I assume you're gonna go to sleep, probably. And sleep is important. Says the guy that constantly sacrifices sleep for the sake of doing something that just for pure hedonism and for own pleasure, instead of caring for the ultimate well-being of a human being and itself and preserving life. And yep, go to sleep. A really bad league, this league. I think you have like the did you use Rakiata's flow on this sentence? Because you literally just like a really good, like the phrase really good league just somehow inverted into really bad league. I don't know what happened. Like there's something wrong with the sentence. It's the best league. Come on. Yes, sir. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. It was a pleasure talking with you as well. So that was awesome. I really appreciate your company. Thank you. Anyways, so yeah. Have a good one. Honestly, yeah, I genuinely don't want to keep you for longer because, yeah, sleep and things, you know. Or, as they say, Love, Death, Robots on Netflix, Season 4. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, for me, it's actually day. All right, bye-bye. And we can continue with fisting now that we're alone. God damn it, dude. So tired of coughing constantly, and it just doesn't go away for the few weeks already. All right, dude, we actually improved our ability even further. afraid. Cookies in a sofa. I'll be rolling in the backseat. All right. Actually, I've been on stream for 10 hours, which means I basically was sitting in the same chair for 10 hours with like not moving at all. Guys, as much as this session is freaking awesome and we actually did a lot of good work, I think I have to call it a day or call it a day as in take a longer break, maybe move around a little bit, maybe even catch some Z's, not Zizarans. I mean, get some sleep or maybe at least lay in the bed a little bit, then maybe take a walk or something, spend a little time outside, especially before the league start, because on league start we're gonna go hardcore, right? So I think it would be better or sensible for now, take a little bit of a break, do some stuff. Yeah, and for me to be, live on stream, but like not doing anything on PC and not being present would just not make any sense. So I think I'm gonna stop for now, and I'm gonna come back later online to either today, most likely today, but if not, then it's gonna be tomorrow. So yeah, once again, it's a pleasure. It was a pleasure talking with a lot of y'all guys. It's literally awesome. Really appreciate each and every single one of y'all's company. It was so freaking awesome. Like, dude, the POE community is something else. I understand that not every single human being is, I don't know, the like perfect goddess or something, flawless deity, whatever you call it. And some of us are just like utter trash as humans, but hey, so far the people that I've been interacting with are just freaking awesome, helpful. We were discussing a lot of stuff. We were making jokes, messing around, and that's fucking awesome. Like, I love that shit. So yeah, I'm really grateful for that. Gonna hop off. So gonna hop off for now. Yeah, I'm gonna come back later, and we're gonna have even more great time. And we're gonna, I don't know, it's just gonna be awesome. All right, so peace out, Felicios, and cut. Yeah, this is the hardest, so I would probably want to use desecration for a crit chance when crafting, and get these mods with like regular exalts. There's a high chance of getting them. But yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off now. Say hi to this sexy beast. Look. Boom. Look again. Boom. Okay, and the last thing that you may not expect is boom. Oh my god. And even the laster, okay? Boom. The fucking wyvern. Alright? So yeah, we're off for today. And we're gonna come back later, either later today or tomorrow, and we're gonna continue prepping for the next league. Even probably do a bunch of campaign runs to warm ourselves up, to remind ourselves like what is important to farm, where is it important to go, and that kind of stuff. And we're gonna have loads of fun, and trust me, this league is gonna be so good, I'm telling you. All right, so bye fellas, have a good one. And I was about to say love y'all, but actually I don't. So smell good or whatever, I don't know, whatever. Imagine some good phrase that I say and is directed to y'all, and now you're happy and you're like, hi, I love this dude, oh my god, he's so cool, like, yeah, that. And yeah, bye, and catch y'all next time. All right, bye and